Immortal Beast-Taming clan. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination. So don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like. And if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 51 Mysterious Enemy, Making a Small Profit. Red Cliff Market. After being assigned the task of gathering information outside the shop, Zhou Chun could openly leave the shop to stroll around the market and other places. For the next 2 weeks, he spent most of each day out, gathering information about the Crimson Radiance iron mine and keeping an eye out for any spiritual herbs appearing in the market. In this way, he not only relayed all the intelligence he gathered back to his family, but also acquired several good spiritual herbs from the market. From the market's information, it seemed that the independent cultivators didn't really care whether the Crimson Radiance iron mine belonged to the 5 great immortal cultivation families or other forces. They knew it was impossible for it to belong to them. Therefore, the independent cultivators were basically watching with amusement, hoping that other forces would fight the 5 great immortal cultivation families, and that both sides would suffer heavy casualties. This was actually a good thing for the 5 great immortal cultivation families. At least they didn't have to worry about these independent cultivators causing trouble in this matter. To Zhou Chun's surprise, just days after he relayed the intelligence he had gathered back to his family, a force secretly attacked the 5 major cultivation families. More precisely, it attacked the Zhou family. Suddenly, a group of rogue cultivators who had gone to the Zhou family to cultivate were ambushed and killed by a mysterious force. As a result, the rogue cultivators who had previously settled around the Zhou family to cultivate no longer dared to go there. This retreat not only reduced the spiritual coins earned by the Zhou family, but also had a greater impact on their role in guarding the Pure Spirit Pavilion. Previously, with the help of these rogue cultivators, the Zhou family only needed to assign 2 of the 3 cultivators guarding the Pure Spirit Pavilion, allowing many of their own cultivators more time for other tasks. However, now that the rogue cultivators dared not go to the Zhou family, and the Pure Spirit Pavilion was no longer under their protection, most of the Zhou family's cultivators were trapped there, unable to do anything else. The enemy is coming on strong. It seems the entire rogue cultivator community in Lanzhou has received a warning. No rogue cultivator dares to cultivate at our Zhou family anymore. The Patriarch has ordered the entire clan to prepare for battle and has temporarily prohibited clan members from leaving the mountains to prevent the enemy from taking advantage. Our shop's hawk messaging service will also be suspended from now on. Everything will be based on the Patriarch's and Elders' orders. Inside the Spirit Beast shop, Zhou Jiaxing, his face grim, relayed the clan's intelligence to Zhou Chun. The Zhou family of 9 Peaks Ridge was just getting on track, about to make a name for themselves with a newly discovered Crimson Iron mine. But then this sudden blow struck. How could a family elder like Zhou Jiaxing be in a good mood? Zhou Chun was equally distraught, but he still asked, "You still don't know who the enemy is?" To be able to issue a warning to all the independent cultivators in Lanzhou, making them afraid to associate with my Zhou family anymore, such a force is certainly not to be underestimated in Lanzhou, the clan leader didn't say, so they're probably still investigating. Zhou Jiaxing shook his head. Then gritted his teeth and said, "But a fox will always show its tail, they can't hide for long." Zhou Chun agreed with this. Since the enemy had attacked the Zhou family, it certainly wouldn't be as simple as just prohibiting independent cultivators from going to the Zhou family to cultivate. There would definitely be other tricks they used. At that point, their identity would no longer be able to be concealed. He immediately changed the subject, asking, "Does the clan leader have any tasks assigned to us?" Zhou Jiaxing replied, "The clan leader instructed us to temporarily suspend the purchase of ordinary spiritual items, focusing only on century-old spiritual herbs. We should use the earned spiritual coins to buy talismans and magical artifacts to strengthen the clan's war reserves." He then looked at Zhou Chun and said, "This matter requires my personal attention. You will be in charge of the shop, greeting customers and politely discouraging those who want to sell their goods." "Understood." Zhou Chun nodded, agreeing with a mixture of worry and joy. Afterwards, Zhou Jiaxing withdrew over 90% of the spiritual coins from the shop's accounts, wandering among various shops to slowly select talismans, magical artifacts, and other treasures. Zhou Chun, on the other hand, stayed in the shop, responsible for selling goods and recouping funds. One day, while Zhou Chun was alone in the shop, a middle-aged man in blue robes suddenly entered. Upon seeing this man, he instinctively wanted to check his cultivation level first. Just as his divine sense was about to make contact with the other party, it was blocked by a much stronger divine sense. A Foundation establishment cultivator. Zhou Chun was startled and quickly bowed to the man, apologizing. "This junior was impetuous and offended you, senior. Please forgive me." The man in blue didn't seem to care about the matter, but frowned and looked at him, asking, "Young man, are you the manager of this shop, senior? Please understand, this junior is not the manager, but merely a shop assistant." Zhou Chun answered the man in blue respectfully. Before the man in blue could reply, he quickly added, "However, this shop is owned by my family, and in the absence of the manager, this junior has the right to make decisions regarding all matters within the shop. Is that so? Does your shop sell snake coil branches that are over 100 years old?" The man in blue glanced at Zhou Chun and stated his purpose in a deep voice. He wasn't there to buy ordinary goods, but rather spiritual herbs. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun knew that the man urgently needed a snake coil branch that was over 100 years old for medicinal purposes, which was why he was using this most inefficient method of asking and buying from shop to shop. To Zhou Chun's delight, he had recently acquired a section of snake coil branch over 100 years old at a street market. He immediately smiled and said, "Senior, you've come at the perfect time. Our shop does indeed have a section of snake coil branch that's over 150 years old, and it's already been purified." "Really? Quickly, let me see it." The man in blue beamed with joy and hurriedly stretched out his hand in front of Zhou Chun, urging him to take out the item. Seeing this, Zhou Chun didn't dare delay and quickly patted his storage bag, taking out the wooden box containing the snake coil branch. Snap! The man in blue eagerly opened the wooden box and took out a nearly 2-foot-long bluish-black branch, examining it closely. After examining it for a moment, he nodded in satisfaction and said, "Not bad, it is indeed a snake coil branch that is over 150 years old." Then he looked at Zhou Chun and said, "Name your price. I want this, senior, you are wise." In principle, snake coil branches are not particularly precious spiritual herbs, just rare and hard to find. They shouldn't be sold at such a high price. However, rarity increases value. The formation conditions of this item are complex, and it is often easily destroyed or overlooked by cultivators who do not know its value. Therefore, finding a snake coil branch of this age is really not easy. Therefore, our shop prices this item at 120 spirit coins. "We will not sell it for less than that price," Zhou Chun said, then cautiously looked up at the man in blue and quickly added, "Of course, if you think this price is too high, you can wait for our shopkeeper to return. He might give you a discount then." "No discount, please. 120 spirit coins is a bit expensive, but I am not so poor that I can't even afford that much." The man in blue glanced at him, then immediately picked up the wooden box and put it into his storage bag. He then took out 120 spirit coins and threw them on the counter. "Please count the spirit coins. If there are no problems, I'll be leaving." Zhou Chun wasn't polite at all. He immediately released his divine sense to scan all the spirit coins, then said with a beaming smile, "The spirit coins are fine. Please take care, senior." After the man in blue left, he quickly put all the spirit coins into his storage bag, his face beaming with joy. He had made a fortune this time. He had only spent 25 spirit coins to buy that snake-coiled branch. Now, with just one resale, he had made several times the profit. He hadn't been wrong. That purification stone jar was his treasure trove, capable of continuously accumulating wealth for him. And this was definitely not an isolated case. As long as he stayed in the market and in the Zhou family's shop, he would definitely encounter many more opportunities like this in the future. Perhaps in the future, even without the family's help, he could earn enough spirit coins to buy those spiritual items that aided in Foundation establishment. Chapter 52 Key Unalliance. The situation is grim. The fox's tail can't be hidden forever. Before long, the true identity of the mysterious enemy scheming against the Zhou family was revealed. It turned out that the enemy was not a new foe, but rather the group of rogue cultivators who had previously occupied Nine Peaks Ridge. However, these rogue cultivators had now joined an even more powerful rogue cultivator organization, the Key Unalliance, currently enjoying immense influence in the Lanzhou cultivation world. Therefore, it was actually the Key Unalliance that had attacked the Zhou family. The Key Unalliance was indeed incredibly powerful. This organization had only emerged less than 20 years ago. Yet, in that short time, it had already recruited 3 Purple Mansion stage rogue cultivators and 20 to 30 Foundation Establishment stage rogue cultivators, becoming the largest rogue cultivator organization in the Lanzhou cultivation world. If we exclude the Li family and the Yu family, 2 families that had split off from the 3 absolute sect and were now based in Lanzhou, no cultivation family in Lanzhou was stronger than the Qiyun Alliance. Therefore, in recent years, the Qiyun Alliance has acted extremely domineeringly in the cultivation world of Lanzhou, and many cultivation families have suffered their provocations and attacks. Now, the Qiyun Alliance has undoubtedly set its sights on the Zhou family. However, although the Qiyun Alliance is powerful, the Zhou family is not a weakling to be bullied. Moreover, the 5 major cultivation families have formed a common interest alliance due to their joint development of the Crimson Radiance Iron Mine, and the Mu family of Bian Mountain has also been humiliated by the Qiyun Alliance. How could the other families sit idly by and watch the Qiyun Alliance provoke the 5 family alliance like this? Soon, the 4 major cultivation families other than the Zhou family issued a joint statement demanding that the Qiyun Alliance immediately stop its provocative actions against the Zhou family, otherwise it would be considered a provocation against the 5 major families. However, no one expected that, faced with a joint statement of the 5 major cultivation families, the Qiyun Alliance not only showed no intention of backing down, but also threatened that the other 4 cultivation families should not meddle in other people's business, otherwise they would be enemies of the Qiyun Alliance. This arrogant attitude not only enraged the 5 major cultivation families, but also left many uninvolved cultivation families and independent cultivators in Lanzhou speechless, feeling that the Qiyun Alliance was getting too cocky. After all, if the 5 major cultivation families united, they could field 2 or 3 Purple Mansion stage cultivators and 20 or 30 Foundation Establishment stage cultivators. And the 5 major cultivation families, with their long-standing traditions, certainly didn't have the foundation of an independent cultivator force like the Qiyun Alliance, which had only emerged less than 20 years ago. This is outrageous. A bunch of independent cultivators who only managed to reach Foundation Establishment by luck dare to try and confront the 5 major cultivation families head-on? They're tired of living. Inside the Spirit Beast Pavilion, Zhou Chun, upon learning of this, was also furious, cursing and his face filled with rage. Independent cultivators have always been looked down upon by cultivation families. Even small cultivation families with only one Foundation Establishment stage cultivator as their mainstay would despise independent cultivators. This contempt was, of course, not without reason. Compared to most independent cultivators who lack the protection and care of elders, stable income, and even safe shelter, the cultivation conditions enjoyed by clan cultivators are undoubtedly far superior. Therefore, in the minds of clan cultivators, independent cultivators are like beggars in the cultivation world, living on handouts and not knowing where their next meal will come from. Now, learning that a group of beggars have united and dared to oppose them, the main family, and attempt to seize their resources, how could a clan cultivator like Zhou Chun, accustomed to his privileged position, not be furious? Compared to traditional clan cultivators like Zhou Chun is undoubtedly much more rational in this regard. While he also looks down on the lives of independent cultivators and absolutely doesn't want to become one, he doesn't completely view them as beggars like Zhou Chun does. He immediately calmly advised, 16th uncle, calm down. This matter is probably not that simple. There are indeed good and bad among the rogue cultivators, and many are brainless fools, but those rogue cultivators who have successfully established their foundation, or even opened their Purple Mansion, are certainly not brainless fools. Their arrogance now suggests they truly have some backing. These principles didn't actually need Zhou Chun to elaborate. Zhou Chun would have understood them later. However, his words undoubtedly calmed Zhou Chun down quickly. Yes, Zhou Chun, you're absolutely right. Something unusual must be going on. It seems the Qiyun Alliance truly has some backing to dare to be so arrogant and rampant. Zhou Chun nodded emphatically, completely agreeing with Zhou Chun's assessment. Then, he quickly waved his hand listlessly, saying, forget it, we can't get involved in this anyway. Instead of worrying here, let's think of ways to increase the shop's revenue and buy more treasures to support the family. Hearing this, Zhou Chun pondered for a moment and suggested, why not do a discount promotion? The family needs spirit coins now. Even if the profit is only 20 to 30%, it can still raise a considerable amount of spirit coins for the family quickly. A discount? That's indeed a way to increase the shop's revenue in the short term. Zhou Jiasheng nodded slightly, quite satisfied with Zhou Chun's suggestion. After considering it briefly, he decided to offer a 10% discount on the best-selling items, while keeping the rest at their original price. He also accepted another small suggestion from Zhou Chun: hang a banner outside the shop that read, "Our goods are on clearance sale at low cost, only for 3 days, to avoid disturbing the peace and to prevent the cultivators' market from looking like a mundane vegetable market." Loud shouting was prohibited inside. However, hanging banners was not forbidden. The result was obvious: in any world, once a discount is offered, even if someone doesn't need the item immediately, there will always be bargain hunters who can't resist buying it. Moreover, the goods sold at a discount by the Spirit Beast shop this time were all best-selling items that had proven to be very effective. So, 3 days after 3 days, in less than 20 days, all the best-selling items in the shop were sold out. The proceeds from these sales allowed Zhou Jiasheng to exchange them for a considerable amount of magic talismans and pills. Just then, Zhou Daoyi, the head of the Zhou family, personally came to the market to receive the various goods purchased by Zhou Jiasheng. After checking the goods handed over by Zhou Jiasheng, he was very satisfied with the work done by the two of them in the market and praised them generously. After praising them, Zhou Daoyi suddenly looked at the two and said, "The Kidian alliance is coming on strong, and this battle is unavoidable. The family is short-handed. Which of you will stay to guard the shop, and the other will return with me to the family to fight?" Hearing this, Zhou Chun and Zhou Jiasheng exchanged glances, their hearts sinking. Neither of them had expected the situation to be so dire that even one of them would have to be transferred back to the family. Junior, Zhou Chun was about to suggest he return, as a way of showing respect to his elders. But before he could finish speaking, Zhou Jiasheng suddenly said, "Let the junior return." He then bowed to Zhou Daoyi and said, "Clan leader, you are wise. The Spirit Beast Pavilion has suspended the purchase of various spiritual items. Whether the junior or nephew's Hangjin stays is essentially the same. Therefore, it is more appropriate and beneficial for the family to let the junior, with higher cultivation, return to guard the family." This decision surprised not only Zhou Chun but also Zhou Daoyi. Others might not know, but Zhou Daoyi was well aware that Zhou Jiasheng had initially harbored considerable resentment and dissatisfaction towards his junior, Zhou Chun. Although he had heard that the relationship between Zhou Jiasheng and Zhou Chun seemed to have improved considerably, and there were no more conflicts, he never expected that several months later, Zhou Jiasheng would have changed his attitude and begun to protect Zhou Chun. This made him curious about what had happened during this period, and he also valued Zhou Chun, this young member of the family, even more. He gave Zhou Jiasheng a deep look, then nodded slightly and said, "Jiasheng, what you say makes sense. Zhengchen will stay in the market to guard the shops, while you return to the family with me." He then nodded to Zhou Chun in praise. "Zhengchen, you have performed very well recently, and what's even more commendable is that your cultivation hasn't declined due to worrying about the shops. That's excellent. Once the family overcomes this crisis, you will certainly receive a satisfactory reward for all the contributions you have made to the family." In Zhou Chun's heart, Clan Chief Zhou Daoyi had always been a very trustworthy and respected elder. Zhou Chun had no doubt about what he said. He replied respectfully, "Thank you for the praise, Clan Chief. Please rest assured, I will manage the shop diligently and live up to the trust of you and Uncle 16. Zhou Daoyi patted him encouragingly on the shoulder, saying, "Then do a good job. I believe you can do it well." Then he left the market with Zhou Jiasheng. "The desert arc is finished, so this morning I went on a long walk, traversing mountains and valleys for over 10 kilometers, walking for 4 or 5 hours, and drinking 4 bottles of water. I haven't been this crazy in years. Next, I'll focus on writing the new book, writing the story with heart, and repaying the support of all my new and old readers with the best story." Chapter 53, The Rogue Cultivator Father and Daughter, and the Crimson Essence Mushroom. At the Red Cliff Market, in the Spirit Beast shop, Zhou Chun's happy life began when he was the only one left in the shop. Due to a shortage of manpower in his family, Zhou Daoyi hadn't replenished the shop much during his visit to the market, so many items still had only a small amount in stock. The previous discounts and promotions had also prompted many cultivators to buy stock for future use, eliminating the need to purchase similar goods from the Spirit Beast shop for the time being. Therefore, although he was alone, the shop was much less busy, with only a few customers visiting each day. Besides his daily cultivation, Zhou Chun had plenty of time and free time to practice his spells and read. He even put away the notice suspending the purchase of spirit items and used his personal spirit coins to buy some spirit herbs. Now, through buying low and selling high, Zhou Chun had accumulated 300 or 400 spirit coins, making him quite wealthy. If he didn't need these spirit coins as capital, he could even go to the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion to buy a high-grade first-tier magic weapon. The only downside for Zhou Chun now was that he had almost completely lost contact with his family. To learn about the 5 major cultivation families, one could only inquire at the shops run by other families or obtain information from independent cultivators. One day, Zhou Chun was reading in his shop when he suddenly heard footsteps outside. Looking up, he saw a man and a woman striding into the shop. The man was middle-aged, with several shallow scars on his right cheek, seemingly from the claws of some wild animal. His cultivation was a remarkable 11th level of key refining. The woman was a beautiful young woman, wearing a light blue dress, her face below the nose veiled, revealing only her beautiful, bright eyes and fair forehead. Her cultivation was at the 5th level of key refining. Upon seeing this, Zhou Chun immediately concluded that the two were likely a father and daughter, both independent cultivators. The origins of independent cultivators in the cultivation world are extremely complex. Some were originally ordinary mortals who, by chance, obtained cultivation techniques and, if they happened to possess spiritual roots, embarked on the path of cultivation. These were the worst type of independent cultivators, essentially without any future prospects. Because they lack proper guidance, they may not even be aware of the harmful effects of turbid ki, or even if they know from cultivation techniques that it is detrimental, they can only resort to short-sighted methods before truly developing magical power. Thus, even if they possess extraordinary willpower and exceptional luck, managing to cultivate to the 2nd or 3rd level of the key refining stage in the wild before heading to the market or a cultivation family's mountain gate, the turbid ki within their bodies will have already accumulated to a deep level, making it virtually impossible for them to reach foundation establishment. There are also independent cultivators who follow a master-disciple system, receiving guidance from a young age. If the master has some resources and a good heart, these independent cultivators can cultivate in a protective environment under the guidance of a purifying array from the beginning, laying a solid foundation for a very promising future. Similarly, there are those whose parents are independent cultivators who spare no expense in educating their children from a young age, ensuring they receive growth conditions comparable to those of family cultivators. These independent cultivators are often a major source of disciples for various cultivation sects, as long as their aptitude isn't too poor. They all have the opportunity to join some cultivation sects. Finally, there is another type of rogue cultivator, those born into various cultivation sects and families, who are forced into becoming rogue cultivators due to serious mistakes they have made or the destruction of their sects and families. Although Zhou Chun guessed that the two in front of him were father and daughter, he wasn't foolish enough to say it outright. Otherwise, it would be extremely embarrassing if he guessed wrong. So, he quickly put down his book with a smile, clasped his hands in a respectful bow, and said, "Welcome to our shop. Are you here to buy or sell something? Greetings, fellow Taoist. My name is Liu Qingshan, and this is my daughter, Liu Xian. We've come to the Spirit Beast Pavilion on a friend's recommendation to sell a spiritual item. We hope you can give us a fair price so that my daughter and I don't make a wasted trip." The middle-aged man returned Zhou Chun's bow, calmly introducing himself and stating his purpose. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun was immediately delighted. He immediately said solemnly, "Please rest assured, fellow Taoist Liu, our shop's business philosophy is to prioritize integrity and reputation. Since you were referred by another customer, we will definitely offer you the fairest price in the market." "I hope so," Liu Qingshan sighed, then reached into his storage pouch and took out a jade box. Generally, rogue cultivators use wooden boxes to store their belongings. Anything stored in a jade box must be quite valuable. Therefore, Zhou Chun was delighted to see that Liu Qingshan had taken out a jade box. "Please wait a moment, esteemed guest," he said, taking the jade box and placing it on the counter before opening it. Inside the jade box was a fiery red Ganoderma lucidum, its root still attached, even connected to a piece of tree trunk. "This is," This is a crimson essence Ganoderma. Zhou Chun looked at the Ganoderma lucidum in the jade box, initially mistaking it for a common crimson essence Ganoderma. However, when he took out the Ganoderma lucidum, the warmth emanating from its tentacles startled him. He quickly put it down and exclaimed in surprise, "Fellow Taoist is right. This is not an ordinary red Ganoderma lucidum, but the finest of the red Ganoderma lucidum, the crimson essence Ganoderma. This 200-year-old crimson essence Ganoderma lucidum was obtained by me and a friend after we painstakingly killed a powerful first-tier high-grade demonic beast, the crimson flame python. My friend was even poisoned by fire and is currently unconscious, urgently needing me to purchase an antidote to save him. Therefore, I implore you to give us a fair price, so that my friend and I's hard work won't be in vain." Liu Qingshan looked at Zhou Chun with a grave expression, slowly revealing the origin of the medicinal herb in the jade box in a low voice. Of course, whether what he said was true or false, only he himself knew. Zhou Chun didn't care how Liu Qingshan obtained the crimson essence Ganoderma. He simply said solemnly, "Please rest assured, fellow Taoist Liu. If it truly is a crimson essence Ganoderma, I will certainly offer you a fair price." He then carefully pinched the stem and root of the crimson essence Ganoderma, taking it back from the jade box for careful examination. Compared to other types of spiritual herbs, the age of Ganoderma and ginseng is much easier to determine, and their authenticity is also relatively easy to ascertain. However, this item was too precious, and Zhou Chun examined it several times before daring to put it back in the jade box. After a moment's thought, he said to Liu Qingshan, "It is indeed a crimson essence Ganoderma over 200 years old, and its condition is very complete. It's clear that fellow Taoist Liu is knowledgeable about herbs. In that case, I won't waste time with pleasantries. This item can be purchased by our shop for 120 spirit coins." Zhou Chun had previously bought a 200-year-old crimson Ganoderma at a street market for 60 spirit coins. As a top-grade rare variety of red spirit mushroom, the price doubling is normal. After hearing his offer, Liu Qingshan first nodded and said, 120 spirit coins is indeed fair. Then he quickly frowned slightly and continued, "But at this price, I could basically sell it in other shops as well. Could you add a little more?" Zhou Chun fell silent upon hearing this, seemingly considering the pros and cons. After a while, he looked at Liu Qingshan and nodded, "Considering that you are a regular customer of our shop, I can add 10 more spirit coins." Upon hearing this, Liu Qingshan spoke again, 15 more spirit coins. "If you add 15 more spirit coins, I will prioritize selling my future acquisitions here and recommend your shop to all my friends." "Well, all right then, you must keep your word and patronize our shop in the future." Zhou Chun hesitated slightly, but finally nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Liu Qingshan smiled broadly and said, "Fellow Taoist, rest assured, I always keep my word. Besides, your shop is indeed reputable and trustworthy." Zhou Chun seemed pleased by his words and couldn't help but smile as well. He immediately took out 135 spirit coins and handed them to him, then put the jade box containing the crimson essence Ganoderma into his storage bag. "Fellow Taoist Liu, take care. Remember to come again." Zhou Chun saw him off at the shop door, and after watching the Liu father and daughter leave, he couldn't hold back his smile any longer. He'd struck it rich. This time he was really going to make a fortune. Zhou Chun looked at his storage bag and grinned from ear to ear. In fact, Liu Qingshan had no idea that even if he asked for 50 more spirit coins, or even 150, Zhou Chun would probably have gritted his teeth and agreed. Because only Zhou Chun knew that once Liu Qingshan took the crimson essence Ganoderma to the Li family's pharmacy in the market, the Li family would definitely snatch it up at a high price. Most of the disciples of the three absolute sect knew that the Li family of alchemists possessed an ancestral formula called the Crimson Essence Treasure Pill, which required the finest Crimson Essence Ganoderma as its main ingredient to succeed. This Crimson Essence Treasure Pill was an excellent elixir for Foundation establishment cultivators to break through bottlenecks. It was highly effective and extremely precious. Back when the three absolute sects still existed, any disciple who presented a Crimson Essence Ganoderma over 200 years old would directly receive 500 sect merit points, equivalent to 500 spirit coins. Therefore, even spending 200 or 300 spirit coins to buy this Crimson Essence Ganoderma would still allow Zhou Chun to make a substantial profit. So, that afternoon, as sunset approached, Zhou Chun closed his shop early and went directly to the Li family's pharmacy in the market. Chapter 54 makes a fortune and buys more magical artifacts. In Hongai Market, at the Li family pharmacy. Since the Zhou family opened the Spirit Beast shop in Hongai Market, the owners of the Li family pharmacy and the Spirit Beast shop have frequently visited each other to maintain their relationship. After all, they were once fellow disciples of the same sect, and even though they have separated, their past friendship remains. Now that they are both doing business in the market, mutual exchange is essential. Sometimes, when the Li family pharmacy receives a spiritual item that is effective for the growth of demonic beasts, they will resell it to the Spirit Beast shop to earn a profit. Conversely, when the Spirit Beast shop receives spiritual herbs that the Li family can use for alchemy, they will also resell them to the Li family. Because both families have methods to remove the impure energy from spiritual items, these resales don't even need to consider whether the impure energy has been removed. They can directly trade at the normal price. This kind of thing isn't just done by the Zhou and Li families, other shops in the market do the same. However, everyone only trades with shops that they know each other well and won't easily reveal their urgently needed items to other shops to prevent others from maliciously inflating prices. Therefore, when Zhou Chun suddenly arrived at his door, Li Xian, the owner of Li's pharmacy, immediately knew that he was likely to have to spend money again today. Even so, he still greeted Zhou Chun with a smile, saying, "Nephew Hengchen, you're here. Have you brought me something good this time?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun nodded with the same smile, replying, "Yes, I guarantee Uncle Li will be very satisfied with this." Hearing this, Li Xian's heart skipped a beat, and his smile gradually faded. He had sensed a very bad atmosphere from Zhou Chun's words and expression. Zhou Chun's visit today might not just mean spending a little money, it could very well mean a major financial loss. Immediately, his expression changed slightly as he coughed twice and said, "Ahem, nephew Hengchen, don't play games with your Uncle Li." "What is it? Take it out and let me see." It's right here, Uncle Li, take a look for yourself." Zhou Chun chuckled, then reached into his storage pouch and took out the jade box containing the Crimson Essence Ganoderma, placing it on the counter. "This is Crimson Essence Ganoderma." Li Xian opened the jade box, took out the Crimson Ganoderma, examined it closely, and looked at Zhou Chun with a face full of shock. Zhou Chun smiled slightly at him and said, "Uncle Li, don't rush, take your time, lest you misjudge it." Hearing this, Li Xian suppressed his shock and excitement and examined it carefully again. Half an hour later, he put the Ganoderma lucidum back into the jade box, then looked at Zhou Chun with a very complicated expression and said, "Nephew Hengchen, you are really lucky. You've even come across the 200-year-old Crimson Essence Ganoderma lucidum." "Hey, Uncle Li, let's not beat around the bush. How many spirit coins are you going to offer for this Crimson Essence Ganoderma lucidum?" Zhou Chun smiled smugly, and without any need to hide anything, he directly asked Li Xian about the price. "How about this price?" Li Xian stretched out his hand, spread his 5 fingers, and waved them. "Not good at all." Zhou Chun shook his head, looking at Li Xian with a serious expression. "It's not that I'm greedy, Uncle Li. You know how much value the Crimson Essence herb can have in your Li family. This price isn't enough for it." Upon hearing this, Li Xian's face darkened. "But this price is already more than double the normal market price. You've made more than double the profit by reselling it. Isn't that enough, Uncle Li?" "That's not very meaningful. If you had a dragon transformation grass, would you have sold it to our Zhou family at the normal market price?" Zhou Chun shook his head. "I'm afraid you wouldn't have let go until our clan leader emptied his pockets and even owed us several thousand spirit coins. The market price is just a reference price for businessmen. Scarcity drives up the price. For many things that are priced but not available, their actual value cannot be measured by the market price. The Crimson Essence Ganoderma is extremely rare, appearing only once in countless Crimson Spirit Ganoderma plants. Its formation is completely unpredictable, making mass cultivation impossible. This means its market price can only be used as a reference." Upon hearing Zhou Chun's example, Li Xian's face darkened, and he was speechless. Indeed, if the Li family obtained a dragon transformation grass, let alone whether they would be willing to sell it, they would certainly have to bankrupt Zhou Daoyi, who desperately wanted it. Finally, he could only grit his teeth and say, "Then 600 spirit coins. This is the highest price I can offer. Nephew, if you still don't agree, then keep it and wait." Seeing this, Zhou Chun knew it was time to state his expected price. He immediately said, "How about this, Uncle Li? I'll give you another option, 400 spirit coins, plus 2 bottles of yellow cloud pills. What do you think?" "Yellow cloud pills?" a type of pill from the leaf family used to improve the cultivation of late-stage key refining cultivators. Their effects are even better than the ginseng and ginseng pills Zhou Chun had previously obtained from that bandit cultivator. One bottle costs 180 spirit coins, so 2 bottles would be 360 spirit coins. However, the main ingredients for this pill are only 100-year-old or older huangjing, Polygonidum sibiricum, and Yangshi grass. These 2 herbs were widely cultivated in the original 3 absolute sects medicinal garden, so the Li family's actual cost of refining this pill was very low. Zhou Chun's current offer was almost at Li Xiyun's bottom line. Therefore, it was clear that Li Xiyun's face was full of hesitation, unable to make a decision. Zhou Chun didn't urge him, but simply placed his hand on the jade box containing the crimson essence Ganoderma, looking as if he might leave at any moment. After hesitating for a while, Li Xiyun sighed deeply and said, Fine, Uncle Li will splurge today. I'll do as you say, my dear nephew." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately released his grip, bowed respectfully, and laughed. "Haha, Uncle Li, you're so generous. I thank you in advance." The two then exchanged money for goods, quickly completing the transaction face to face. After the transaction was finished, Li Xiyun carefully put away the crimson essence Ganoderma, then looked at Zhou Chun with a pained expression and asked, "Nephew Hengchen, tell me honestly, how many spirit coins did you spend to buy this crimson essence Ganoderma?" 135 spirit coins. I just received it this morning. I was afraid it wouldn't be fresh if I left it too long, so I brought it to you right away, Uncle Li. Zhou Chun smiled broadly, telling the truth without any concealment. Hearing this, Li Xiyun's eyes twitched, his heart seemingly bleeding. Why hadn't he encountered such a good thing? He forced a smile that looked more like a grimace and said, "Then, Uncle Li, I really have to thank you. No need to thank me. If you receive anything good on the future, Uncle Li, please take care of the Zhou family too," Zhou Chun said with a smile, seemingly oblivious to the deeper meaning in Li Xiyun's words. "There will be an opportunity, there definitely will be that opportunity," Li Xiyun said through gritted teeth, thinking that he must get his revenge next time. However, he was too upset at the moment to even keep Zhou Chun for a chat, and quickly took the initiative to see him off. After leaving Li's pharmacy, Zhou Chun did not rush back to the spirit beast shop, but went directly to the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. He now had a total of 600 or 700 spirit coins, enough to buy another first-grade high-quality magic weapon at the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. 2 hours later, in the testing grounds of the Xianbao Pavilion backyard, under the glow of the sunlight stones emanating from the lampposts on both sides, Zhou Chun and a manager of the Xianbao Pavilion entered. The manager took out a token-like magical artifact, formed a hand seal, and cast a spell on it. A pale yellow spiritual light burst forth from the token, falling upon the 7 bronze pillars, each over 10 feet tall, in the testing grounds. Instantly, a thick, powerful, earthy yellow spiritual light emanated from the 7 bronze pillars, quickly connecting and forming a hazy, earthy yellow light shield protecting them. Seeing this, the manager immediately said to Zhou Chun standing behind him, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, you can begin. The strength of this protective array is now roughly equivalent to a low-grade second-tier defensive spell. Alright, then I won't stand on ceremony." A flash of excitement crossed Zhou Chun's face, and he immediately reached into his storage pouch, summoning his newly purchased magical artifact. A small, palm-sized, earthen yellow seal flew out of his storage bag, spinning rapidly as it quickly reached the top of the array's protective barrier. Zhou Chun then channeled his magic power into it, uttering the word big. Instantly, a dazzling earthen yellow spiritual light erupted from the seal. The palm-sized seal expanded to the size of a carriage in just a few breaths. "Fall!" Zhou Chun shouted, pointing his hand at the giant seal in the air. In an instant, the giant seal crashed down, slamming heavily onto the array's protective barrier below. Boom! The giant seal fell from the sky, slamming into the array's protective barrier. It immediately caused the barrier to collapse inwards by more than half, shaking violently, and numerous cracks visibly appeared on its surface. After a stalemate of about 2 or 3 breaths, the giant seal, having exhausted the mana Zhou Chun had poured in, rapidly shrank in size, returning to the size of a palm before being flung away and back into Zhou Chun's hand. At this moment, the steward smiled and looked at Zhou Chun, saying, "How is it? Fellow Taoist Zhou, are you satisfied with the power of this small 1,000-mountain seal?" Hearing this, Zhou Chun smiled wryly, a mixture of joy and worry. "Satisfied, yes, but the mana consumption is far too great. With my cultivation at the 9th level of key refining, I could only unleash it 3 times. The steward, however, smiled knowingly and said, "This isn't necessarily all bad. With its power, even after you successfully establish your foundation, fellow Taoist Zhou, you can continue to use it for a while until you purchase a second-tier magic weapon, perhaps." Zhou Chun shook his head non-committally, offering no further words of dissatisfaction. It turns out that when he came to Xianbao Pavilion to buy magical artifacts, he saw that the little Thousand Mountain Seal, which he had seen along with the Moonblade Meteor Wheel, was still unsold, and he immediately became interested. However, he still had some doubts about whether its power was truly as strong as described, hence the test he just conducted. Now that he knows the result, its power is indeed as strong as described, there's nothing more to say. He'll buy it. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 55 The Secret Beneath Wolf Ridge, The Fire God Jackal. Lanzhou, Wild Wolf Ridge. That evening, a giant azure python suddenly flew into the sky above Wild Wolf Ridge, carrying 10 Foundation Establishment cultivators on its back. This giant azure python was none other than the azure cloud python, the spirit pet of Zhou Daoyi, the patriarch of the Zhou family. The 9 Foundation Establishment cultivators behind Zhou Daoyi were people dispatched by the 5 major cultivation families for this surprise attack. Fellow Daoists, that's Wild Wolf Ridge ahead. After the Qiyun Alliance occupied this place, they set up a spirit purification array and a powerful mountain guarding array. I wonder what secrets they hold. On the python's back, Mu Wanfeng, the patriarch of the Mu family of Beiyin Mountain, pointed coldly to the continuous mountain range several miles ahead and explained in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, an aged Foundation Establishment cultivator immediately raised his eyebrows and said angrily, "Whatever secrets they're hiding, these bastards from the Qiyun Alliance are incredibly audacious, daring to provoke our 5 great cultivation families. Today, they will pay a heavy price." This immediately drew cheers from the other cultivators. Fellow Taoist, he is right. Today, we must let these stray dog-like rogue cultivators know that even when stray dogs band together, they are still stray dogs. If a dog dares to bare its teeth at a person, it's courting death, that's right. Today, we must make these bastards die without a burial place, smash their brains and let them know the price of daring to provoke the 5 great cultivation families. All the Foundation Establishment cultivators were filled with rage and murderous intent. Some were elders or patriarchs of the other 4 great cultivation families, while others were family cultivators who had entered the Qinglian Temple for cultivation and had been specially invited back to assist in the battle. Regardless of their current status, they all felt a deep disgust for the rogue cultivators of the Qiyun Alliance. When did a bunch of rogue cultivators dare to provoke these cultivation families with hundreds or even thousands of years of history? If they couldn't use the blood of those rogue cultivators from the Qiyun Alliance to warn the world this time, what prestige would the 5 great cultivation families have left in Lanzhou? How could they expect other rogue cultivators to obediently work for them? Zhou Daoyi listened to the words of the cultivators behind him without interrupting, but his face was also burning with murderous intent. The Zhou family was finally on the verge of revival, but the Qiyun Alliance suddenly jumped out to block their way. His anger was no less than that of the people behind him. According to intelligence, the Qiyun Alliance has about 4 or 5 Foundation Establishment cultivators and 30 or 40 key refining cultivators stationed at Wild Wolf Ridge. This place is only about 500 li from the Qiyun Alliance headquarters. For safety's sake, we must break through the formation and kill the enemy within an hour to leave safely before the Qiyun Alliance's Purple Mansion cultivators arrive. Therefore, fellow Daoists, when we act, we must go all out and break the mountain guarding formation as quickly as possible. Seeing Wild Wolf Ridge drawing ever closer, Zhou Daoyi, the leader, solemnly announced the raid plan. Then he ordered the Azure Cloud Python to begin its descent. Soon, under the last rays of the setting sun, the Azure Cloud Python emerged from the clouds, summoning a gale and condensing numerous wind blades to attack the protective formation below. Simultaneously, dazzling magical artifacts and powerful spells flew from the hands of the 10 Foundation Establishment cultivators, all striking the still unprepared protective formation below. A deafening roar, like an earthquake, rose from the ground, accompanied by a dazzling display of magical light. Even with just the first wave of attacks, the protective array on the ground began to crumble, partially collapsing. "Who dares to oppose our Qiyun alliance?" A furious shout rang out from within the array. Several Foundation establishment cultivators from the Qiyun alliance finally reacted, hurriedly summoning their magical artifacts to meet the enemy. However, when they saw the 7 or 8 zang-long azure cloud python in the sky, and the 10 Foundation establishment cultivators floating in the air, their expressions changed drastically, their anger instantly turning into cold sweat. "It's people from the 5 great immortal cultivation families." One Foundation establishment cultivator from the Qiyun alliance swallowed hard, his eyes filled with fear as he whispered. But before he could finish speaking, another Foundation establishment cultivator shouted, "So what if they're from the 5 great immortal cultivation families? Don't forget Senior Zhang is cultivating inside. They're the ones who should be worried." "Yes, we still have Senior Zhang." The Foundation establishment cultivators of the Qiyun alliance regained their composure, their eyes instantly losing all fear and instead revealing a mocking, gloating expression, as if they were ready to watch a good show. Just then, Zhou Chun and his group launched their second wave of attack. The already crumbling formation shattered under this onslaught, revealing all the Qiyun alliance cultivators inside. But just as the Foundation establishment cultivators from the 5 great cultivation families, their faces filled with murderous intent, were preparing to slaughter the Qiyun alliance cultivators, a violent aura suddenly surged up from below, shocking everyone. "Not good, it's a purple mansion stage cultivator." Zhou Chuan's expression changed, and he quickly reached for a spirit beast pouch at his waist. The other Foundation establishment cultivators also paled, their eyes filled with fear as they hurriedly scattered, summoning their magical artifacts to protect themselves. But even so, they felt no sense of security whatsoever. The difference in strength between cultivators increases dramatically with each major realm, and this becomes even more pronounced as the realm advances. Even a mere early-stage purple mansion cultivator could easily overwhelm these 10 Foundation establishment cultivators, let alone the 4 or 5 Foundation establishment cultivators from the Qiyun alliance assisting them. Fortunately, Zhou Chuan's actions finally reassured these Foundation establishment cultivators from the 5 major cultivation families. Zhou Chuan loosened the opening of his spirit beast pouch, and a crimson figure flashed out, landing before him. It was a red-furred demon beast resembling both a wolf and a dog. Like a jackal among wild beasts, its fur was crimson red like flames, as if it might burst into flames at any moment. This was none other than the ace spirit pet carefully nurtured by Zhou Ming, the supreme elder of the Zhou family, the third-tier demon beast, the fire god jackal. The fire god jackal, nicknamed Fire God, is a high-level demonic beast with formidable fire-based magic and exceptional close-quarters combat skills. Before this surprise attack, Zhou Ming, fearing unforeseen circumstances, specifically instructed Zhou Chuan to bring his trump card spirit pet. Unexpectedly, it proved invaluable. Upon the fire god jackal's appearance, the owner of the ferocious aura below was startled, and his power immediately subsided. Soon, the people in the sky clearly saw the true face of the purple mansion stage cultivator. It was a tall, imposing middle-aged man in blue robes with a cold, stern expression. It's Zhang Zixuan, the vice-alliance leader of the Qiyun alliance. This person is at the early purple mansion stage and is skilled in sword control. The Mu family patriarch, Mu Zuanfeng, solemnly revealed the man's identity in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chuan said in a deep voice, "A mere wild wolf ridge, yet it has the vice-leader of the Qiyun alliance stationed here. There must be some extraordinary secret within." He then shouted loudly, "Fellow Daoists, I will handle Zhang Zixuan. I urge you all to quickly slay the enemies below and uncover their secrets." Before his words even finished, the fire god jackal in front of him suddenly burst into flames, transforming into a streak of crimson fire as it lunged at the middle-aged man in blue. "Zhang Zixuan! You beast, how dare you!" Zhang Zixuan's face darkened, his eyes flashing with anger. He immediately roared, and a streak of azure sword light shot from his storage pouch, slashing towards the charging fire god jackal. Man and beast immediately engaged in battle. Zhou Chuan knew that the fire god jackal, without its master present, would be no match for Zhang Zixuan. So he flew onto the back of the azure cloud python and used a secret technique to infuse his own magical power into its body. Instantly, the azure cloud python's aura surged, quickly advancing from a mid-tier second-order demon beast to a high-tier second-order demon beast. Hiss. The surging magical power caused the azure cloud python to let out an excited hiss. It opened its mouth and spat out a gust of azure wind that swept towards Zhang Zixuan. Instantly, the wind fueled the fire, amplifying the power of the fire god Jacquel's fire-based spell. Then, the azure cloud python opened its mouth again, and a ball of azure spiritual power shot out, quickly gathering nearby wind-based spiritual power and transforming into a Tenzang-long azure wind dragon that pounced towards Zhang Zixuan. Thus, under the combined restraint of the fire god Jacquel and Zhou Chun, Zhang Zixuan, a purple mansion stage cultivator, had no time to attend to the other key Alliance cultivators for the time being. Without Zhang Zixuan, a purple mansion stage cultivator, to deter them, the remaining 9 Foundation establishment cultivators from the 5 major cultivation families regained their confidence and charged towards the key Alliance cultivators with murderous intent. Soon, screams echoed throughout Wild Wolf Ridge as key refining stage cultivators from the key Alliance were easily slaughtered like weeds by the Foundation establishment cultivators, who couldn't even protect themselves. When one of the Foundation establishment cultivators from the 5 major cultivation families broke into the cave where Zhang Zixuan had emerged, what he saw made him tremble with excitement. Inside a cave, a blue-white spring, no bigger than a millstone, was gushing forth spiritual energy. The rich spiritual energy almost made this Foundation establishment cultivator unable to resist circulating his cultivation technique to absorb it. The Spirit Ice Spring. It's actually a Spirit Ice Spring, he exclaimed, his eyes burning with fervor. Chapter 56 The Fountain of Spiritual Eyes, Headlong Confrontation. Beneath Wolf Ridge lay a Spirit Ice Spring. When this secret was revealed, it shocked everyone from the 5 great cultivation families present. A Spirit Ice Spring. Such a cultivation treasure could increase a Foundation establishment cultivator's meditation speed by 20-30%. Even golden core cultivators could benefit from it. Each of the 5 great cultivation families had a lineage spanning hundreds or even thousands of years, yet none possessed such a cultivation treasure. This was a treasure none of them were qualified to own. Therefore, upon discovering this secret, Zhou Chun decisively ordered the azure cloud python to lead him and the others to the Mu family's mountain gate on Bidayan Mountain, while having the fire god Jacquel cover their retreat. Zhang Zixuan wanted to silence them and keep the secret, but he needed the ability. Therefore, after seeing Zhou Chun and the others leave, he knew there was no point in continuing the fight, so he didn't pursue the fire god Jacquel, who also retreated from the battlefield, but instead quickly returned to the Kian Alliance headquarters to report the matter. As for the Spirit Ice Spring, anyone with a cultivation level below the Purple Mansion stage couldn't even destroy it. Moving it would require immense effort, even for ordinary Golden Core stage cultivators. Therefore, there's no need to worry about it being taken by anyone. 5 days later, Zhou Chun, who was in the market, learned of the battle at Wild Wolf Ridge. A Spirit Ice Spring is hidden beneath Wild Wolf Ridge. No wonder the Kiyun Alliance killed the Mu family members so readily. Recalling his own journey with the Mu family from Bidayan Mountain to Wild Wolf Ridge, only to be hunted down by Kiyun Alliance cultivators, Zhou Chun suddenly understood a question that had troubled him for years. Presumably, at that time, the Kiyun Alliance had only recently discovered the Spirit Ice Spring and hadn't yet set up an array to conceal it, which is why they were worried about cultivators entering Wild Wolf Ridge discovering this secret, and this dealt a heavy blow to the Mu family cultivators. Zhou Chun remembered that Mu Zuanfeng, the head of the Mu family, had also captured a key refining cultivator from the Kiyun Alliance. Could it be that the latter was unaware of the inside story? That was probably the case. Otherwise, if the Mu family had known about the existence of the Spirit Ice Spring earlier, even if they couldn't obtain it on their own, they could have presented the information to Golden Core Cultivator at the Kinglian Temple and received a reward in return. However, now that the information had been leaked, the Spirit Ice Spring would likely end up in the hands of the Kinglian Temple anyway. Thinking of this, Zhou Chun secretly envied them. Large sects like the Kinglian Temple in the cultivation world were actually the most comfortable. They didn't need to manage the smaller sects and families below them much, letting them compete and fight amongst themselves as long as they didn't cross certain lines. But whenever these smaller sects and families discovered any valuable treasures, large sects like the Kinglian Temple could easily and legitimately acquire them. And the Kiyun Alliance had suffered a silent loss this time. Would they be willing to let it go? Zhou Chun frowned again, feeling worried for his clansmen far away in Jilfang Ridge. At this moment, Zhou Chun, the Zhou family patriarch, had also returned to the Zhou family's mountain gate in Jilfang Ridge. Several Zhou family elders and the Supreme Elder Zhou Ming were gathered together, speculating about the Qiyun Alliance's reaction. The news about the Spirit Eye Spring has already been reported to the Qinglian Temple by the Mu family. The four major families have an advantage in this regard, so it's unlikely that the Qinglian Temple will let the Qiyun Alliance use this to gain favor. However, the Qinglian Temple has never interfered in the struggles between various cultivation families and rogue cultivators. Besides, the Qiyun Alliance seems to have other backers, so it's unlikely that the Qinglian Temple will take action against them based on this alone. Since its establishment, the Qiyun Alliance has never encountered any setbacks or suffered any losses, but this time they have stumbled at our hands. They certainly won't let this go easily. Next, they will definitely choose a place as their target for retaliation, and it's very likely that it will be our Zhou family. Inside this haunting hall, Zhou Daowei spoke in a deep voice, sharing relevant information in his own speculations, and was the first to speak. Upon hearing his words, the several Foundation establishment cultivators of the Zhou family in the hall couldn't help but nod in agreement. The first elder, Zhou Mingshan, spoke in a hoarse voice, "Among the 5 great cultivation families, only our Zhou family is an outsider. No one from our family has risen to prominence in the Qinglian Temple. The 9 Peaks Ridge Gate was forcibly seized from the hands of rogue cultivators. If the Qiyun Alliance wants to retaliate, our Zhou family is indeed the most suitable target, but our Zhou family is not a pushover. Under my personal control, and with the coordinated efforts of all our family members, the protective array of 9 Peaks Ridge is sufficient to withstand attacks from enemies many times our size. If the Qiyun Alliance truly targets our Zhou family for retaliation, they will have to mobilize their entire army to have any chance of winning." These words came from the second elder, Zhou Chongshan, a short, somewhat ugly old man. However, his confident words did little to alleviate the anxieties of the others. Clan Chief Zhou Daowei glanced at him and said softly, "The leader of the Qiyun Alliance is said to possess a late-stage purple mansion cultivation." These words immediately caused Zhou Chongshan's expression to change drastically, and he fell silent. Once cultivation reaches the purple mansion stage, even a small difference in cultivation level results in a vast difference in strength. The Zhou family's supreme elder, Zhou Ming, and his spirit pet, the fire god Jackal, could barely contend with a mid-stage purple mansion cultivator. However, they were absolutely no match for a late-stage purple mansion cultivator. And just one late-stage purple mansion cultivator at full power was enough to push the Zhou family's protective array to its maximum pressure. Then let's prepare for the Qiyun Alliance's attack on 9 Peaks Ridge as a form of retaliation. I'll temporarily leave the family." The Zhou family's supreme elder, Zhou Ming, waved his hand, making the final decision. Yes, several Foundation establishment cultivators from the Zhou family exchanged glances and silently agreed. Soon, all the Zhou family cultivators at 9 Peaks Ridge were mobilized. Talismans were taken from the family treasury and distributed to each Zhou family cultivator. If a major battle were to break out outside 9 Peaks Ridge, even the Zhou family cultivators who had just embarked on the path of cultivation would have to use their meager magical power to activate the talismans for combat. Several days later, a golden core cultivator from the Azure Lotus Temple, having received the news, indeed led several disciples skilled in formations to Wild Wolf Ridge and began setting up an array to relocate the Spirit Eye Spring. Meanwhile, after a few days of silence, the Qiyun Alliance quickly organized a large number of cultivators and left their headquarters. However, these cultivators did not attack the Zhou family at 9 Peaks Ridge, but instead headed straight for the Crimson Radiance iron mine, seemingly intending to seize it. This situation left the Zhou family's higher-ups both pleased and worried. They were pleased that the Zhou family's mountain gate would not be attacked by war again, but worried that the loss of the Crimson Radiance iron mine would cause the Zhou family enormous losses. Therefore, the higher-ups of the 5 major cultivation families quickly gathered again to discuss countermeasures. Ultimately, the 5 major cultivation families reached a consensus. They would all send members to support the mine and fight a fair and square battle with the Qiyun Alliance at the Crimson Radiance iron mine. After the discussions were finalized, each family began selecting their elite members to head to the Sun family at Golden Maple Ridge. The Zhou family alone dispatched a team of 35 people, all with a minimum cultivation level of the 6th level of key refining, and also brought along some tamed demonic beasts that the Zhou family had already trained for battle. The other families also sent varying numbers of members based on their total population. When the teams of the 5 major cultivation families finally assembled at the Sun family's mountain gate at Golden Maple Ridge, the total number of participants reached 173, including 15 Foundation establishment cultivators. In addition, there were 3 Purple Mansion stage cultivators in the team, from the Zhou, Wang, and Sun families respectively. The Purple Mansion stage cultivator from the Sun family was a core disciple of the Azure Lotus Temple, a member of the family who had joined the Azure Lotus Temple from the Sun family over 300 years ago, and whose current cultivation level was already at the mid-Purple Mansion stage. The 5 major cultivation families had all paid a price to persuade him to participate in the battle. Reporting, esteemed seniors, the Qiyun Alliance has appeared 100 miles away, inside a grand hall within the Sun family mountain gate. A key refining cultivator from the Zhou family, responsible for intelligence gathering, rushed into the hall and respectfully reported the latest intelligence to the high-ranking members of the 5 major cultivation families, some seated and some standing. Upon hearing this, everyone in the hall turned their gaze to a pale-faced middle-aged Taoist priest in a blue robe at the head of the hall. Scout further, report back after 30 miles, facing the gazes of the crowd. The pale-faced middle-aged Taoist priest merely moved his lips slightly in response. Yes. The Zhou family cultivator who had been conducting the reconnaissance respectfully replied and quickly retreated from the hall. After dismissing the scouts, the pale-faced middle-aged Taoist priest stood up, his gaze sweeping over the cultivators in the hall. He said, "Fellow Daoists, the thieves have come from afar and have no place to meditate and recuperate. The timing and the terrain are both in our hands. We will surely win this battle, we will surely win this battle." The cultivators all responded in deep voices, their eyes filled with fighting spirit. Seeing this, the pale-faced middle-aged Taoist priest nodded in satisfaction, then flicked his whisk and ordered in a deep voice, "Depart." After speaking, he strode out of the hall. Soon, 173 cultivators from the 5 major immortal cultivation families left the Sun family's mountain gate at Golden Maple Ridge and headed straight for the Qiyun Alliance cultivators dozens of miles away to meet them. The following is a separate, unrelated section: Mortal cultivation, starting with a cleansing immortal jar. Family cultivation, starting with a cleansing immortal jar. I'm thinking of changing the title to something like this. What do you guys think? Which one is better? Which one makes you more eager to read on? Chapter 57 Wilderness Battle, Python transforms into dragon. Outside Golden Maple Ridge, over 200 Qiyun Alliance cultivators, young and old, were seen riding various mounts at breakneck speed. For low-level cultivators, long journeys are extremely taxing on their mana and spirit, so these Qiyun Alliance cultivators had been traveling on horseback the entire way. However, due to their limited cultivation, most of their mounts were ordinary wild animals, including cattle, horses, deer, and sheep. Moreover, due to insufficient taming, many of these wild animals either overturned their riders or tried to escape when their riders rested, causing quite a few comical situations. Nevertheless, after several days of arduous travel, they were about to successfully reach their destination, and their mana was basically at its peak. Alliance leader, there have been eagles from the 5 major families scouting overhead. Should we kill all these feathered beasts now to prevent them from gaining the upper hand when we engage the enemy? A late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator from the Qiyun Alliance, riding a black scale steed, looked up at the azure sky above and offered this suggestion to Alliance leader Tang Yuan with a somewhat displeased expression. Compared to other cultivators in the Qiyun Alliance, Tang Yuan, as a late-stage Purple Mansion cultivator, naturally possessed a much more prestigious mount. His mount was a golden leopard, a mid-grade second-tier demonic beast, exceptionally magnificent. Upon hearing his subordinate's suggestion, Tang Yuan, who appeared youthful despite his white hair, simply waved his hand and said, "No need for that. We just need to let them know we're here. This time, we'll show these families the power of the Qiyun Alliance." The cultivator who had made the suggestion immediately changed his expression, his face beaming with flattery. "Alliance leader, you are mighty and powerful. This time, you will definitely make those family cultivators taste the bitterness of defeat." "It will," Tang Yuan said confidently, his face full of self-assurance. Those Qiyun Alliance cultivators who overheard their conversation also showed expressions of anticipation. Soon after, outside the Crimson Pine Forest where the Crimson Radiance Iron Mine was located, the forces of the 5 major cultivation families clashed head-on with the Qiyun Alliance cultivators. "Tang Yuan, retreat now and behave yourself as your mountain king." Everything can be pretended never happened. Above the forest, Sun Yaowu, a core disciple of the Kinglian Temple, looked at Tang Yuan, the leader of the Qiyun Alliance, with a stern expression and issued his final ultimatum. Of course, he knew in his heart that the other party couldn't really do that. Sure enough, Tang Yuan, on the back of the golden leopard, suddenly leaped into the air, hovering with his hands behind his back, and said calmly, Sun Yaowu, if you weren't a core disciple of the Kinglian Temple, today I, Tang, would make sure you never return, and your 300 years of cultivation would turn to ashes. How dare you? Sun Yaowu's face turned red with anger, and he immediately roared, then let me see what kind of ability you have, daring to speak so arrogantly. Before he finished speaking, he waved his sleeve and summoned a blue flying sword, slashing it towards Tang Yuan. This became the signal for the attack. Instantly, Zhou Ming and Wang Guangping, a purple mansion cultivator from the Wang family, each found a vice leader of the Qiyun Alliance to fight. Zhou Ming's opponent was none other than Zhang Zixuan, the vice leader of the Qiyun Alliance who had previously cultivated in Wild Wolf Ridge. However, with Zhou Ming, their master, present this time, the fire god Jackal displayed a strength far greater than before. Zhou Ming's hands moved rapidly, forming hand seals, and the flames burning on the fire god Jackal's body quickly condensed into armor covered in profound fire runes. He then patted his storage pouch at his waist, and a pair of crimson golden metal claw-like magical artifacts flew out, which the fire god Jackal caught in its claws and attached to itself. Armed in this way, the fire god Jackal howled and pounced on Zhang Zixuan like a mad dog. Zhou Ming also unleashed his magical artifacts, launching a combined attack on Zhang Zixuan. On another battlefield, 13 Foundation establishment cultivators from the 5 great cultivation families quickly clashed with 17 Foundation establishment cultivators from the Qiyun Alliance. At first glance, the Qiyun Alliance seemed to have a significant numerical advantage. However, in reality, they had no advantage whatsoever. This was because the Foundation establishment cultivators from the 5 great cultivation families not only generally possessed cultivation levels above the mid-Foundation establishment stage, but each also wielded more than 2 second-tier magical artifacts. In contrast, many Foundation establishment cultivators from the Qiyun Alliance only possessed a second-tier magic weapon for show, and several were even in the early Foundation establishment stage. Therefore, it wasn't just cultivators like Zhou Daoyi and Zhou Daoquan, with their second-tier demonic beast pets, who could fight 2 opponents at once. Even some veteran Foundation establishment cultivators from the 5 great immortal cultivation families without pet assistance could hold their own against 2 opponents. This situation was almost identical among the key refining cultivators. Although the Qiyun Alliance had over 200 key refining cultivators this time, exceeding the number from the 5 great immortal cultivation families by 30–40%, their cultivation levels and wealth were significantly inferior. More importantly, the 5 great immortal cultivation families possessed profound resources. Each participating cultivator was given a large number of magic talismans beforehand, allowing them to frequently use them to aid in battle. The Qiyun Alliance cultivators, however, did not receive this treatment. They essentially had to rely on their personal savings for assistance. As a result, not long after the 2 sides clashed, the 5 major cultivation families used a large number of magic talismans to kill dozens of Qiyun Alliance cultivators. Terrified, the remaining Qiyun Alliance cultivators dared not hold back any longer and emptied their coffers, pulling out their most treasured magic talismans to retaliate. Kinking, Cloud Dragon Transformation. In the sky, Zhou Daoyi stood on the back of the Azure Cloud Python, using his bronze flying sword to parry his opponent's magic weapons, while simultaneously forming hand seals to activate the dragon bloodline within the Azure Cloud Python. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded through the sky, and the cloud patterns on the Azure Cloud Python's belly suddenly burst forth with dazzling white light. Immediately afterward, a single, distinctly blue and white dragon horn condensed from the top of the Azure Cloud Python's head, and dragon claws sprouted from its belly. This transformation instantly shocked countless cultivators, and Zhou Daoyi's opponent was completely stunned by the sight. However, the Azure Cloud Python, now transformed into a dragon, showed no mercy. Its golden eyes swept over its enemy, and with a gentle spit, a terrifying beam of bluish-white light shot towards them. Zhou Daoyi's opponent was a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. He had assumed that his cultivation, being a minor realm higher than Zhou Daoyi's, would be enough to handle both of them. But now he realized how naive he had been. The moment he was stared at by the azure cloud python's dragon eyes, he shuddered and quickly regained his senses. He hastily used a dark brown square shield-like magic artifact to block the bluish-white light beam. However, this second-tier defensive artifact, which he had purchased at great expense, was instantly torn apart and shattered into countless fragments. He himself was also struck by the aftershock and sent flying backward. Before he could regain his footing and calm the turbulent energy within his body, the azure cloud python, transformed into a dragon, flicked its tail and, like a gentle breeze, appeared beside him in the blink of an eye, its dragon claws slamming down on him. No! A scream echoed through the sky. A late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator died on the spot in just over 10 breaths. After killing this late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator with a single swipe of its claw, the azure cloud python swung its tail again, swiftly attacking the enemy fighting Zhou Chun. In this way, within a mere 60 breaths, the azure cloud python, transformed into a dragon, successively killed 3 Foundation establishment cultivators from the Qiyun Alliance. After this battle, the name of Zhou, the Zhou family patriarch, spread throughout the Lanzhou cultivation world, inspiring awe in many cultivators from both sides who witnessed the battle. The demonic beasts and spirit pets of the Zhou family thus left a deep impression on the people of the Lanzhou cultivation world in Jingguo. This gave the cultivators of the 5 major cultivation families a significant advantage in both the key refining and Foundation establishment stages, boosting their confidence and strengthening their resolve to win like never before. However, in the crucial Purple Mansion stage, the 5 families were in a precarious situation. Although Sun Yaowu came from a major sect like the Azure Lotus Temple, his cultivation was still a small realm lower than Tang Yuan's. Moreover, Tang Yuan's ability to cultivate to the late Purple Mansion stage as a rogue cultivator suggested he had encountered some extraordinary opportunities. After a brief exchange, Sun Yaowu gradually lost ground and began to suffer setbacks. While Zhou Ming, in alliance with his spirit pet fire god Jackal, also held a significant advantage, defeating Zhang Zixun was not something he could do in a short time. Wang Guangping and Wei Feng, another vice leader of the Qiyun Alliance, were locked in a fierce battle, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Fellow Taoist Zhou, Tang Yuan is truly formidable. I fear I am no match for him alone. I implore you to spare some time to lend a hand. Suddenly, Sun Yaowu's divine sense transmission echoed in Zhou Ming's mind, pleading for his help. He turned to look at the battlefield not far away, where he saw Sun Yaowu being forced into defensive posture by Tang Yuan, relying solely on a mid-grade 3rd-tier defensive magic artifact to sustain himself. Then he looked at his own opponent. Zhang Zixun was also being suppressed by the fire god Jackal, sweating profusely and nearing his limit. At this moment, Zhou Ming was undoubtedly facing a difficult choice. If he exerted just a little more effort, even if he couldn't kill Zhang Zixun, he would certainly be able to severely injure him. However, if Sun Yaowu didn't receive his support, he suspected that the other party might simply flee and retreat. After all, unlike him, although Sun Yaowu had the blood of the Sun family flowing through his veins, he had been cultivating at the Qinglian Temple for over 300 years and didn't have a strong sense of belonging to the Sun family. He was unlikely to risk his life for the Sun family. Moreover, the Qiyun Alliance hadn't attacked the Sun family yet. Fellow Taoist Sun, hold on. I'm coming to your aid. After weighing his options for a moment, Zhou Ming finally decided to help Sun Yaowu. Otherwise, if Sun Yaowu were to escape, the 5 great cultivation families would suffer a crushing defeat in today's battle. Chapter 58 A resounding victory, pressing the attack. Outside Golden Maple Ridge, corpses littered the ground. Some were the bodies of the 5 great cultivation families, others of the Qiyun Alliance cultivators, but the majority belonged to the latter. The great battle was over, ending in victory for the 5 great cultivation families. However, it was a Pyrrhic victory. Of the 173 cultivators from the 5 great cultivation families who participated, 35 perished on the spot, 7 were maimed, and dozens more were wounded in various ways. Even 2 Foundation establishment cultivators fell, and many more were injured. The statistics are in. In this battle, our side killed 11 Foundation establishment cultivators from the Qiyun Alliance, severely injured 3, killed 189 key refining cultivators from the Qiyun Alliance, and wounded countless others. Furthermore, most of the spoils of war from the enemies killed in this battle have been taken by our cultivators, with a small portion taken by the fleeing enemies, Inside the Sun family's mountain gate at Golden Maple Ridge, Sun's Honping, the Sun family patriarch responsible for cleaning up the battlefield and tallying the results, hurriedly entered the hall and reported the statistics to the group of people meditating and healing inside. The cultivator sitting at the head of the hall was now Zhou Ming from the Zhou family. As for Sun Yaowu, the mid-stage purple mansion cultivator, he had already returned to the Qinglian temple overnight to seek help from his elders for healing. It turned out that during the previous battle, although Zhou Ming had given up his advantage to help Sun Yaowu for the sake of the overall situation, no one expected that Tang Yuan had hidden a secret treasure, the Yang Fire Thunder Pearl. Seeing Zhou Ming come to help Sun Yaowu, Tang Yuan immediately threw the pearl at him. Caught off guard, Sun Yaowu was severely injured in the blast, nearly losing his physical body. Tang Yuan, however, lacked the courage to truly kill the core disciple of the Qinglian temple after his initial attack. He immediately turned his attention to Zhou Ming, intending to kill him. But he underestimated the Zhou family's resources. At the critical moment, Zhou Ming also produced an extremely rare, Heavenly Thunder Treasure Talisman, activating it on the spot and unleashing it at Tang Yuan. This, Heavenly Thunder Treasure Talisman, was a secret talisman created by a golden core cultivator who collected the power of Heavenly Thunder and sealed it using advanced talisman-making techniques. Its power was comparable to golden core cultivator's personal attack. Tang Yuan, struck by this talisman, suffered injuries no less severe than Sun Yaowu's. Daring not to linger on the battlefield, he silently used a secret escape technique to flee. Seeing that even a late-stage purple mansion cultivator like Tang Yuan had been nearly killed on the spot by the Heavenly Thunder Treasure Scroll, the remaining two vice leaders of the Qiyun Alliance dared not remain on the battlefield. Who knew if Zhou Ming had another Heavenly Thunder Treasure Scroll? Thus, victory was decided immediately after the battle between the two purple mansion cultivators. Because Zhou Ming had severely injured Tang Yuan, it was only natural that he would now lead the 5 major cultivation families. After listening to Sun's Honping, the head of the Sun family, Zhou Ming glanced at the cultivators in the hall and slowly said, "Fellow Daoists, although our side suffered considerable losses in this battle, the results were equally brilliant and enormous, a great victory indeed. However, if you don't kill the snake, you might get bitten in return. After this battle, we will have a blood feud with the Qiyun Alliance. If we don't eliminate Tang Yuan while he is still severely injured, the consequences will be unpredictable once he recovers." At this point, Zhou Ming paused slightly, then said solemnly, "Therefore, I suggest that our 5 major families mobilize all their forces now, surround their headquarters before those Qiyun Alliance thieves can react, and then, once the main force arrives, attack the mountain and break through their formation, wiping them out in one fell swoop." After he finished speaking, no one in the hall responded for a long time. The cultivators in the hall were well aware of the principle of not killing the snake. However, besieging the Qiyun Alliance headquarters and intending to annihilate it in one fell swoop was no easy task. Even if it were accomplished, the casualties among the 5 major cultivation families would be far greater than in the previous battle. It must be understood that the cultivators who died in the war were all relatives of the cultivators present. The deaths of dozens of people were already deeply distressing for them. If more were to die, their family's vitality would be severely damaged. They themselves might not even have survived. Therefore, even though they knew Zhou Ming was right and made sense, none of the cultivators immediately responded. After a long silence, Wang Guangping, a purple mansion cultivator from the Wang family, finally spoke up, saying, "Fellow Taoist Zhou is very right. However, I believe that while we can put on a show, we need to carefully consider the actual attack on the mountain and breaking the formation." These words immediately drew agreement from the cultivators in the hall. Yes, Senior Wang is right. A mere show of force to intimidate those rogue cultivators is enough. Attacking mountains and breaking formations results in too many casualties. It's best to avoid it if possible. Fellow Taoist Sun is right. Rogue cultivators are easily frightened. If we make a big show of it, we might be able to force the Qiyun Alliance to disband. I also think that if we can avoid attacking mountains and breaking formations, it's best to avoid such things. Except for the 2 foundation establishment cultivators from the Zhou family, most of the other foundation establishment cultivators echoed Wang Guangping's words, all wanting to avoid another hard battle. It's not surprising they felt this way, nor was it due to lack of foresight. The reality was that their reason for going to war with the Qiyun Alliance was simply because the Qiyun Alliance's arrogant attitude made them feel their status was challenged, so they prepared to teach the Qiyun Alliance a lesson. Now, after a major battle, they had proven their strength and status to the entire Lanzhou cultivation world with a great victory. It could be said that their goal in starting the war had been achieved. Under these circumstances, how could they possibly risk countless deaths to fight the Qiyun Alliance to the death? Faced with this overwhelming opposition, Zhou Ming, though somewhat regretful, wouldn't truly ignore the majority opinion. He immediately nodded in agreement, saying, "Since everyone agrees that the current situation isn't suitable for another hard-fought battle to breach the mountain and break through the formation, let's surround it first and create a show of force." So, after a short period of meditation and rest to recover their magical power, the experts from the 5 major cultivation families on the Sun family's side flew together towards the Qiyun Alliance headquarters. At the same time, the cultivators remaining at the 5 major cultivation families, having quickly received the news, also dispatched people with key refining stage cultivators to the Qiyun Alliance headquarters, creating the impression that they were truly determined to annihilate the Qiyun Alliance. This momentum left those forces that had been closely monitoring both sides uncertain and unsure whether they were serious. The 2 vice leaders of the Qiyun Alliance, who had barely returned to their headquarters and hadn't even had a chance to settle in, were already frantic, like ants on a hot plate. What do we do? The Alliance leader isn't here, what should we do? Vice leader Wei Feng muttered to himself, his face grim. Although he didn't name names, only he and another vice leader, Zhang Zixuan, were in the room, so he was clearly asking the other. But Zhang Zixuan was equally anxious and couldn't answer his question. He could only say in a low voice, "Let's wait. Even though the Alliance leader isn't here, we've already notified him with a 1,000-mile communication talisman. Even if he's in seclusion, he wouldn't refuse a 1,000-mile communication talisman." Hearing this, Wei Feng's lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but he held back. Finally, he could only sigh, "Alice. That's all we can do." Even identified Purple Mansion stage cultivator could only sigh now. Meanwhile, Zhou Chun, who was in the market, quickly received news of the Qiyun Alliance's crushing defeat and the siege of their mountain gate. As the saying goes, good news doesn't travel far, but bad news travels fast. The Qiyun Alliance has risen so rapidly in less than 20 years, naturally offending and harming countless people. Many, though unable to retaliate, can easily spread the news of their setbacks. Moreover, the 5 major cultivation families are also actively publicizing the outcome of the Battle of Golden Maple Ridge and the siege of the Qiyun Alliance's mountain gate. Even their mountain gate is besieged. It seems that even if the Qiyun Alliance isn't wiped out, their momentum will be greatly diminished, and they'll definitely have to lie low for a while. The 5 major cultivation families truly live up to their long-standing family traditions. Their foundation is far superior to that of a nouveau riche like the Qiyun Alliance. Inside the Spirit Beast Pavilion, Zhou Chun, combining information from various sources, made his own judgment. Then he remembered another matter currently being hotly discussed in the market. The Zhou family patriarch, Zhou Daoyi, using a dragon to kill 3 foundation establishment cultivators from the Qiyun Alliance. Zhou Chun knew, of course, that Zhou Daoyi hadn't tamed any dragons, only a azure cloud python. Therefore, the dragon mentioned in the message was most likely a transformation of the azure cloud python, and it was certainly a temporary transformation using some secret technique, not a true evolution into a dragon. Since the clan leader's azure cloud python could be temporarily transformed into a dragon using a secret technique, my silver lightning python should be able to do the same after it reaches the 2nd tier, right? Did the 3rd elder tell me to keep an eye out for acquiring spiritual items like dragon blood grass and dragon blood stone because he knew the clan possessed such a secret technique and wanted me to prepare in advance? Zhou Chun felt that was most likely the case. Then, a surge of excitement rose within him. Evolving a silver lightning python into a dragon was incredibly difficult. But to temporarily transform into a dragon and master some of its divine abilities would be an extremely powerful skill. This was evident from Zhou Daoyi's ability, despite only being at the mid-foundation establishment stage, to kill a late foundation establishment cultivator and 2 other foundation establishment cultivators. If Zhou Chun can master this secret technique in the future, his strength will only surpass Zhou Daoyi's after he successfully establishes his foundation. After all, the lightning spells wielded by the silver lightning python are far more powerful than the wind spells of the azure cloud python. Forget it. Let's leave the title as it is. The editor said changing the title now might mislead readers who have already added the book to their collections, causing them to leave. So, I won't change it. Chapter 59 Rock Tortoise Advancement. The 5 major cultivation families besieged the Qiyun Alliance's mountain gate, seemingly preparing to wipe it out in one fell swoop. But just as the onlookers in Lanzhou's cultivation world thought they were about to witness a dramatic and exciting massacre, the matter suddenly ended. Yes, it ended. Because the true backer of the Qiyun Alliance stepped forward and spoke. It turned out that the Qiyun Alliance's leader, Tang Yuan, was actually a disciple of the Heavenly Mirror Hermit, a golden core cultivator from Lingzhou in the Jing Kingdom. The Qiyun Alliance was founded under his orders. This Heavenly Mirror Hermit was a renowned figure throughout the Jing Kingdom, possessing a cultivation level as high as the late Golden Core stage, making him one of the highest-ranking rogue cultivators in the Jing Kingdom. His Heavenly Mirror Manor in Lingzhou was also a powerful rogue cultivator force. Now that this highly respected late Golden Core cultivator from the Jing Kingdom had spoken, how could the 5 major cultivation families in Lanzhou dare to touch a hair on the Qiyun Alliance's head? Although their departure was somewhat disheveled, the leaders of the 5 major cultivation families were not at all panicked. On the contrary, they were overjoyed. Since Heavenly Mirror Hermit had been forced to step forward to protect the Qiyun Alliance, they no longer needed to deal with the Qiyun Alliance. Neither the Qinglian Temple nor the forces in Lanzhou with Golden Core cultivators would allow the Qiyun Alliance to continue its expansion and causing trouble in Lanzhou. Therefore, even if the Qiyun Alliance could continue to exist in Lanzhou, it would absolutely not dare to retaliate against the 5 major cultivation families on a large scale. This was a tacit understanding in the cultivation world. Small forces could fight and kill each other without issue. However, when Golden Core cultivators were involved, places like Lanzhou, which were controlled, could not allow Golden Core cultivators from other regions to run rampant. Otherwise, the 3 Absolute Sect wouldn't have been forcibly dismantled by the Qinglian Temple. Not long after the matter was resolved, Zhou Jiasheng returned to Hongai Market. Thank goodness, Uncle 16, you're finally back safe and sound. Inside the Spirit Beast Hall, Zhou Chun exclaimed with emotion upon seeing Zhou Jiasheng's safe return. Then, looking at him with concern, he asked, "How are things? How's the situation at the clan? I heard that many people died in the battle with the Qiyun Alliance. Is our Zhou family alright?" Hearing this, Zhou Jiasheng sighed with a bitter smile. "How could we be alright?" Then, in a low voice, he said, "In this battle, not only did the clan lose 3 members, but one also lost an arm. Many members were injured and need long-term recovery, and many of our clan's spirit pets were also killed or crippled. The losses are considerable." At this point, Zhou Jiasheng also looked at Zhou Chun and said, "Originally, the clan leader wanted to let you return to the clan to collect your reward after the matter was over, but now, he needs to handle all the follow-up matters, so I'm afraid he won't have time to worry about this for a while. I hope you can understand." Hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately replied, "Don't worry, 16th uncle, of course I understand. It's good that you understand." Zhou Jiasheng nodded, then looked at Zhou Chun and asked, "How has business been at the shop lately? Please bring me the operating ledgers for this period." As the shopkeeper, he would definitely check the accounts upon his return. Fortunately, Zhou Chun was prepared and immediately brought out the relevant ledgers for him to review, even not concealing his use of personal funds to purchase and resell the red essence Ganoderma. This matter couldn't be hidden any longer. Li Xian, the shopkeeper of Li's pharmacy, was waiting for an opportunity to get revenge. If he was in the market, it would be fine, but if he wasn't, who knew what Zhou Jiasheng would think when he found out? After hearing about his resale of the red essence Ganoderma, Zhou Jiasheng, while surprised and envious of his luck, nodded slightly and said, "This is also your personal opportunity and luck. Even if the clan leader finds out, he won't say much." In fact, almost every shopkeeper in the market had done this kind of thing. Otherwise, why would the position of shopkeeper in the market be so sought after in various forces? It's just that some people went too far, directly misappropriating the shop's funds to do this. Others, like Zhou Chun, used their personal savings to do it. The former, once discovered by the family, would be directly punished. The latter, even if discovered, would generally be overlooked by various factions. After all, to make a horse run, you have to feed it. You always need to give the shopkeeper and employees some incentives to ensure they work hard and build a good reputation. For family factions, the better the reputation, the higher the turnover, and ultimately, the more they earn. Zhou Chun understood this, which is why he dared to so openly sell red essence Ganadama at Li's pharmacy, and now dared to discuss it directly with Zhou Jiashen. So, after letting the matter drop, Zhou Chun returned to his job as a shop assistant. More than a month later, Zhou Chun's first spirit pet, the rock turtle, finally awoke from its slumber and advanced to a first-tier high-grade demon beast. Reaching the first-tier high-grade demon beast level signifies adulthood for the rock turtle species. The rock tortoise was now nearly 8 feet wide at its back and 13 feet long from head to tail, its body covered in inverted triangular spikes, the shortest of which were at least a finger's length. Such a heavily armed giant tortoise would be impossible for ordinary demonic beasts to bite. But its growth wasn't limited to its size, its strength had also increased dramatically. After advancing to first-tier superior demonic beast, the rock tortoise had awakened and mastered several innate earth elemental spells, including the powerful falling rocks technique, the incredibly strong stone armor technique, and even a relatively rare earth elemental spell for trapping enemies, the earth prison technique. With these spells and its own formidable defense, the rock tortoise could now hold its own against a 9th-level key refining cultivator, with a considerable chance of victory. If Zhou Chun were also included, the master and servant working together would be able to put up a fight even against those at the 11th or 12th level of key refining. Good stone, it wasn't a waste of time to raise you. Very good, very good. In the backyard of the shop, Zhou Chun looked at the enormous, yellowish-brown tortoise that occupied a fifth of the yard, his face full of smiles. He actually wanted to go up and touch the tortoise's head, but looking at the barbs all over its head, he gave up the idea. He could only kick the gap on the tortoise's back with his foot as a gesture of affection. At this moment, the silver lightning python Bye-Bye sensed its master's arrival and crawled out of the open window of the bedroom. It quickly climbed up Zhou Chun's legs and onto his shoulders, its forked tongue leaving several wet streaks on his face. Bye-Bye, don't be silly, I can't carry you now. Zhou Chun reached out and patted the silver-white python's head, telling it to get down quickly. Now this python was nearly 2 zang long and weighed 200 or 300 jin. Even for Zhou Chun, a cultivator whose physical strength was much stronger than that of ordinary people, such weight was very uncomfortable on his body. Hiss hiss. After letting out 2 reluctant hisses, Bye-Bye finally slid to the ground and conveyed a desire to eat to Zhou Chun. It turned out it hadn't eaten for several days. Normally, a python can go for several days or even more than 10 days without eating after a single meal. However, Bye-Bye was less than a year old and was developing rapidly, so its eating frequency was much higher. Zhou Chun had previously needed to watch over the shop and couldn't take it hunting, so he had been buying monster meat from rogue cultivators to feed it. Because of the presence of turbid evil energy, monster meat was inedible for ordinary cultivators. Often, after hunting monsters in the wild, rogue cultivators would only take the hides, claws, and other parts that could be used for talisman making, weapon crafting, and pill refining. They would only take some meat and bones if their storage bags had a large enough capacity. Therefore, it wasn't easy for Zhou Chun to buy these things in the market at any time. He had even considered placing orders specifically with the rogue cultivators who went out to the market, asking them to bring him some monster meat when they came. After all, the nutritional value of demon beast meat is much higher than that of ordinary wild animal meat, and many of the Zhou family's spirit beast feeds are made primarily from demon beast meat. However, since the sales volume of spirit beast feed is limited, the demon beast meat obtained by the Zhou family cultivators themselves from hunting demon beasts is enough to meet their needs, so the spirit beast shop hasn't been purchasing it yet. The main reason is that it's not convenient to preserve this kind of food for a long time. An ice house is necessary. But if a large underground ice house were to be built in the market, a considerable amount of rent would have to be paid to the market management. Therefore, the Zhou family is currently purchasing beast meat from independent cultivators who come to the Zhou family to cultivate. Looking at the large python that had raised its head and was staring at him expectantly, Zhou Chun hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "All right, since you're hungry and stone has broken through, let's ask for leave today and go hunting ourselves." After saying this, he put both spirit pets into his spirit beast bag and went to the shop in front to ask Zhou Jiashen, the shopkeeper, for leave. Upon learning that Zhou Chun was going out to hunt and feed his spirit pets, Zhou Jiashen didn't say much, only telling him to be careful and not to stray too far from the market area. Chapter 60, Internal Strife Among the Rogue Cultivators, a Rescue Intervention. The Red Rock Mountains stretch for 200 to 300 miles, and apart from the Red Cliff Market, no other cultivation forces exist within them. However, due to the market, cultivators frequently come and go, resulting in almost no demonic beasts remaining in the mountains. Moreover, the closer one gets to the market, the fewer wild animals there are. After all, although wild animals have low intelligence, their instinct to seek advantage and avoid danger still keeps them away from dangerous areas. Therefore, it was truly difficult for Zhou Chun to hunt enough wild animals near the market to feed the silver lightning python and the rock tortoise. He wandered around within a 10-mile radius of the market for half an hour and only managed to catch small animals like rabbits and pheasants, barely enough to feed the silver lightning python a third of its capacity. This was hardly worth the time he had taken a special leave to come out. Therefore, after hesitating for a moment, Zhou Chun headed further into the mountains and forests. After moving 30 or 40 miles away from the market, the number of wild animals in the mountains and forests indeed increased, and Zhou Chun easily hunted 2 wild deer and a wild boar. This amount of meat was enough for his 2 spirit pets to have a hearty meal. Zhou Chun immediately released his 2 spirit pets to eat on the spot, so as not to spoil his storage bag. However, just as the silver lightning python swallowed a wild deer and the rock tortoise ate half a wild boar, the booming sounds of battle echoed from the nearby forest. Seeing this, Zhou Chun's expression tightened, and he quickly put the silver lightning python, which had just finished eating a wild deer, into his spirit beast bag first. After a slight hesitation, he ordered the rock tortoise to speed up its eating, while he himself put the other wild deer carcass into his storage bag. After waiting for about 15 minutes, the rock tortoise finally finished off the remaining half of the wild boar, smashing and gnawing on the hide with a single paw. Meanwhile, the commotion in the nearby forest continued unabated, and a wildfire even broke out. Without further hesitation, Zhou Chun put the rock tortoise back into his spirit beast bag and began to leave. But he had barely walked 30 paces when a loud shout suddenly echoed through the forest, causing him to stop in his tracks. "Liu Xian, if you run away like this, do you know what will happen to your father, Liu Xian?" Was that the female cultivator? A veiled figure of a girl in green robes flashed through Zhou Chun's mind. The profits from reselling the Crimson Essence Ganoderma were immense, so Zhou Chun had a deep impression of the Liu father and daughter from that day, and naturally wouldn't forget their names. Therefore, he naturally stopped in his tracks. "Auntie, your actions against my father and daughter will definitely be exposed. Even if I, Liu Xian, am used as a furnace for someone else, I will make you pay for your crimes in blood." A clear, resentful female voice followed, echoing through the forest. Because he hadn't heard the girl in green speak that day, Zhou Chun couldn't confirm that the voice belonged to her. But his curiosity was piqued. Judging from the conversation, the Liu father and daughter seemed to have been ambushed by someone they knew. But what could this father and daughter, mere rogue cultivators, possibly possess that would warrant such a betrayal from acquaintances? Zhou Chun's mind raced with various speculations, and a restless urge began to stir within him. He remembered that the daughter of the Liu family wasn't particularly powerful, only at the 5th level of the key refining stage. For her to escape and then resort to such underhanded tactics against them, it was clear that those who plotted against them weren't very strong. In that case, Zhou Chun's mind raced. He immediately cast a wind control technique on himself and swiftly headed towards the source of the voices. A moment later, Zhou Chun saw the owners of the 2 voices. He hadn't been mistaken. The clear, melodious female voice belonged to the veiled girl in green from that day. The other voice belonged to a somewhat alluring woman in purple, at the 7th level of the key refining stage. At this moment, the woman in purple and the girl in green were locked in combat, each wielding their magical artifacts, completely unaware of the arrival of a third party. Seeing this, Zhou Chun silently reached into his storage pouch and unleashed the Moonblade meteor wheel. "Who's there?" The sound of Zhou Chun wielding his magic weapon didn't escape the notice of the purple-clad woman, who quickly activated a blue silk scarf magic weapon to protect herself and roared in his direction. However, the purple-clad woman hadn't expected that her enemy was not only a late-stage key refining cultivator but also immediately wielding a high-grade first-tier magic weapon. Under the razor-sharp silver-black wheel magic weapon, the blue silk scarf magic weapon was instantly torn to shreds, and her shapely body was also severed in two, a scene extremely disturbing. Even the blue-clad girl, who had just wanted her dead, screamed "ah," and quickly averted her gaze, unable to bear looking at the bloody corpse on the ground. This caused a misunderstanding for Zhou Chun, who quickly explained loudly, "Fellow Taoist Liu, please don't panic, the killer is I, Zhou." Hearing his voice, Liu Shiyan also hurriedly turned to look at him. She clearly had a good memory, or rather, Zhou Chun's young and handsome face was very recognizable. She immediately looked at Zhou Chun with suspicion and asked, "Are you the young manager of the Spirit Beast Pavilion?" "That's me, Zhou." Zhou Chun nodded, then looked at her seriously and explained, "I was hunting nearby just now, and only after hearing fellow Taoist Liu's voice did I realize that an old friend was in danger, so I came to the rescue." After speaking, without waiting for Liu Shiyan's response, he looked solemnly in the direction Liu Shiyan had fled from and asked, "Was your father fighting someone over there? Who is the enemy? What is their cultivation level?" Hearing him ask about her father, Liu Shiyan suddenly realized what was happening. She immediately knelt down with a thud, kowtowing repeatedly to Zhou Chun and pleading, "Please, Manager Zhou, save my father. I'll do anything to repay your kindness." Seeing this, Zhou Chun quickly stepped forward and helped her up, saying, "Fellow Taoist Liu, what are you doing? Get up first." He then repeated the question he had just asked. Saving people was no problem, but only if it was possible. He didn't want to rush in to save someone without knowing how many enemies there were or their cultivation levels. He didn't want to lose his own life instead of saving them. Fortunately, Liu Shiyan's answer reassured him. It turned out that there were only two people attacking Liu Qingshan, one at the 10th level of key refining and the other at the 9th level, both rogue cultivators like Liu Qingshan. Since that was the case, Zhou Chun had no reason to hesitate. He immediately activated his flying magic weapon and rushed towards Liu Qingshan's location at top speed. Flying magical artifacts are naturally much faster than the wind control technique, and Zhou Chun arrived at the dueling scene in no time. He arrived just in time, as Liu Qingshan was already at his wits' end and about to be killed. At this moment, Zhou Chun appeared like a divine soldier descending from the heavens, instantly protecting Liu Qingshan behind him, and then released the rock tortoise from his spirit beast pouch. He immediately spoke words to reassure Liu Qingshan, "Fellow Taoist Liu, do not worry, your daughter has been rescued by me, and I have come to rescue you at her request." Upon hearing this, Liu Qingshan's face indeed showed relief, and his gaze towards Zhou Chun was filled with gratitude. However, the expressions of the two men attacking Liu Qingshan suddenly changed drastically. One of them, a burly, bald man with a large belly, immediately glared at him, his eyes like copper bells, and shouted angrily, "Boy, what did you say? What did you do to third sister?" "Naturally, I killed her," Zhou Chun replied calmly. This answer instantly enraged the bald, burly man, his eyes bloodshot and turning red. "Ah! You deserve to die, you deserve to die, you deserve to die," the bald, burly man roared furiously, as if his wife had died. He immediately summoned a crimson axe-like magical weapon and swung it fiercely at Zhou Chun. At the same time, he reached into his storage bag, grabbed a handful of talismans, and without even looking, activated them all, throwing them at Zhou Chun. This sudden change left Zhou Chun somewhat bewildered, not understanding why the man was reacting so strongly. However, he quickly had the rock turtle release the stone wall technique to protect himself and Liu Qingshan behind him, and summoned a black iron shield magical weapon that swirled around him. Then, he swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing the secret technique of the 5-element spirit armor technique. The bald, burly man seemed to have truly gone mad at this moment. Although the stone wall in front of Zhou Chun was high, he could have easily used his magical weapon to bypass it and attack Zhou Chun. But instead, he was using the axe to relentlessly hack at the stone wall. The other middle-aged man who had been attacking Liu Qingshan with him didn't join the attack on Zhou Chun. Instead, taking advantage of the opportunity while Liu Qingshan was holding Zhou Chun back, he turned and fled. Not good. Guo Dao is trying to escape. "Fellow Taoist, you mustn't let him get away," Liu Qingshan shouted a warning to Zhou Chun after noticing this. "Don't worry, fellow Taoist Liu, he won't get away," Zhou Chun replied, immediately having the rock tortoise protect Liu Qingshan while dealing with the bald, burly man. He himself quickly unleashed the Moonblade Meteor Wheel, and chased after the fleeing Guo Dao. Unexpectedly, the moment he moved, the bald, burly man, his eyes red, turned his axe and attacked him, seemingly to cover Guo Dao's escape. But judging from his crazed appearance, it seemed he was purely focused on killing Zhou Chun to avenge Sanggu. Zhou Chun had been in the cultivation world for several years, and this was the first time he had encountered such a person. Unwilling to entangle with his opponent, He directly used his black iron shield magic weapon to take the axe blow head-on and continued his pursuit of Guo Dahu. Meanwhile, the rock tortoise slammed its palm into the ground, sending sharp rock spikes bursting forth and knocking the bald man to the ground. Then, it opened its mouth and spat out a stream of earth and yellow spiritual light, which instantly transformed into a boulder the size of a cartwheel, crashing down on the bald man. Thus, under the rock tortoise's relentless attack, the bald man, despite his hatred for Zhou Chun, was powerless to stop him and could only watch helplessly as Zhou Chun left. This story will definitely be released this month, probably around the middle of the month, so please vote for me with your monthly tickets in advance, lest you all give them to others. Of course, if you can use your monthly tickets to grab red envelopes, then don't vote. I'd prefer you use the points you get to subscribe to my account later. Chapter 61 An Unexpected Disaster, The Reasons for Internal Strife. After Zhou Chun chased Guo Dahu away, he soon caught up with him. Guo Dahu was at the 10th level of key refining and possessed several decent magical artifacts. His strength was even greater than the bandit he had killed in the Red Rock Mountains when he first obtained the Moonblade Meteor Wheel. However, his strength was now vastly different, much stronger than before. After fighting for half an hour, Zhou Chun used the Moonblade Meteor Wheel to shatter two of Guo Dahu's magical artifacts and cut him down. After killing Guo Dahu, Zhou Chun collected his belongings and burned the body on the spot. When he returned to Liu Qingshan's side, he saw that the bald, burly man had also been reduced to a pile of minced meat, likely killed by the rock turtle's falling rock technique. Liu Qingshan had also arrived at the scene. However, because the rock turtle didn't recognize her, it wouldn't allow her to approach Liu Qingshan, and she could only anxiously wait for Zhou Chun's return from several dozen feet away. Upon seeing Zhou Chun's return, both father and daughter looked at him expectantly. Fellow Taoist Liu, rest assured, Guo Dahu has been executed. Seeing Liu Qingshan's gaze, Zhou Chun understood his meaning and immediately announced the result with a smile. He then put the rock tortoise into his spirit beast pouch and nodded to Liu Qingshan, indicating she could come over. Phew, then I'm relieved. Hearing Zhou Chun's words, Liu Qingshan immediately breathed a sigh of relief, putting his worries to rest. He then hurriedly thanked Zhou Chun, saying, "Fellow Taoist, my daughter and I are deeply grateful for your life-saving grace. Please accept our bow." He then pulled his daughter, Liu Qingshan, to kneel down and kowtow to Zhou Chun. "No need for that. Fellow Taoist Liu, why go to such lengths?" Zhou Chun waved his hands repeatedly, unwilling to accept such a grand gesture. But Liu Qingshan insisted, leading his daughter to kowtow 3 times. Just then, a streak of azure light suddenly flew above the forest, revealing the figure of a Taoist in azure robes. The Taoist priest hovered in midair, without a single magical artifact beneath his feet. This alone was enough to tell that he was at least at the foundation establishment stage. Before Zhou Chun and the others could even pay their respects to the Taoist in blue, the Taoist looked at them with a grim expression and said, "Did you set this fire? Do you know what the punishment is for arson outside the market?" Hearing this, their expressions changed drastically. Liu Qingshan quickly explained, "Senior, please understand. It was not my intention to set the fire. I was attacked by villains, and the fire got out of control during the fight." Zhou Chun also quickly spoke up to testify for him. "Senior, please understand. I am Zhou Hengchen, a shop assistant at the spirit beast shop in the market. I happened to be hunting spirit pets nearby today. I can testify for fellow Taoist Liu and his daughter." Unexpectedly, the Taoist in blue snorted coldly after hearing their words. "HMPH, even so, the fire was started by you. For that alone, you cannot escape your punishment." Without giving the 3 a chance to argue, he waved his hand and sent 3 beams of blue light landing on the 3 of them, forming a blue lotus mark on their bodies. This was a marking spell. Once marked, the caster could find the person within 100 miles at any time. After marking the 3, the green-robed Taoist immediately moved and flew towards the area ravaged by the wildfire. "You should all return to the market now. After I extinguish the fire, I will discuss your crimes." Hearing this cold order, Zhou Chun and the other 2 exchanged glances, their expressions grim. This was truly an undeserved disaster. But to be fair, they were indeed unlucky. Generally, to avoid being caught red-handed like they were, bandits wouldn't act too close to the market. Moreover, bandits usually would abandon their attack if they couldn't succeed within a quarter of an hour, to avoid being caught by the patrolling cultivators in the market. Guo Dao and his group had successfully ambushed Liu Qingshan by taking advantage of his relaxed state after entering this safe zone. Now, although the ringleaders were killed, the consequences of arson still fell on Liu Qingshan and his daughter. After exchanging glances, Liu Qingshan immediately looked at Zhou Chun with a serious expression and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, rest assured, the fire only appeared because of me. I will definitely make this clear to that senior later, and I will absolutely not let you be implicated, Alice. Now is not the time to talk about this. Let's go back to the market and treat your injuries, fellow Taoist Liu." Zhou Chun sighed, waving his hand with a rather depressed mood, indicating that they would talk about it later. Immediately, he collected the belongings left behind by the bald, burly man after his death, and then escorted Liu and his daughter to the market. After returning to the market, Zhou Chun took the father and daughter directly to the spirit beast shop and explained the situation to the shopkeeper, Zhou Jiasheng. Upon learning that Zhou Chun might have gotten himself into trouble for rescuing Liu and his daughter, Zhou Jiasheng frowned deeply. However, being worldly wise, he didn't say anything to their faces, only offering a few words of comfort before letting Zhou Chun take his men to rest in the backyard. Upon arriving at the backyard, Zhou Chun and Liu Shiyan bandaged Liu Qingshan's wounds and fed him healing pills. They then took the opportunity to inquire about the betrayal by their companions. "Alice, I'm not afraid to admit it, fellow Taoist Zhou, but Guo Dao and the others have known me for over 10 years. The reason we turned against each other this time is because of a medicinal valley we unexpectedly discovered while searching for herbs." Liu Qingshan sighed and immediately recounted the details. It turned out that this time, he and his group of long-time independent cultivators were searching for herbs and minerals in the mountains as usual when they suddenly discovered a very secluded valley. The valley was teeming with valuable spiritual herbs. However, in the wilderness, where spiritual herbs gather, there are always demonic beasts guarding them. The valley was inhabited by a group of powerful emerald-crowned flying serpents, the two strongest of which possessed an aura comparable to a 12th level key refining cultivator. Although Liu Qingshan and his companions were not weak, they were far from sufficient to deal with such a group of highly venomous demonic serpents. Therefore, they didn't dare disturb the group of demonic snakes. Instead, they headed to Red Cliff Market to find one or two more powerful teammates and prepare magical artifacts and talismans to deal with the emerald-crowned flying snakes before eliminating them and gathering herbs. Unexpectedly, Guo Dao and his two companions harbored malicious intentions on the way and secretly joined forces to kick the Liu father and daughter out of the game to silence them. When Zhou Chun heard this, his expression changed, and he couldn't help but look at Liu Qingshan and ask, "But what good would kicking you and your daughter out do for them? Without you, fellow Taoist Liu, it would be even more difficult for them to eliminate the snakes and gather herbs. They would probably have to invite outsiders to share the spoils." This, Liu Qingshan suddenly looked at his daughter, Liu Shiyan, hesitated for a moment, and then said in a low voice, "It's because my daughter discovered the medicine valley first. According to our rules, whoever discovers a spiritual object gets an extra 10% of the benefits. Perhaps they just don't want my daughter and me to get the lion's share. Is that all?" Zhou Chun frowned and looked deeply at Liu Qingshan, realizing that the other party wasn't telling the truth. Liu Qingshan lowered his head under his gaze, avoiding eye contact, clearly feeling guilty. Seeing this, Liu Shiyan, not wanting her father and savior to become estranged, immediately said crisply, "Father, there's no need for hesitation. Since fellow Taoist Zhou acted so righteously in that situation after only a brief encounter, it speaks volumes about his character. What harm is there in telling the truth?" Without waiting for Liu Qingshan's response, she bowed to Zhou Chunfu and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, please forgive me. It's not that my father intentionally concealed this from you, but this matter involves my daughter's reputation and privacy, which is why he hesitated." Then she revealed another reason that Liu Qingshan hadn't mentioned. It turned out that on their way back to the market, while bathing in a hot spring with Auntie had discovered that Liu Shiyan possessed a naturally occurring mysterious yin charm bone. According to He Sanggu's account, after her falling out with a father and daughter, this female cultivator, born with mysterious yin allure bones, was the most sought after by high-level cultivators practicing dual cultivation techniques, making her the best dual cultivation vessel, far more valuable than the many spiritual herbs in the Medicine Valley. Therefore, she used this to persuade the other two to decide to capture the Liu father and daughter and then send Liu Shiyan to an underground auction house. After explaining her reasons, Liu Shiyan's pretty face beneath her veil was already flushed with embarrassment. Clearly, Although she had mustered the courage to speak of such a private matter, she still couldn't face it with composure. Zhou Chun, after hearing her explanation, also showed an embarrassed expression. He immediately bowed to Liu Shiyan and said, "I was rash just now. Please rest assured, fellow Taoist Liu, I will keep this matter to myself and will never spread a word about it." Upon hearing this, Liu Shiyan quickly returned the bow and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, you are too kind. If my daughter were in your shoes, she would also ask why. This is not your fault. It's good that fellow Taoist Liu understands." Zhou Chun breathed a sigh of relief. Then quickly changed the subject, saying, "Speaking of that Isangu, I also have some doubts. How come the other guy went so crazy after I killed her? Even if the two were cultivation partners, it's a bit too much." Hearing this, Liu Qingshan sighed softly again. "Alice, Wang Ben is also a pitiful person. He was originally a woodcutter in the mountains. He entered the Dao by obtaining a cultivation method from a dead rogue cultivator. He cultivated until the 4th level of key refining before he realized the danger of the turbid key. At that time, his mind was already deeply affected by the turbid key. Once he was subjected to severe stimulation, he would go crazy and lose his mind. Although he and Isangu didn't become cultivation partners, they probably cultivated together secretly. How could he not go mad on the spot when he learned that fellow Taoist Zhou had killed Isangu? So that's how it is." Zhou Chun nodded slightly, finally resolving a long-standing doubt. There are actually quite a few rogue cultivators like Wang Ben whose minds have been affected by the turbid energy. Compared to others, Wang Ben is probably better off. At least he can still enter and leave the market normally when he's not agitated. Many rogue cultivators deeply affected by the turbid energy, while not dying, have completely degenerated into madmen and demons. They are killed on the spot if they appear outside the market to prevent them from harming others. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 62 Elder's Guidance, The Flower-Seeking Treasure Mirror. A typical wildfire covering less than 10,000 acres wouldn't be difficult for a Foundation establishment cultivator to extinguish. Less than half an hour after Zhou Chun and his group returned to the market, the blue-robed Taoist found the spirit beast shop using his senses. With Liu Qingshan taking responsibility and Zhou Jiasheng vouching for him, Zhou Chun was successfully exonerated and not considered an accomplice to arson. However, Liu Qingshan and his daughter were each sentenced to 5 years of labor in the market or pay a fine of 300 spirit coins each. Naturally, the Liu Qingshan father and daughter couldn't afford that much. They only had 154 spirit coins in total. It was Zhou Chun who, being a good Samaritan, helped them pay 146 spirit coins, thus sparing Liu Shiyan from punishment. But Zhou Chun couldn't help Liu Qingshan with his fine. Therefore, at Liu Qingshan's request, Zhou Chun and Zhou Jiasheng discussed it and allowed Liu Shiyan to work at the spirit beast shop as a clerk, while also cultivating. Of course, this was only a temporary measure. If the Zhou family sent another helper during this period, Liu Shiyan would definitely have to vacate her position. Zhou Chun wasn't doing this for nothing. He had his eye on the medicine valley mentioned by the Liu father and daughter. Leaving aside the immense value of the numerous wild spiritual herbs in the valley, the group of emerald-crowned flying serpents alone were excellent spirit beast seedlings for the Zhou family. While individual emerald-crowned flying serpents were somewhat weak, taming multiple of them at once would greatly enhance a cultivator's combat power. Moreover, these serpents were small, and after being tamed, they could even be hidden in a sleeve, often achieving a surprise attack. Most importantly, these social beasts had a consistently good reproductive capacity. If the Zhou family bred them well, many clansmen could later contract one or two for self-defense. Therefore, Zhou Chun had to redeem Liu Shiyan so she could take him there to catch snakes and gather herbs. However, catching snakes and gathering herbs alone was definitely beyond Zhou Chun's capabilities. Even if you were to invite his close friends Zhou Shengyong and Zhou Jiapeng, it would still be difficult to accomplish this. Therefore, he planned to report the matter to the third elder, Zhou Daoquan, as a token of gratitude for the elder's help in hatching the silver lightning python. He acted on his thought immediately. After discussing his plans with Liu Shiyan and obtaining her consent, Zhou Chun asked Zhou Jiasheng for leave and returned to the family alone. With his current cultivation level, Entering and leaving the Red Rock Mountains alone was practically no problem. In just over a day, Zhou Chun returned to the Zhou family at Nine Peaks Ridge. Upon returning to the family, he didn't disturb the clan leader Zhou Daoyi, nor did he return to his residence on Baoshi Peak. Instead, he went directly to Fishi Peak to pay his respects to the third elder, Zhou Daoquan. To his surprise, after listening to his report, Zhou Daoquan pondered for a moment and then looked at him, saying, "If I were to do this, most of the captured emerald-crowned flying snakes and the spiritual herbs in the valley would end up in the clan's possession. The benefits that would ultimately fall into your and that young girl's hands would likely be less than 20%. Zhou Chun was puzzled, wondering why he said this. He quickly replied, "This junior naturally understands." Then, with a wry smile, he spread his hands and said, "But without the elder's help, I might be able to invite a few clansmen to help with snake extermination and herb gathering, but capturing those emerald-crowned flying snakes and sending them to the clan for taming is absolutely impossible." Hearing this, Zhou Daoquan said calmly, "Actually, capturing those emerald-crowned flying snakes doesn't require my personal intervention. There are people more skilled in this than I am, and they won't share so much of the benefits with you." Huh? Zhou Chun looked at Zhou Daoquan with a puzzled expression, not understanding who this person was. Seeing his reaction, Zhou Daoquan could only offer further guidance. "Aren't you quite familiar with that old ape in the library? Don't you know its specialty is catching snakes?" "Ah, I see." Zhou Chun finally understood, completely grasping Zhou Daoquan's meaning. Although the Greenwood spirit ape remained with the Zhou family, it didn't have a master and wasn't entirely considered a member of the Zhou family. Their relationship was one of mutual benefit. If Zhou Chun asked it to help him catch snakes and gather herbs, he only needed to offer it benefits. And what benefits could the Greenwood spirit ape possibly ask for? Zhou Chun could simply buy some spirit fruits and spirit wine from the market and bring them to it, which would be enough to satisfy it. But why was this third elder, Zhou Daoquan, being so kind to him? He had no reason to offer guidance on such matters. Zhou Chun glanced at Zhou Daoquan, ultimately suppressing this question in his heart. He quickly and respectfully replied, "This junior understands. Thank you for your explanation, elder." He then bowed deeply in gratitude, saying, "I have no way to repay your guidance and mentorship, elder, but I will remember it in my heart and repay you in the future." Zhou Daoquan rolled his eyes upon hearing this, saying, "If I didn't find you somewhat agreeable, I wouldn't bother with all this. Among the younger generation in the family, there are very few I find agreeable." He then waved his hand, saying, "All right, this old man is going to meditate and cultivate. You may leave now." Zhou Chun was already used to this way of speaking, knowing that although the elder was old, he still had a somewhat childlike nature and didn't like too much formality. Unfortunately, family etiquette had to be observed, otherwise Zhou Chun would have truly wanted to become close friends with this elder despite the age difference. After leaving Zhou Daoquan's cave dwelling, Zhou Chun immediately went to the library to meet the Greenwood spirit ape. There was no need for Zhou Chun to play tricks on this elder ape, so he told him the details honestly. After listening to him, the giant ape, like a human, lowered its head slightly, showing a thoughtful expression. After thinking for a while, the giant ape nodded at Zhou Chun, agreeing to help. "This junior thanks elder ape." Zhou Chun was overjoyed and immediately clasped his hands in a respectful bow. Then he took the giant ape directly to Pagoda Peak to report the matter to the clan leader, Zhou Daoyi. "It is your skill to persuade it to leave the clan with you. I only hope that you will be careful and not let anything happen to it or yourself, inside this haunting hall." After hearing that, Zhou Chun wanted to take the Azure Wood Spirit Ape away from the clan for an adventure. Zhou Daoyi was first surprised that he could persuade the old ape to help him, but then he readily approved the matter without asking what Zhou Chun was going to do. Faced with Zhou Daoyi's admonitions, Zhou Chun solemnly replied, "Yes, this junior will certainly remember the clan leader's teachings." Having obtained Zhou Daoyi's special permission to pass, Zhou Chun borrowed a few more items before leading the giant blue-haired ape away from Nine Peaks Ridge. Once outside, the giant blue-haired ape initially wanted Zhou Chun to ride on its shoulder, carrying him. However, Zhou Chun felt this would be disrespectful to the elder ape, and also didn't want to be too conspicuous. Therefore, he asked the giant blue-haired ape to sleep in its spirit beast pouch until they reached their destination, at which point he would ask it to come out and catch the snake. The giant blue-haired ape itself didn't care whether it walked or slept in the spirit beast pouch, Since Zhou Chun preferred it to sleep in the pouch, it naturally didn't object. After storing the giant blue-haired ape in an empty spirit beast pouch, Zhou Chun then used his flying artifact to head towards the market. To avoid arousing Zhou Jiasheng's suspicion about his rapid return, Zhou Chun rested for most of the day after arriving outside the Red Rock Mountains, taking the opportunity to tally up his spoils from killing Guo Dahu and his companions. Since he and the rock turtle were the ones who killed them, Liu Qingshan naturally felt embarrassed to accept the spoils, so everything on the three of them belonged to him. Although he destroyed several of their magical artifacts with a Moonblade Meteor Wheel, Zhou Chun still ultimately obtained 2 mid-grade first-tier magical artifacts and 3 low-grade first-tier magical artifacts. In addition, their storage bags contain several collected spiritual herbs, some demon beast pelts and claws, some commonly used low-grade talismans, as well as various cultivation techniques, miscellaneous books, healing and detoxification medicines, and a total of 177 spirit coins. Putting aside the magical artifacts and talismans, the only thing in their storage bags that truly caught Zhou Chun's attention was the flower-seeking treasure mirror he found in Hisangu's storage bag. The term seeking flowers here doesn't refer to any specific flowers or plants, but rather to certain female cultivators possessing special constitutions. This book records methods for identifying over 20 types of female cultivators with special constitutions, but it only provides the identification methods without explaining the benefits of each constitution, likely intentionally omitted. When Zhou Chun saw the illustration and description of the mysterious Yin Charming Bone constitution, his expression immediately turned strange. He stared at the illustration for a long time before turning the page. On the last page of this flower-seeking treasure mirror, 2 secret techniques were recorded, one teaching how to replenish yin and yang, or vice versa, the other, how to use the spiritual and physical union during dual cultivation to slowly influence and control the mind of the cultivation partner, gradually turning them into one's servant. Neither technique was good, they could be considered evil arts. Zhou Chun decided to keep this book for himself, lest any Zhou family cultivator succumb to temptation and practice it in the future. After tallying his spoils and estimating that he should have enough time, he returned to the market. Since Elder Ape is accompanying you, I won't say much more. Just hurry back, the shop can't do without you right now. Inside the Spirit Beast shop, Zhou Jiasheng was surprised to learn that Zhou Chun had actually returned to his family to bring out the Azure Wood Spirit Ape. He looked at Zhou Chun with astonishment, seemingly wanting to say something but holding back. After hesitating for a long time, he finally didn't ask any more questions or say anything more, only instructing him to hurry back, and then granted him and Liu Shiyan permission to temporarily leave the shop. I'm in a pretty good mood, my new book ranking is getting higher and higher. I'm working hard to save up chapters, waiting for the release in a burst of updates. Chapter 63 The Spirit Ape Catches the Snake, The Origin of Medicine Valley. As Zhou Chun left Red Cliff Market, he harbored a wicked plan. He deliberately swaggered out of the market with Liu Shiyan, recklessly heading towards the mountains. If any foolish bandits dared to attack them, he could use the Azure Wood Spirit Ape to launch a counterattack. However, to his disappointment, they didn't encounter any attacks until they left the Red Cliff Mountains. Seemingly sensing his disappointment and knowing his previous thoughts, Liu Shiyan softly said, "Father once said that for bandits roaming the Red Cliff Mountains, cultivation level isn't the most important thing for longevity, the most important thing is foresight. Fellow Taoist Zhou, you're so young, yet your cultivation is already at the late stage of key refining. And you're with a 5th level key refining female cultivator like my daughter. This combination dares to swagger through the Red Cliff Mountains, you must have something to rely on, so, those bandits definitely won't easily show themselves until they're sure of the situation." Zhou Chun hadn't considered this point. Upon hearing her mention this, Zhou Chun became interested and immediately asked, "Then, fellow Taoist Liu, tell me, how do you rogue cultivators typically protect yourselves in the cultivation world? Fellow Taoist Zhou, are you also interested in this?" Liu Shiyan looked at him with some surprise, seemingly not expecting a cultivator from a prominent family to be interested in such matters. "These are things for survival in the cultivation world. I naturally hope to understand more, so as not to fall into a trap unknowingly in the future." Zhou Chun wasn't embarrassed at all, openly stating his reasons for interest. Upon hearing this, Liu Shiyan's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light, and she immediately nodded gently, saying, "Since fellow Taoist Zhou is interested in this, I will naturally tell you everything I know. My father often says that we independent cultivators navigating the cultivation world must remember 3 things not to provoke and 3 things not to provoke. The 3 things not to provoke are, first, not to provoke disciples of major sects wearing sect uniforms, second, not to provoke those whose age and cultivation level differ greatly, and third, not to provoke the white-haired old man. No one knows the strength or background of disciples from major sects, and provoking them could bring endless trouble. Those whose age and cultivation level differ greatly either have a powerful background or are pretending to be weak while actually being strong. The fact that the white-haired old man has lived to such an old age is enough to show that his abilities are far beyond those of ordinary people. As for the 3 things not to provoke, first, not to provoke others' quarrels, second, not to provoke others' fights, and third, not to provoke others' opinions. Furthermore, we independent cultivators also need to be careful when entering and leaving markets, looking for companions, or even selling things. Liu Shiyan didn't hide anything from Zhou Chun, immediately sharing all the experiences of independent cultivators she had heard about. This greatly benefited Zhou Chun, who learned a great deal. After leaving the Red Rock Mountains, the 2 traversed mountains and valleys, stopping at the gates of a certain cultivation family to meditate and recover their magical power and spirit. 3 days later, they arrived at the Medicine Valley Liu Shiyan had discovered. This Medicine Valley was indeed very well hidden. It wasn't large, just a mountain fissure less than 20 zang long and 3 zang wide, inaccessible from below, only accessible through an opening at the top. The area around the opening was covered in vines, the green branches perfectly concealing most of it, and numerous thorny bushes grew on both sides. This unique terrain made it difficult to spot from either the sky or the ground. Liu Shiyan discovered the Medicine Valley because she accidentally saw 2 emerald-crowned flying serpents descending from the sky into the valley while hunting. Upon arriving outside the Medicine Valley, Zhou Chun used his flying artifact to ascend and survey the area before returning to the ground and releasing the azure wood spirit ape. He then took several large snake-filled bags from his storage pouch and handed them to the azure-haired giant ape. These snake-filled bags were tools that Zhou family had used in the past to capture small to medium-sized demonic snakes. They were woven from incredibly resilient demonic silkworm silk, impervious to water and fire, and unaffected by snake venom. Moreover, Zhou Chun had already sprinkled a large amount of powder inside to induce hibernation and unconsciousness in the demonic snakes. As long as the emerald-crowned flying snakes were caught and placed inside, they would be unable to move for several days. Elder Ape, I entrust those emerald-crowned flying snakes inside to you. If possible, please do not harm them. Oh. Faced with Zhou Chun's instructions, the azure-haired giant ape simply patted its chest to indicate that it understood. Then, it grabbed the bags and strode towards the Medicine Valley. Fearing being accidentally attacked by the emerald-crowned flying snakes, Zhou Chun and Liu Shiyan observed from a distance. The giant ape, seemingly enraged by some unknown means, unleashed a torrent of emerald-green flying snakes from the valley. These snakes, spewing venom, attacked the giant ape. The snakes were small, the 2 largest barely reaching 10 feet in length, the smaller ones only 4 or 5 feet. Like the bamboo viper, they were entirely emerald green, with a rooster comb-like growth on their heads and 2 pairs of membranous wings resembling dragonfly wings on their sides. These serpentine demons primarily relied on venom, transforming their deadly venom into poison arrows and venomous sprays to attack enemies, or using their incredible speed to pounce on prey. Once bitten, unless a highly effective antidote was readily available, even a late-stage key refining cultivator wouldn't survive more than half a day. However, the giant ape, a mid-grade second-tier demonic beast, was not easily harmed by these small snakes. With a roar, it released a layer of emerald green light, easily deflecting the poison arrows and sprays. At the same time, it waved its large hand, and a large net of emerald green light wove together, instantly capturing several emerald-crowned flying snakes. Then, it pulled the net back and unleashed several bursts of magical power onto the heads of the flying snakes, stunning them. Repeating this process, in a short time, a group of emerald-crowned flying snakes were captured, stunned, and stuffed into a bag by the blue-haired giant ape. This scene left Zhou Chun and Liu Shiyan looking at each other in astonishment, both deeply shocked by the blue-haired giant ape's strength. Reaching Zhou Chun's side, the blue-haired giant ape handed him the bag, indicating that Zhou Chun could inspect it. However, Zhou Chun was hesitant and trusted the ape implicitly, so he immediately smiled and said, "Elder Ape, there's no need for that. Please keep these bags safe. He then reached into his storage pouch, took out a jade box containing several kinds of spiritual fruits, and handed it to the blue-haired giant ape. Please enjoy these spiritual fruits, elder ape. I'll go gather some spiritual herbs in the valley, the giant ape cried out happily, accepting the jade box with great satisfaction, and then sat down to enjoy its fruits. Seeing this, Zhou Chun nodded to Liu Xian, and the two walked together towards the herb valley. It's true what they say, the spirit beasts tamed by cultivators are indeed well behaved. Although the giant ape had fought a fierce battle with the emerald-crowned flying snakes outside the valley and even entered to clean up any remaining snakes, it hadn't harmed a single herb, showing great restraint. Upon arriving in the valley, Zhou Chun immediately saw various spiritual herbs growing on the stone walls and the ground, including some that were over 100 years old. Golden bamboo orchid, polygonidum, wild ginseng, poria cocos, fragrant grass, red oil flower. Zhou Chun could identify more than a dozen kinds of spiritual herbs at a glance, and there were many more that he couldn't identify immediately. Looking at these densely growing spiritual herbs, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, strange, there are far too many kinds of spiritual herbs here. It's unlikely that so many different kinds of spiritual herbs could grow in a single place in the wild. Hearing what fellow Taoist Zhou says, this is indeed a bit strange, Liu Xian couldn't help but nod, also showing a puzzled look. But no matter how much the two of them looked around, they couldn't see any traces of human activity here, not to mention that the group of emerald-crowned flying snakes had previously inhabited this place. In the end, Zhou Chun could only wave his hand and say, never mind, let's gather the herbs first. Then he took out a lot of empty jade boxes from his storage bag, and together with Liu Xian, they carefully dug up various spiritual herbs with medicinal hose. As Zhou Chun dug, while unearthing a tiger claw golden thread grass growing on the stone wall, he suddenly noticed something unusual about a vine-covered rock face beside him. He approached and parted the vines, only to discover a stone door hidden within. The moment he saw the door, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he instantly understood the origin of the various spiritual herbs in the Medicine Valley. I never imagined that hermitage of a rogue cultivator would be hidden in such a desolate place. He looked at the moss-covered stone door with surprise and immediately revealed the truth. Indeed, if a hermitage of a rogue cultivator was hidden here, it wouldn't be surprising that so many different kinds of spiritual herbs grew here. Some rogue cultivators who established their own hermitages in the wild did have the habit of scattering spiritual herb seeds haphazardly, leaving the success entirely to fate. Even many family cultivators and sect cultivators would scatter spiritual herb seeds in and around their dwellings, hoping for a future harvest. After all, apart from certain rare species, most common spiritual herb seeds were not difficult to obtain. Looking at the valley now filled with medicinal herbs, and the emerald-crowned flying snakes from before, it was clear that the owner of the cave inside the stone gate had long since abandoned this place. When Zhou Chun opened the stone gate, the scene inside confirmed his suspicions. The several stone chambers inside were empty except for some rotten wooden furniture and the moldy books and clothes that had originally been stored there. It was obvious that the original owner had likely gone out and never returned. Most likely, he had died outside. Is this a case of one generation planting herbs, another enjoying the shade? Zhou Chun left the stone chamber, looked at the remaining medicinal herbs outside, and shook his head, deciding not to dwell on these unrelated thoughts. Chapter 64 Huge Gains, Generous Rewards. Because the number of jade boxes they carried was limited, and some of the medicinal herbs were of low value due to their age, Zhou Chun didn't manage to devour all the spiritual herbs in the Medicine Valley. After picking the dozens of more valuable herbs, he and Liu Xian left the Medicine Valley. On the way back, since the giant ape wanted to carry the bags containing the emerald-crowned flying serpents, Zhou Chun and Liu Xian, at its repeated requests, sat on its shoulders, one on each side, and were carried back. Given the giant ape's cultivation level and stamina, the journey that would have taken them several days to reach them was covered in less than 2 days. This was only because Zhou Chun and Liu Xian couldn't withstand excessive jolting for long, otherwise, it could have gone even faster. After returning to the Zhou family at Nine Peaks Ridge, Zhou Chun first settled Liu Xian in his residence before heading to Pagoda Peak with a giant ape carrying the emerald-crowned flying serpents to hand over the captured serpents to the clan leader, Zhou Daoi. You did a good job. The emerald-crowned flying serpents are indeed a valuable group of demonic beasts for the family. You have once again rendered meritorious service to the family. Inside this haunting hall, Zhou nodded repeatedly after looking at the emerald-crowned flying serpents captured by the green-haired giant ape. He was very pleased with Zhou Chun's actions and thinking of the family. Zhou Chun was also happy to receive praise, but he did not dare to claim all the credit. Instead, he sincerely said, "Clan leader, you are wise. This matter is all thanks to Elder Ape. If it weren't for Elder Ape, it would have been impossible for me to accomplish this on my own." Upon hearing this, Zhou waved his hand and said, "I naturally understand this, but I will only reward you with the credit. How you share it with it is your business. After all, the green-haired giant ape is a demonic beast. Even if it has a high status in the Zhou family, it certainly does not have human rights. Therefore, Zhou current approach is the most appropriate." Zhou Chun also understood this, so he did not argue about the matter further. He quickly added, "During this trip, I also collected quite a few spiritual herbs from the habitats of these emerald-crowned flying serpents. I wish to offer the useful parts to the family." Zhou nodded with satisfaction upon hearing this, saying, "It's kind of you to be so thoughtful. I'll summon Zheng Yuan right away and have him show you which spiritual herbs are worth keeping." After saying this, he sent a blue parrot Lanlin to 100 Herbs Peak to deliver the message. While Zheng Yuan was arriving from 100 Herbs Peak, Zhou took Zhou Chun to Flying Stone Peak and handed the emerald-crowned flying serpents over to the third elder, Zhou Chun, to arrange for them to be tamed. Not long after, Zheng Yuan arrived at this Hongping Hall and began to identify and count the spiritual herbs that Zhou Chun had brought out. In the end, Zheng Yuan took 70% of the spiritual herbs that Zhou Chun had collected from the Herb Valley back to 100 Herbs Peak, and the total value of these herbs purchased reached 754 family merits. Including the emerald-crowned flying serpents you brought back, I'll round it up to 1,000 family merits. Zhou glanced at the statistics paper Zhou Xingyin had given him before leaving, pondered for a moment, and then told Zhou Chun about his reward. 1,000 family merits. This was undoubtedly a very large reward. It was very likely that, apart from a few foundation establishment cultivators in the family, very few of the current key refining cultivators in the Zhou family could possess such a large amount of merits. With this reward, Zhou Chun's family merits would approach 1,500. This didn't even include the reward for discovering the Crimson Radiance Iron Mine. According to the Zhou family's 1-to-1 exchange rate between merits and spirit coins, that was 1,500 spirit coins. And what could 1,500 spirit coins do? They could buy 10 bottles of the yellow cloud pill that Zhou Chun was currently taking, enough for him to slowly consume until he reached the 12th level of key refining. They could buy about 4 high-quality first-tier magic weapons like the Moonblade Meteor Wheel. Even Zhou Chun knew that sometimes, if you were lucky, a foundation establishment pill would only cost 5 or 6,000 spirit coins. Therefore, even with his composure, he showed extreme surprise and delight after hearing about the reward Zhou mentioned. Seeing the surprise on his face, Zhou said with a strange expression, "Don't say you're surprised. I was also surprised after doing the calculations, because your merit points now make you the third highest among the key refining cultivators in the family, and the other 2 are elders decades older than you. There are 2 elders with more merit points than him." Hearing this, Zhou Chun's surprise dissipated considerably. His current thought was, how many more years would it take him to become the key refining cultivator with the highest merit points in the family? 3 years? 5 years? In short, it shouldn't be too far off. Zhou, of course, had no idea what he was thinking, otherwise he would probably be speechless. After his initial surprise, Zhou looked at Zhou Chun and said, "Keep these merits for now. Otherwise, if you spend them freely, the things other family members can exchange will be greatly reduced." Zhou Chun immediately replied respectfully, "This junior understands and will certainly follow the clan leader's instructions. Now let's talk about the reward for discovering and reporting the Crimson Radiance Iron Mine." Zhou nodded and began to discuss the long-delayed reward for discovering the Crimson Radiance Iron Mine. The Crimson Radiance Iron Mine is now officially being mined. The family's share of the profits will be around 50,000 spirit coins. After discussing with the Supreme Elder, we decided to upgrade your family's status and give you and Zheng Yuan an additional reward worth about 2,000 spirit coins, and because you were the direct discoverer, Zheng Yuan also indicated that the main credit was due to you, so your reward will be around 1,500 spirit coins. As Zhou said this, he suddenly reached into his storage bag and took out a dozen or so items, placing them in front of Zhou Chun. "Here are some magical artifacts. talismans, and pills for you to choose from. It's up to you which ones you pick. The items Zhou Daowei was offering Zhou Chun were naturally the finest of the finest. Most of them were spoils from his previous kills of several Foundation establishment cultivators from the Qiyun Alliance. Although the Zhou family suffered casualties in the earlier battle between the Qiyun Alliance and the 5 major cultivation families, their gains far outweighed their losses. Not only did Zhou Daowei obtain the relics of the 3 Foundation establishment cultivators he had killed, but Zhou Ming also killed 2 more Foundation establishment cultivators in the subsequent pursuit. Furthermore, the Zhou family's key refining cultivators killed over 30 Qiyun Alliance rogue cultivators, reaping substantial rewards as well. Now, Zhou Chun, who hadn't participated in the battle, also had the opportunity to share in the benefits. He looked at the pile of items, asking questions here and there, and finally selected 4 items: a bright yellow jade pendant, a pale gold circular magical artifact, a bottle of pills, and a talisman. The jade pendant, named the Bright Glow Pendant, is a defensive artifact with an automatic protective function. Worn around the neck, it releases a protective glow with a mere thought when in danger, enough to withstand an attack from a first-tier high-grade spell. With continued infusion of mana, the glow's power increases significantly, easily handling attacks from ordinary first-tier high-grade artifacts. Combined with the 5-element spirit armor technique that Zhou Chun has already learned, it's virtually impossible for a key refining stage cultivator to kill him in one blow. The pale golden ring artifact is called the Golden Locking Ring, capable of changing size to imprison enemies, proving remarkably effective against demonic beasts. The pill is the Rejuvenation Pill, a pill that restores mana after refinement. One pill can restore 80% of Zhou Chun's mana within a quarter of an hour, and there are 3 in total. This rejuvenation pill is extremely precious, worth 80 spirit coins per pill, generally only affordable to Foundation establishment stage cultivators. The last talisman was a second-tier talisman called the Wind Travel Talisman, a type of talisman that, when activated, allows key refining cultivators to fly on the wind. The flight speed is even faster than that of a typical early Foundation establishment cultivator using a magical artifact, making it an extremely practical escape tool. The 4 items combined were worth approximately 1,400-1,500 spirit coins. These 4 items are roughly the same value. I'll give you 2 more first-tier high-grade talismans as well. Zhou Daowei looked at the 4 items Zhou Chun had chosen, then reached into his storage pouch and took out a golden armor talisman and a fire serpent talisman, handing them to him. Zhou Chun was naturally very grateful, repeatedly expressing his thanks. After he had packed everything into his storage bag, Zhou Daowei looked at him and earnestly instructed him, "Now you should have no shortage of magical artifacts and pills. From now on, work hard to cultivate and strive to reach the 12th level of key refining before you turn 35. That way, you will still have plenty of time to prepare for Foundation establishment." Yes, this junior will certainly remember the clan leader's teachings. Zhou Chun nodded solemnly and then silently left this Hongping Hall, returning to Baozi Peak with his abundant harvest. Chapter 65 Shop Crisis, King Lian Gate opens. The 2 magical artifacts that Zhou Daowei rewarded Zhou Chun had both had their previous owner's divine imprint erased beforehand, so Zhou Chun quickly refined them after returning to Baozi Peak. This gave him 4 high-grade first-tier magical artifacts. Frankly, with his current magical power, simultaneously wielding 4 high-grade first-tier magical artifacts was almost impossible. Especially the Little Thousand Mountain Seal, which consumed far too much magical power. Therefore, under normal circumstances, he would use the Moonblade Meteor Wheel and the Bright Cloud Pendant as his primary magical artifacts, only using the Little Thousand Mountain Seal and the Golden Lock Ring, which had special uses under certain circumstances. Of course, while gaining immense benefits himself, Zhou Chun wouldn't forget Liu Xian's contribution. After all, she was the one who discovered the Medicine Valley, so she deserved some credit. He happened to have several discarded magical artifacts that needed disposing of, so he handed over his old silver shortsword and copper gourd magical artifacts to Liu Xian, and even waived the more than 100 spirit coins he had previously paid to redeem her. These 2 mid-grade first-tier magical artifacts were of good quality. If handled properly, they could yield more than 100 spirit coins, so it wasn't a bad deal for her. As for Liu Xian, she had only led the way for Zhou Chun this time, and apart from helping with the herb gathering later, she hadn't exerted any effort at all. Yet Zhou Chun was willing to share 1/5 of the income from the herd valley with her, which already surprised and pleased her greatly. She felt only gratitude and appreciation, and had no complaints whatsoever. The two stayed at the Zhou family's residence in Jingfang Ridge for a little over a day before heading to Hongai Market. Because of Liu Xian's presence, Zhou Chun actually traveled for more than a day using normal methods before returning to the market with her. Upon returning to the spirit beast shop, Zhou Chun followed the teachings of clan chief Zhou Daoyi, beginning to bide his time and focus on cultivation. With Liu Xian helping to manage the shop, Zhou Jiasheng didn't interfere much, only sending him out to keep watch when he wasn't in the shop. Zhou Chun, through Liu Qingshan's connections, secured long-term orders for beast meat from several frequent market vendors, receiving 1 or 2 batches of fresh beast meat each month. Of course, he also made sure to visit the market stalls daily to see if he could acquire any valuable spiritual herbs. Zhou Chun still had quite a few spiritual herbs he hadn't found an opportunity to sell. Selling them all would bring him considerable wealth. Time passed slowly, and soon another 6 months had gone by. During these 6 months, Zhou Chun had hardly left the market, and his cultivation, aided by elixirs, steadily improved. Meanwhile, the Qiyun Alliance, which had caused such a stir in Lanzhou, suddenly disbanded. The elite members, led by the 3 alliance leaders, went to Lingzhou to join the Xianjing Manor, while the remaining rogue cultivators became rootless and adrift, not even daring to mention their past membership in the Qiyun Alliance. Meanwhile, the crimson iron ore mined by the 5 major cultivation families began supplying buyers, steadily generating substantial amounts of spirit coins for them. For the Zhou family, this crimson iron ore vein was not only their most profitable source of income, but also the foundation for their alliance with the other 4 major cultivation families. After the battle with the Qiyun Alliance, the Zhou family of Jingfang Ridge had established a reputation and gained recognition from more local forces in Lanzhou, solidifying their foundation. If they continued to cultivate strong relationships with the other 4 major cultivation families and establish connections with more local powers, within 20 or 30 years, no one would care where the Zhou family came from. However, one thing greatly displeased Zhou Chun and Zhou Jiasheng, 2 Zhou family cultivators in the market. Just over a month ago, the Spirit Beast Manor, also split from the 3 Absolutes sect, finally opened a shop in the Red Cliff Market, using a name similar to the Spirit Beast shop, Spirit Beast Pavilion. The appearance of this Spirit Beast Pavilion has somewhat affected the business of the Spirit Beast shop, with its turnover visibly decreasing daily. This is because the Spirit Beast Pavilion not only sells the various secret medicines possessed by the Spirit Beast shop, but also many special products that the Zhou family of 9 Peaks Ridge currently lacks. For example, the spirit honey produced by the Jade Spirit Bee, the milk produced by the White Jade Milk Goat, and the deer antlers produced by the Blood Sun Deer. These items were originally high-quality spirit creatures found and cultivated by the Zhou family's ancestors and the predecessors of the 3 Absolutes sect, and were previously one of the 3 Absolute sect's flagship products for foreign trade. However, with the split of the 3 Absolute sect, these spirit bees and spirit beasts originally tamed by the Zhou family cultivators were all forcibly taken away by Yu Jinghua, that trader, and taken to the Spirit Beast Manor. Now, it has become a specialty product of their Spirit Beast Manor, used to suppress and seize market share from the Zhou family of spirit beasts. How could such behavior not infuriate Zhou Chun and Zhou Jiasheng? They secretly cursed Yu Jinghua's entire family countless times. 1/3. Compared to before the Spirit Beast Pavilion opened, our shop's income this month is a full third less. Inside the Spirit Beast Manor, Zhou Jiasheng's hands trembled as he calculated the new month's revenue, his face ashen. Zhou Chun, listening to his words, also frowned and remained silent. Zhou Chun didn't have a good solution. After all, in the cultivation world, products are the foundation of a shop. Now, the Spirit Beast Pavilion sells all the products the Spirit Beast Manor offers, and even occasionally releases rare items that the Spirit Beast Manor doesn't have to retain customers. How can they compete? Finally, he could only sigh, this isn't our fault. Once the clan leader and others know the details, they'll surely understand and won't blame us. I'm not afraid of the clan leader's wrath, I'm just unwilling to accept this. Those things originally belonged to our Zhou family, but now they're being used to undermine our family and destroy our roots. It's simply infuriating. Zhou Jiasheng slammed the ledger onto the table with a loud bang, looking utterly furious. Zhou Chun empathized with his words and was no less angry. After all, Zhou Chun now truly considered himself a member of the Zhou family and genuinely wanted the family to prosper. However, he wasn't as enraged as Zhou Jiaxing. At least he could control his emotions and avoid losing his composure. After a moment's hesitation, he finally spoke. The best we can do now is to compete with them for customers. We need to find a way to launch unique products that are difficult for them to imitate. Nephews Hengchen, do you have any ideas? Zhou Jiaxing immediately looked at him, his eyes filled with anticipation. Not yet. Zhou Chun shook his head, giving a rather disappointing answer. Seeing this, Zhou Jiaxing sighed. Well, think about it some more. I'll also report this to the clan leader and have him mobilize the clan's cultivators to consider it. However, before the Zhou family could come up with a good way to recover their lost market share, a major event occurred in Lanzhou, or rather, in several southern states of Jingguo. It turned out that the Qinglian Temple, which effectively ruled several southern states of Jingguo, was preparing to open its gates to recruit disciples again, and this time the number of disciples recruited was half again as many as before. Major sects like Qinglian Temple typically only recruit disciples on a large scale every 20 or 30 years, and each such recruitment is a grand event in the cultivation world. This time, for example, it's said that over 700 disciples will be recruited. Based on past examples, the actual number of cultivators who qualify for Qinglian Temple is almost 1/10 of those who actually enter. 1 in 10, that's the prestige of a major sect's disciple. Zhou Chun thus received a message from the clan leader, Zhou Daowei, via Flying Eagle, inquiring whether he was interested in participating in this grand event. Chapter 66 Pure and Innocent. Fellow Taoist Zhou, are you really sure you won't sign up? Actually, with your cultivation level and background, fellow Taoist Zhou, if you sign up, you have a very high probability of successfully entering the Azure Lotus Temple. If you can enter the Azure Lotus Temple, your success rate in foundation establishment will greatly increase, not to mention all the other benefits. In the backyard of the Spirit Beast Pavilion, Liu Qingshan, who was on leave visiting his daughter, was discussing the Azure Lotus Temple's opening of its gates to recruit disciples with Zhou Chun. He had no hope of signing up because the Azure Lotus Temple had strict requirements for recruiting disciples. First, there was an age limit. In principle, cultivators over 30 years old were not accepted unless they possessed superior spiritual root aptitude. Second, there was the matter of background. Those purely unorthodox cultivators with too much turbid evil energy in their bodies were also completely rejected. Finally, there was the cultivation level. Cultivators over 15 years old with a cultivation level below the mid-stage of key refining were also rejected. As for those under 15, they would be selected based on a comprehensive examination of their background and spiritual root aptitude, with the best being chosen. Liu Qingshan was already over the age limit, so he naturally had no chance to register. However, facing Liu Qingshan's advice, Zhou Chun calmly replied, "Of course I know the advantages of being a disciple of a major sect, but I also know the constraints of being a disciple of a major sect compared to that. Staying in the Zhou family to cultivate is more suitable for me." These were his exact words in rejecting the clan leader Zhou Daowei's offer. In fact, for the Zhou family, whether Zhou Chun joined the Qinglian Temple or stayed in the Zhou family, both would be of great benefit, and it was hard to say which was better. If he joined the Qinglian Temple, with his current age and cultivation level, and having already contracted and tamed a mid-level demon beast like the Silver Lightning Python, the probability of him successfully establishing his foundation in the future would be very high. At that time, the Zhou family would have someone who could speak for them within the Qinglian Temple. Similarly, if he stayed in the Zhou family might gain a powerful foundation establishment elder, which could greatly enhance the family's overall strength. Therefore, after learning that he had no intention of joining the Qinglian Temple, Zhou Daowei did not try to persuade him further but respected his choice. After hearing Zhou Yang's answer, Liu Qingshan was silent for a moment before nodding slightly and saying, "Perhaps. For a family cultivator like fellow Taoist Zhou, staying in the family is indeed a good choice." He then changed the subject, saying solemnly, "However, for us independent cultivators, joining a major sect is the best choice. Therefore, I intend to have my daughter register for this grand event." "Oh, fellow Taoist Liu is planning to have your daughter register?" Zhou Chun's eyes flashed with surprise, and he frowned, saying, "But your daughter is only at the 6th level of key refining. Aren't you worried about her safety?" Fellow Taoist Liu, thanks to him, Liu Xian had been able to cultivate daily in the market for the past 6 months. and her cultivation had now broken through to the 6th level of key refining. However, Liu Xian was already 20 years old. If she registered at this age, she would have to compete with many cultivators at the 7th and 8th levels of key refining, many of whom were even family cultivators. Zhou Chun had doubts about her chances of success. Having spent decades in the cultivation world, Liu Qingshan was well aware of the underlying meaning in Zhou Chun's words. He immediately explained, Xian has excellent spiritual root aptitude. Although it's not a top-grade spiritual root, it's still considered outstanding among mid-grade spiritual roots. Moreover, I focused on cultivating her in all aspects since she was young, so she's not as weak as fellow Taoist Zhou imagines. Furthermore, this is a rare opportunity. If we miss this chance, it will be impossible for her to join the Qinglian temple in the future. I will have to travel through mountains and rivers to take her to other sects in Jing Kingdom to try, and the risks involved will likely be much greater. Is that so? Zhou Chun nodded slightly, acknowledging his explanation. But then he frowned, as if he had thought of something, and looked at Liu Qingshan, asking, but why did fellow Taoist Liu and I discuss these matters? Hearing this, Liu Qingshan smiled wryly and spread his hands, saying, fellow Taoist Zhou knows that I am currently under investigation and cannot leave the market town, so naturally I cannot take my daughter to the Qinglian temple in Lianzhou to participate in this grand event. Therefore, I would like to earnestly request that fellow Taoist Zhou help me speak to your family so that my daughter can accompany your family's cultivators who wish to join the Qinglian temple to Lianzhou. Is that all? Hearing this, Zhou Chun breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Liu Qingshan would make an exorbitant request, asking him to help Liu Xian join the Qinglian temple, in which case he would be truly unable to help. He immediately nodded and replied, I understand. If that's all, then leave it to me. Anyway, the Zhou family was going to send someone to the Qinglian temple anyway. Sending Liu Xian was no big deal. As a core member of the Zhou family, Zhou Chun still had considerable influence. So, a few days later, he asked Zhou Jiasheng for leave and escorted Liu Xian to the Zhou family at Nine Peaks Ridge. He also bought some new varieties of spirit fruits to give to the Azure Wood Spirit Ape, who had helped him greatly. Upon arriving at the Zhou family, the patriarch, Zhou Daoai, readily agreed to Zhou Chun's request to have Liu Xian join the group. However, the number of cultivators from the Zhou family wanting to join the Azure Lotus Temple was much smaller than Zhou Chun had anticipated, only 3, 2 of whom were under 15 years old and belonged to the Zhang generation. Because of the small number, the Zhou family didn't plan to send any Foundation establishment cultivators for escort. Instead, they sent Zhou Jiapen, who is already at the 11th level of key refining, to escort them to the Sun family at Golden Maple Ridge, and then they would travel to Lianzhou together with the Sun family's cultivators. After seeing Liu Xian and the others off from the Zhou family, Zhou Chun prepared to leave the family and return to the market. Upon learning that he was about to leave, Zhou's Henggang insisted on taking him home for a meal. Your sister-in-law's cooking skills are quite good now. We'd like to invite you over today to sample her skills, Zhou's Henggang said, his face beaming with pride. Zhou Chun knew why he was so smug. When he had visited Zhou's Henggang's home previously, he had personally cooked several dishes. Judging from his current smug expression, he clearly wanted to show off his virtuous Taoist partner. After all, getting a Taoist partner who was a cultivator to lower herself and learn mortal cooking skills was no small feat. In his previous life, if a friend wanted to show off like this, Zhou Chun would likely have left immediately, not giving him the chance and infuriating him. However, he couldn't do that in this world. That would be too impolite. So, he could only go to Zhou's Henggang's house. And to be honest, after eating the 7 or 8 dishes cooked by Zhou's Henggang's Taoist partner, Sun Yujiao, Zhou Chun was actually a little envious of him. Having a wife who can cook and warm the bed was his biggest dream in his previous life. Actually, 13th brother, you should find a Taoist partner too. I think that fellow Taoist Liu Xian is quite good. If she doesn't join the Qinglian temple this time, you might as well give it a try. Zhou's Henggang seemed to see the envy in Zhou Chun's heart and was now giving him advice with a wink. For some reason, when Zhou Chun heard Zhou's Henggang's words, the first thing that came to mind was an illustration from the book The Flower-Seeking Treasure Mirror. He quickly shook his head, suppressing such a wicked thought, and rolled his eyes at Zhou's Henggang, saying, Don't talk nonsense. Fellow Taoist Liu and I are completely innocent. Don't ruin her reputation. Innocent? Zhou's Henggang's face was full of disbelief. Really, I haven't even seen fellow Taoist Liu's face yet, Zhou Chun said. Then, seeing that Zhou Zhengyang still didn't believe him, he simply spread his hands and said, "If you don't believe me, that's fine. Anyway, the main reason I brought fellow Taoist Liu here this time was because your father asked me to." In total, the Liu father and daughter had brought him a total of 2,000 spirit coins. Zhou Chun was always clear about gratitude and resentment, and for those who had made him a lot of money, even in a fair trade, he was willing to help them to the best of his ability. Seeing him say this, Zhou Zhengyang didn't want to say anything more about this matter, otherwise it would seem too distrustful of him. So he quickly changed the subject and said, "Did you know? It is said that seventh brother was originally going to join the Kinglian temple this time, but he was forcibly kept by the Supreme Elder and not allowed to leave the family. He was even confined to his quarters for this reason." There was such a thing? Zhou Chun's expression was surprised, as this was the first time he had heard of it. After a moment's hesitation, he shook his head and said, "I truly don't know about this matter, but since it's the Supreme Elder's decision, it's best we don't discuss it without permission." "Of course I know that, but we're not outsiders, which is why I brought it up with you." Zhou Zhengyang nodded, smiling knowingly. Then he couldn't help but sigh. I used to envy the special treatment he enjoyed, but now it seems that someone who enjoys so much support from the family and elders doesn't come without a price." "But is that really the case?" Zhou Chun shook his head slightly again, but didn't say anything more. What was Zhou Zhengyang's so-called price compared to the special treatment he enjoyed in the family? If you were allowed to go to Kinglian Temple, that would truly allow him to reap all the benefits, and it would likely become a source of criticism for the Supreme Elder Zhou Ming throughout his life. Of course, there was no need to tell Zhou Zhengyang any of this. After a hearty meal at Zhou Zhengyang's house, Zhou Chun left Jiufang Ridge as the couple watched him go. P.S. Speechless, I made a mistake with the timer. It's set for tomorrow morning. It'll be 200,000 words in 2 days, then it'll be off the new book charts. Will it be able to climb a few more places? For those of you who like this book, if you encounter anyone looking for a similar book, please recommend it. Thank you. Chapter 67 Bad News. Because of Liu Xian's departure, the Spirit Beast shop was left with only Zhou Jiasheng as the manager and Zhou Chun as the employee. Zhou Chun could no longer take it easy as before. However, since the Spirit Beast Pavilion had recently taken away too much business from the shop, there was less to do, and he wasn't particularly busy. This left him unsure whether to laugh or cry. Sigh, I'd better keep looking around. If I can't find a way to win back some customers, I'm afraid there will be no point in keeping me here as an employee. Thinking of his 16th uncle, Zhou Jiasheng, who always looked worried, Zhou Chun felt he had to do something. Many shops in the market didn't have any employees, just a manager supporting the business. If the Spirit Beast shop also fell to that point, it would truly be a disappointment to the clan leader, Zhou Daoi. So, Zhou Chun frequently went out to investigate market demand, looking for new business opportunities, and even disguised himself several times to infiltrate the Spirit Beast Pavilion to investigate. But business opportunities aren't so easy to find, especially products that can't be easily imitated. Over the course of more than a month, Zhou Chun contacted over 600 cultivators but failed to find a viable solution. Meanwhile, the Kinglian Temple's recruitment of disciples came to a conclusion. Of the 3 people sent by the Zhou family, only 13-year-old Zhou Zhengxin was accepted into the Kinglian Temple. Liu Xian, whom Zhou Chun hadn't previously held in high regard, also surprisingly gained entry. Upon hearing this news, Zhou Chun was astonished and immediately relayed the information to Liu Qingshan, who was currently reformed in the market. As expected, upon learning that his daughter had successfully joined the prestigious Kinglian Temple, Liu Qingshan was overjoyed. He grabbed Zhou Chun's hand and repeatedly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you so much, fellow Taoist Zhou. Thank you so much. When my daughter returns from her journey down the mountain, I will definitely host a banquet at Shiangxin Tower to express my gratitude." Shiangxin Tower was the best restaurant in Hongai Market. Its food and drinks were all prepared using spiritual ingredients imbued with spiritual energy, making it far beyond the reach of ordinary key refining cultivators. Even the lowest-priced banquet there would cost at least 200 spirit coins. Liu Qingshan, a rogue cultivator, sometimes couldn't earn that many spirit coins in a year. This showed just how grateful he was to Zhou Chun. However, Zhou Chun was preoccupied with increasing the revenue of the Spirit Beast shop, so he only offered a few polite words and returned to his shop. To Zhou Chun's utter surprise, before he could even devise a way to increase the spirit beast shop's revenue, devastating news arrived from the Zhou family. It turned out that the Zhou family's grand elder, Zhou Mingshan, had reached the end of his lifespan and passed away. The Zhou family currently only had 4 foundation establishment cultivators, and the departure of Grand Elder Zhou Mingshan would have a significant impact. Especially since most of the Zhou family's self-produced pills were made by this Grand Elder. Now, without Grand Elder Zhou Mingshan, a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, the Zhou family's pill production would likely decrease drastically. This is truly a case of misfortunes never coming singly. Like a house in peril or a ship in distress facing a headwind, inside the spirit beast shop, Zhou Chun and Zhou Jiasheng both looked grim and extremely dejected. They could both foresee that the supply of beast spirit pills and other pills from the family to the shop would likely decrease significantly, impacting the shop's revenue even more than the current decrease in customers. If the rival spirit beast pavilion were to publicize this matter, the consequences would be unpredictable. After sitting there for who knows how long, just as Zhou Chun was considering going out for some fresh air, someone entered. "Welcome, esteemed guest. May I ask?" Hearing footsteps, Zhou Chun instinctively wanted to greet them with a smile, but stopped abruptly upon seeing the person. Instead, he nodded slightly and said, "So it's fellow Taoist Luo. Are you here to deliver demon beast meat to me again today?" The cultivator who entered was a pockmarked old man, over 50 years old. The pockmarked old man was named Luo Guangshan, a key refining level 8 cultivator, and one of the monthly suppliers of demon beast meat to Zhou Chun. As a rogue cultivator who had spent decades in the cultivation world, his ability to read people was naturally exceptional. Seeing Zhou Jiasheng, the shopkeeper behind the counter, looking uneasy, and noticing that Zhou Chun, who usually greeted him with a smile, was now completely unfriendly, he knew he had come at the wrong time. But since he was already there, he could only bite the bullet and say, "Indeed, fellow Taoist Zhou, would it be convenient for us to come inside for a chat?" Zhou Chun glanced at Zhou Jiasheng upon hearing this. Seeing that Zhou Jiasheng didn't react, he nodded slightly and said softly, "Then, fellow Taoist Luo, please follow me." He then led Luo Guang to the backyard of the shop. Once in the backyard, which ordinary customers couldn't enter, without Zhou Chun asking, Luo Guang tactfully reached into his storage pouch and took out a sealed hardwood box, opening it in front of Zhou Chun. Inside the box were 3 strange, silver-black fish, ranging from 5 to 7 feet in length, with plenty of crushed ice to keep them fresh. "Huh? What kind of monster is this?" Zhou Chun looked at the strange fish in the wooden box, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. He immediately picked one up to examine it. This silver-black fish looked somewhat like a catfish, with a mouth full of sharp teeth, no scales on its body, and its skin was as tough as rubber. In some places, you could see unwashed mucus. In addition, its pectoral and dorsal fins were covered with serrated spines. "Fellow Taoist Zhou, be careful. This mucus is poisonous. If you touch it, it will cause numbness, itching, and pain in your hands and feet." At this moment, seeing that Zhou Chun seemed interested in the mucus on the strange fish and reached out to touch it, Luo Guangshan, who had suffered a loss before, hurriedly warned him. "Is that so?" Zhou Chun immediately withdrew his hand and thoughtfully put the strange fish back into the wooden box. Then he looked at Luo Guangshan and asked, "Fellow Taoist Luo, do you recognize this strange fish?" Hearing this, Luo Guangshan gave a wry smile inside. "It seems fellow Taoist Zhou doesn't recognize this strange fish either." He then shook his head and said, "Even a cultivator as skilled in beast taming as fellow Taoist Zhou doesn't recognize this strange fish. How could I, a mere rogue cultivator, possibly know it?" Without waiting for Zhou Chun to ask further, he explained the origin of the strange fish. "This strange fish was caught by me from a deep mountain lake. It is naturally endowed with water-based spells such as water arrows and water bullets, and its combat power in the water is quite strong. I also went to great lengths to catch these 3 strange fish." After explaining the basic information about the strange fish, Luo Guangshan looked at Zhou Chun expectantly and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, you are a fair person. What do you think is the appropriate value of this strange fish?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately understood his little scheme. He immediately waved his hands, saying, "Fellow Taoist Luo, there's no need to flatter me. My cultivation time is less than yours, and I dare not say anything carelessly when faced with unfamiliar demonic beasts." He then looked directly at Luo Guangshan and said, "My transaction with fellow Taoist Luo is limited to the trade of demonic beast meat. So whether you give me the whole carcass of these strange fish or just mutilated remains, I can only trade with you at the previously agreed price." He was indeed wealthy, but he wasn't stupid. Perhaps there was some special value to be found in these unknown fish demonic beasts, but that was something he couldn't do now, nor could he do it in a short time. Why would he offer Luo Guangshan a higher price for these demonic beast carcasses? Because of something unknown. Seeing that Zhou Chun wasn't fooled, Luo Guangshan was very disappointed. He could only sigh helplessly and say, "Well then, I'll leave 2 of the strange fish corpses for you, fellow Taoist Zhou. I'll take the remaining one to the heavenly immortal pavilion, perhaps they'll offer a good price." With that, he sold the 2 large strange fish corpses to Zhou Chun for 4 spirit coins, then left the spirit beast pavilion with the remaining small one. After Luo Guangshan left, Zhou Chun's mind raced. He immediately put one of the strange fish corpses back in its ice freeze, scraped off the remaining slime from the other corpse, bottled it, and preserved some of the skin. He then cut off a piece of fish meat of a suitable size, purified it with spiritual water to remove any impurities, divided it into several pieces, and tried frying, stir-frying, boiling, and deep-frying it. The final results showed that the fish meat of this strange fish had no special flavor, and was even inferior to many ordinary fish meats, only possessing a slightly higher spiritual energy. This completely killed Zhou Chun's appetite for the remaining fish, so he chopped it all up and threw it to the silver lightning python, Bye-bye, as food. Bye-bye is now over a year old, and its cultivation is about to advance. And this is without Zhou Chun feeding it any beast spirit pills. Judging by this, even a wild silver lightning python without being fed will most likely become a high-grade first-tier demon beast within 10 years. It just goes to show how powerful the bloodline of a mid-level demon beast is. Chapter 68: The Difference Between Immortals and Mortals, An Unexpected Discovery. 9 Peaks Ridge. When Zhou Chun, assigned by manager Zhou Jiasheng, returned to the Zhou family on behalf of the Spirit Beast Pavilion to attend the funeral, he saw that all the Zhou family cultivators had white cloths wrapped around their heads, and the entire clan was mourning the passing of the great elder Zhou Mingshan. Seeing this, he quickly asked for a white cloth to wrap around his head as well, and then went to Pagoda Peak to pay his respects to the remains of great elder Zhou Mingshan. The Zhou family had been established in 9 Peaks Ridge for 5 or 6 years, but this was the first time a cultivator like Zhou Mingshan had passed away at the age of 18. The funeral arrangements needed to be discussed and decided upon by the clan head, Zhou Daoai, and the elders. After discussion, it was decided that, based on Zhou Mingshan's status as an elder, the funeral would last for 9 days. During these 9 days, apart from unavoidable tasks such as guarding the cleansing pavilion, all Zhou family cultivators within the family's mountain gate were required to chant scriptures and incantations outside the ancestral hall on Pagoda Peak to pray for the deceased. During these 9 days, other 4 major cultivation families, as well as other forces in Lanzhou, who had received news of the death, sent people to offer condolences. Some rogue cultivators who lived and cultivated near the Zhou family in Jilfang Ridge would also stop by to pay their respects when they came to cultivate at the Zhou family's residence. After 9 days of such grand ceremonies, Zhou Mingshan's body was finally laid to rest in the clan cemetery behind Pagoda Peak. With the body buried, the funeral was over. Most of the Zhou family cultivators returned to normal life, just like before. It was only then that Zhou Chun was able to meet privately with the clan leader, Zhou Daoai. He had come with a mission, to inquire whether the clan could still reliably supply the Spirit Beast Pavilion with various Zhou family exclusive pills. Tell Jiasheng to rest assured about that. Before the first elder passed away, he had already refined and stockpiled enough pills for the family to last for several years. The supply to the shops will indeed decrease in the future, but not by much, Zhou Daoai said, then asked with concern, is the number of customers in the shops still declining? Or is the Spirit Beast Pavilion up to something new? Clan leader, you are wise. The number of customers is indeed continuing to decline. The Spirit Beast Pavilion hasn't come up with anything new yet, they're probably just laughing at us, Zhou Chun said, his face full of bitterness. Seeing this, Zhou Daoai couldn't help but sigh, Alice, there's nothing we can do about it. You should all try to be more open-minded. The family is currently supported by the income from the Crimson Iron Mine, which should last for a few more years. Hearing Zhou Daoai say this, Zhou Chun did feel a little better. Now, he and Zhou Jiasheng were afraid that the family wouldn't understand them, thinking that their incompetence was the reason for the sharp drop in shop revenue, which would leave them with no way to defend themselves. He bowed deeply in gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your understanding, clan chief. I will relay your words to Uncle 16 as I return." Then he brought up another matter. "Clan chief, you are wise. A few days ago, I received a strange fish carcass from a rogue cultivator. I have never seen this fish before, even after examining all the monster beast illustrations in the Zhou family's collection. I also don't know the use of its materials. Therefore, I would like to ask you to appraise it and see if this fish has any special value." As he spoke, Zhou Chun reached into his storage pouch and took out the wooden box containing the strange fish carcass. Because he had used a large amount of ice to preserve it, the fish carcass inside the box still maintained a good level of freshness, not much different from when he acquired it. At this moment, Zhou Daowei looked at the strange fish carcass he had taken out, his gaze slightly narrowed, and he began to examine it carefully. After examining it closely, Zhou Daowei nodded slightly to Zhou Chun and said, "It is indeed a new type of demonic beast that the family has never recorded before. Please tell me more about this demonic beast." "Yes," Zhou Chun responded and immediately repeated what the rogue cultivator Luo Guangshan had said. As the rogue cultivator said, this strange fish should be a social demonic beast that lives underwater, which means that its reproductive ability must be quite good. If it doesn't have high requirements for its habitat or food, even if it has no other use, we can catch some and keep them in the rivers and ponds inside and outside the family's mountain gate as food reserves for other carnivorous demonic beasts. After listening to Zhou Chun's words, Zhou Daowei pondered for a moment and then expressed his own opinion. Social demonic beasts have always been valued by beast-taming families like the Zhou family. Because social demonic beasts are easy to reproduce, they can often help the family avoid the embarrassing situation of family cultivators not having demonic beast contracts. However, social monsters also have their drawbacks. Once their population becomes too large, it becomes difficult to provide enough food to feed them long-term. Monsters like the red-tailed monkey and the emerald-crowned flying serpent are somewhat better off, as they either eat fruits and plants or have small appetites. But for large carnivorous monsters like lions, tigers, wolves, and leopards, the consumption of meat is enormous. Moreover, these monsters are picky eaters, generally only consuming live prey and fresh meat, making large-scale farming truly unsustainable. Therefore, the Zhou family hasn't dared to capture and raise these monsters on a large scale. If the strange fish Zhou Chun brought doesn't have high requirements for aquatic conditions or food, then raising them as a high-grade monster food wouldn't be bad. Junior understands. I will try to contact that rogue cultivator later to see if I can learn about the strange fish's lair from him. Zhou Chun nodded, indicating he knew what to do. After leaving the strange fish's carcass at the family for research, Zhou Chun went to a nearby mortal town to visit his parents and others. Since he went to the market town, he had rarely had time to visit his parents, brothers, and sisters. This time when he returned, he discovered that his fifth brother was already married and his wife was pregnant, and his fourth sister's family had welcomed a healthy baby boy. Unfortunately, they were still just mortals without spiritual roots. "Son, it's enough that you remember us and come visit us occasionally, but please don't let it interfere with your cultivation. We have the family to take care of us, and your brothers and sisters to support you." Everything is fine. In the Zhou family's special dining hall, after Zhou Chun's family had a reunion dinner around the long table, Zhou's father looked at Zhou Chun with loving eyes and said these words. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Chun's second brother, the quickest-witted among his siblings, immediately chimed in. Yes, father is right. Third brother, you are the only cultivator in our family for generations. You mustn't neglect your cultivation because of us mortals. We'll take care of father and mother, so you can rest assured." Then, his eldest sister quickly added, "Second brother is right. Third brother, your own cultivation is the most important thing. We'll take care of father and mother. We can't let these things interfere with your cultivation." Once the eldest sister and second brother spoke, even the less perceptive fourth sister and fifth brother knew they had to say something. They all immediately echoed similar sentiments. Seeing this, Zhou Chun's feelings became very complicated. It wasn't that he had a particularly deep relationship with his family, it was just that he felt guilty and wanted to compensate by frequently visiting them. He hadn't expected his enthusiasm to cause such a misunderstanding. He truly didn't know what to say. However, he did notice that when he was the only cultivator in the family, the interactions among them were rather awkward. His parents were alright, but his siblings and their spouses and children were extremely reserved, almost cautious. They barely dared to speak to him unless he did, even though he was always smiling. It was as if he, Zhou Chun, wasn't their brother, but a superior who could decide their fate with a single word. This superior-subordinate dynamic didn't make Zhou Chun, the leader, happy. Instead, it made him feel very awkward and uncomfortable. Watching his siblings actively trying to please him, Zhou Chun remained silent for a long time. Then, without saying much, he simply nodded and said, "Father, Mother, don't worry. I know what I'm doing and won't slack off in my cultivation." He then addressed his brothers and sisters. "From now on, I'll trouble you, eldest sister, second brother, fourth sister, and fifth brother, to take good care of me. If you encounter any difficulties or lack anything, please let me know immediately, and I will do my best to help you." Hearing this, Zhou's parents and brothers and sisters all smiled happily. Zhou Chun, who had originally planned to stay at the clan's residence for 2 more days, had to return to the market town ahead of schedule. Back in the market town, Zhou Chun relayed the clan head Zhou Daoi's instructions to the shopkeeper, Zhou Jiasheng, which relieved the shopkeeper, who had been in a bad mood lately, and his complexion improved considerably. Without the pressure from the clan and with the shop's supply assured that it wouldn't decrease significantly, the shopkeeper indeed felt much less stressed. So, the two of them continued to manage and maintain the shop while racking their brains to figure out how to win back the lost customers. That day, Zhou Chun, preoccupied with a strange fish discovered by the rogue cultivator Luo Guangshan, took leave to visit Liu Qingshan, asking if he could find the other party. However, since being confined to the market, Liu Qingshan had rarely contacted these friends and couldn't offer Zhou Chun any help. On his way back to his shop, as Zhou Chun passed near the Spirit Beast Pavilion, his gaze suddenly sharpened as he saw a familiar cultivator emerging from within. Why would he go to the Spirit Beast Pavilion? Behind a large tree, Zhou Chun watched the cultivator's retreating figure as he quickly left the pavilion, his eyes filled with astonishment. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 69 Tracking. Why would Zhou Zhengkang go to the Spirit Beast Pavilion? Even after returning to the Spirit Beast shop, Zhou Chun still couldn't figure it out. 16th Uncle, has anyone from the family come to the shop these past few days? Back in the shop, after hesitating for a while, Zhou Chun couldn't help but suddenly inquire about this matter with Zhou Jiasheng. "No, why are you suddenly asking about this?" Zhou Jiasheng looked at Zhou Chun with a puzzled expression, not understanding his meaning. "It's nothing, just pretend I didn't ask." Zhou Chun's mouth moved, but in the end, he shook his head slightly, not mentioning that he had seen Zhou Zhengkang. Whatever Zhou Zhengkang did at the Spirit Beast Pavilion, it wasn't something he could say aloud, especially not behind the backs of other elders. Zhou Chun had suffered a similar loss in his previous life, and of course, he couldn't make the same mistake again. Seeing him say this, Zhou Jiasheng frowned slightly and then nodded, saying, "Since it's nothing, then just focus on managing the shop." "Yes," Zhou Chun responded and immediately sat down in the shop. Another day passed, and he still hadn't seen Zhou Zhengkang come to the Spirit Beast Pavilion. On the third day, Zhou Chun finally saw the rogue cultivator Luo Guangshan arrive, bringing him demon beast meat once again. "Oh, these strange fish again? It seems fellow Taoist Luo's trip to the heavenly immortal pavilion last time was a waste." In the backyard of the Spirit Beast Pavilion, Zhou Chun looked at the 2 strange fish carcasses that Luo Guangshan had packed in a wooden box, a strange glint in his eyes, and couldn't help but smile and tease the other party. Hearing Zhou Chun's words, Luo Guangshan's face immediately showed embarrassment. But having roamed the cultivation world for decades, what kind of embarrassing experience hadn't he had? Luo Guangshan quickly gave Zhou Chun a wry smile and waved his hand, saying, "Don't mention it. Last time, I was almost beaten out of Xiangxianlao by the manager. I dare not go there again." Zhou Chun immediately smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Luo, don't worry. Xiangxianlao doesn't accept fish, but I do. My 2 spirit pets usually eat a lot of beast meat, so they find fish quite delicious." Upon hearing this, Luo Guangshan showed gratitude and said, with fellow Taoist Zhou's words, "I'm relieved." Then, "Fellow Taoist Luo, could you bring a few more of these strange fish next time you come? My elder's spirit beast has become increasingly picky lately, refusing to eat much beast meat. If you could send a few strange fish carcasses, I think he would be very happy. Zhou Chun then gestured with his hand and said, if fellow Taoist Luo can send 3 or 4 of these strange fish carcasses within 10 days, I can increase the price by half. Hearing this, Luo Guangshan's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly asked, is what fellow Taoist Zhou said true? He then quickly waved his hand, saying, I don't doubt fellow Taoist Zhou, I just want to ask if you only need 3 or 4 of these strange fish corpses, or the more the better. 3 or 4 is fine. Any more than that, I don't have the financial means to buy. Zhou Chun shook his head, uttering words that disappointed Luo Guangshan. A flash of disappointment crossed his eyes, and he nodded slightly, saying, all right then, I will definitely deliver the goods to fellow Taoist Zhou within 10 days. Then I will wait here for fellow Taoist Luo's good news. Zhou Chun smiled and nodded, then personally escorted Luo Guangshan out of the shop. After leaving the spirit beast shop, Luo Guangshan didn't immediately leave the market, but went to an inn to meditate and cultivate. After cultivating for more than 2 hours, he waited somewhere in the market. They waited until the other 3 cultivators who had come to the market with him arrived before leaving together. These 4 were seasoned veterans of the cultivation world, having traversed the Red Cliff market countless times, each having discovered relatively safe routes. Furthermore, their cultivation levels were not weak, making them easy prey for ordinary bandits. Their journey out of the market was remarkably smooth. Once outside the Red Cliff Mountains, the 4 dispersed, each returning to their own lodgings. Since cultivation in the wild was prohibited, the lodgings of independent cultivators varied. Some preferred tranquility, carving out caves or stone chambers in the desolate mountains near their cultivation sites. Others, enjoying life in bustling places, established manors in nearby mortal towns, becoming powerful figures in their own right. Luo Guangshan, already over 50, felt he had little chance of further progress on the path of cultivation, so he chose the latter. He built a large manor in a small mortal town near Hongai Market and took 7 or 8 concubines. After returning from the market, he went back to his manor and hid most of the spirit coins he had obtained in a secret compartment in his bedroom wall, keeping only 2 for himself. Only he knew about this compartment, even his most beloved concubine was completely unaware. Looking at the nearly 100 spirit coins already half filled in the porcelain jar inside the compartment, he felt a mixture of satisfaction and a hint of melancholy. Alice. I wonder if all these spirit coins I've painstakingly accumulated will ever be of any use before I die. What's the point of all this hard work if I can't produce a descendant with spiritual root aptitude to inherit my wealth? Thinking of these spirit coins, painstakingly saved one by one over 5 or 6 years, Luo Guangshan felt both proud and deeply distressed. He could already see the end of his life ahead. If there was any hope left, it was to have a descendant with spiritual root aptitude, and to raise him well from a young age. He hoped that his descendant could inherit his mantle and not follow in his footsteps. Unfortunately, none of his concubines had been able to conceive, let alone produce a child with spiritual root aptitude. After finishing this business with fellow Taoist Zhou, I'll take a few more concubines. As long as I keep having children, I refuse to believe I can't produce one with spiritual root aptitude. Luo Guangshan gritted his teeth, closed the hidden cabinet again, and summoned 2 concubines to his bedchamber. After resting at home for 2 days, Luo Guangshan finally went out again. This time, his destination was far, so he rode one of his family's finest horses. He rode for over 200 li, approximately 100 kilometers, before stopping outside a range of mountains. He skillfully tethered the horse to a cave in the mountains, prepared food and water in a trough, and then left the cave to walk into the depths of the mountains. Unbeknownst to Luo Guangshan, who was traversing the forest, a tail was following him several li, approximately 5 kilometers, away. Zhou Chun was steadily moving forward, following a palm-sized, blue-black butterfly, heading directly in Luo Guangshan's direction. It turned out that the order he had placed with Luo Guangshan was for fishing. Before Luo Guangshan left the shop, he had sprinkled refined female black-spotted blue pink butterfly powder onto the spirit coins. After Luo Guangshan touched the spirit coins, his hands and clothes would be covered in the butterfly powder. Therefore, Zhou Chun easily tracked Luo Guangshan's manner using the male black-spotted blue-pink butterfly he had specially obtained from his family. That night, while Luo Guangshan was enjoying himself with his 2 concubines, Zhou Chun had already sneaked into the manor and sprinkled butterfly powder on the back and saddle of Luo Guangshan's horse. Thus, Even from a distance of several miles, he could easily know where Luo Guangshan had gone. After following Luo Guangshan for several dozen miles through the mountains, Zhou Chun saw him stop beside a mountain pool. At the edge of the azure mountain pool, Luo Guangshan twisted off the head of a pheasant he had caught along the way and threw it onto the shallow, pebbly shore. Then, he took out a harpoon from his storage bag and prepared to pounce. Soon after, the previously calm surface of the water suddenly bubbled, and a strange, silver-black fish quickly pushed its way onto the shallows, attempting to attack the pheasant. However, at that moment, Luo Guangshan, on the shore, flung his harpoon, striking the strange fish squarely and impaling it on the shallows. Before the wounded fish could struggle free, Luo Guangshan unleashed a black meteor hammer, smashing it onto the fish's head, instantly splitting it open. Having easily killed the first fish, Luo Guangshan skillfully used a lasso to drag the carcass ashore, placing it in a wooden box before continuing his stakeout. He remained there for about half a day, consuming only 4 pheasants, easily killing 5 fish and fulfilling Zhou Chun's request. He then quickly returned with his spoils. Only after confirming Luo Guangshan was gone did Zhou Chun, who had been concealing himself using the forest concealment cicada breath technique, emerge from the shadows and gaze thoughtfully at the pool ahead. He had witnessed Luo Guangshan's entire fishing operation. The whole process could be summed up in 2 words: simple. Too simple. So simple that he almost felt a pang of regret for the spirit coins he'd spent. No wonder Luo Guangshan was so disappointed when he heard he'd only bought 3 or 4 strange fish. But how come so many fish demons have appeared in this small mountain pool? What do these fish demons eat to grow so big? Zhou Chun stared at the pool before him, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Chapter 70 Zhou Daoi's Trust, Second Exploration of the Pool. Shallow waters cannot sustain dragons. All demonic beasts have considerable requirements for their habitat. At the very least, there must be enough food. However, the mountain pool before Zhou Chun was only 3 or 4 acres in size. Such a small area could not possibly support those strange fish. Therefore, he concluded that this pool must hold a secret. However, to find out what secrets the pool held, he would have to go into the water. Although Zhou Chun knew the cultivation method for the first-tier high-grade spell water-repelling technique, he had never practiced it. Of course, this wasn't a major problem. With his late-stage key refining cultivation, holding his breath for half an hour was not difficult. But without understanding the water-repelling technique, fighting demonic beasts underwater could easily lead to suffocation. His powerful spirit pet, the rock turtle, would be completely useless. This made Zhou Chun hesitate about venturing into the water. Never mind, I'm already here. If I come all this way and find nothing, wouldn't it be a wasted trip? Zhou Chun touched the bright cloud pendant he wore on his chest, finally gritted his teeth, took out the moonblade meteor wheel, and jumped into the pool. Just as Zhou Chun had thought, there was indeed a different world beneath the pool. He sank less than 20 feet before seeing a pitch-black giant hole from which the pool water actually gushed. But just as he was about to enter the giant hole to explore its interior, 2 strange fish suddenly rushed out and attacked him by spitting water arrows. Seeing this, he hurriedly activated the bright cloud pendant to release a patch of earth yellow light to protect himself, and then waved his hand to unleash the moonblade meteor wheel to slash at the 2 strange fish. The lake water indeed greatly interfered with his divine sense. Zhou Chun could travel 80 feet on land, but underwater he couldn't even cover half that distance. Fortunately, the 2 strange fish were only a dozen feet away from him, and the 2 moonblades split from the moonblade meteor wheel, easily cut them in 2. Even so, Zhou Chun dared not linger underwater any longer, because the smell of blood would surely attract more strange fish. If too many strange fish came, let alone a second-tier demon beast, even dozens of first-tier strange fish would prevent him from ever reaching the shore again. That underwater cave must be connected to an underground river, but I wonder where that underground river leads. However, to be able to supply so many carnivorous fish demons, the water inside that cave must be incredibly deep. It seems that to find out the secrets of this place, we can only ask a Foundation establishment cultivator or a member of our clan who has tamed water demons to come and try. On the shore, Zhou Chun, soaking wet, looked at the pool in front of him with a very solemn expression. Several days later, after returning to the market to purchase the strange fish corpses brought by Luo Guangshan, Zhou Chun asked for leave again to return to his family. The family's current Foundation establishment cultivators cannot easily leave the family. However, Jaya's spirit pet, the azure-scale crocodile, and Jiahu's spirit pet, the whirlpool turtle, are both first-tier high-grade demonic beasts skilled in water combat. Let them accompany you on this trip, inside this haunting hall. After listening to Zhou Chun's report on the strange fish's nest, Zhou Daoyi pondered for a moment before offering his solution. This solution was exactly what Zhou Chun had anticipated. Since the passing of the first elder, Zhou Mingxin, the Zhou family, including the patriarch Zhou Daoyi, only had 3 foundation establishment cultivators left, and these 3 cultivators all had their own important duties. The second elder, Zhou Chongshan, was the family's array master, only he could unleash the full power of the mountain guarding array, so he could not easily leave the mountain gate. The third elder, Zhou Daoquan, was now in charge of the family's beast garden, responsible for keeping an eye on and suppressing some dangerous demonic beasts that had not yet been tamed. He was also responsible for patrolling the area around Nine Peaks Ridge to deter villains, so he could not easily stray too far from the mountain gate. Clan Chief Zhou Daoyi, needless to say, immediately replied after hearing Zhou Daoyi's solution, "This junior understands. This junior will assist the 2 elders in handling this matter." Unexpectedly, Zhou Daoyi shook his head upon hearing this, saying, "No, not assist. This trip should be led by you. I will make this clear to the 2 of them." Zhou Chun was stunned, looking at Zhou Daoyi with surprise, almost doubting that he had misheard. Facing his surprised gaze, Zhou Daoyi waved his hand and said, "No need to be so surprised. You are now a core member of the family, and I have witnessed your performance. Several family members who have worked with you have also praised you highly." He looked at him encouragingly and said, "Although our Zhou family teaches its members to respect their elders, we believe that the most capable should take the lead so that the family can become stronger. Therefore, I believe that with you as the leader, you will surely bring me more surprises." These words deeply moved and encouraged Zhou Chun. Indeed, his efforts over the years had not been in vain. The trust shown by Clan Chief Zhou Daoyi was undoubtedly the best affirmation of his hard work. Without further ado, he replied firmly, "This junior understands. This junior will certainly not fail the clan leader's trust and expectations." Zhou Daoyi smiled with satisfaction and said, "Then I will await your good news in the clan." Zhou Jia is the peak master of Baozi Peak, with a cultivation level of 12th key refining. She is 72 years old this year and ranks 13th in the Jia generation. Zhou Chun should respectfully address her as 13th aunt. Zhou Jia, who is slightly younger, ranking 19th among her peers, with a cultivation level of 11th key refining. Zhou Chun should respectfully address her as 19th aunt. When the 2 learned that this mission would be led by Zhou Chun, they were both very surprised. Especially Zhou Jia, the peak master of Baozi Peak. You must know that Zhou Chun is a member of her Baozi Peak, and is usually under her control. Of course, that was before Zhou Chun was promoted to core clan member. Now that they are both core clan members, she has no right to control Zhou Chun. Only the clan leader and clan elders have that right. But even so, there is no reason for her to be under Zhou Chun's control. However, seeing the unyielding demeanor of Clan Chief Zhou Daoyi, the 2 women, though surprised and uncomfortable, had no choice but to obey his orders. After all, while they were Zhou Chun's elders, Zhou Daoyi was their elder and the head of the Zhou family. However, Zhou Chun knew that even if these 2 elders obeyed Clan Chief Zhou Daoyi's orders, he absolutely could not use them to boss them around or act arrogantly. Doing so would ruin his carefully cultivated reputation within the family, making him appear as a petty person who had become arrogant after gaining power. Therefore, after riding his large horned blue sheep out of the family compound, he greeted the 2 women with a smile, bowing and saying, "Don't worry, aunts. Although the clan chief has given instructions, I will not show any disrespect to you because of this. This mission is mainly for reconnaissance and exploration, there won't be much risk." Hearing this, the 2 Zhou family female cultivators' previously stern expressions indeed softened considerably. Zhou Jia glanced at him, then smiled and said, "Nephew Hengchen, you're too kind. The clan leader has his reasons for appointing you as his leader, and I trust his judgment." Zhou Jia, who nodded slightly, "Sister, he is right. Nephew Hengchen, since the clan leader values you so highly, you must possess some special talents unknown to us." These 2 female cultivators, having lived for decades, certainly understood this principle. Since Zhou Chun, this junior, had already humbled himself to show goodwill, it would be foolish for them to ignore him, relying on their seniority. "You flatter me, elders. I am still young and have much to learn from you. I dare not accept such praise, such is human nature. When Zhou Chun, as a junior, is asked to lead two elders, the two elders are naturally displeased. However, when Zhou Chun, as their leader, was willing to set aside his superior status and flatter them as a junior, the joy and satisfaction they felt was many times greater than usual. When they were in a good mood, they found Zhou Chun, their junior, pleasing to the eye no matter what, and stopped thinking about being led by him. They even considered cooperating with Zhou Chun as much as possible to demonstrate their elder's noble character. The three of them traveled together for several days and arrived once again at the deep mountain pool. This is the pool. I'll trouble you two ants this time. At the pool, Zhou Chun pointed to the clear blue water and looked expectantly at the two Zhou family elders. Don't worry, nephews Hengjin, leave this to us. Zhou Jia and Zhou Jiahu exchanged a glance, each taking off their spirit beast pouches and releasing their spirit pets. Zhou Jia released a giant, bluish-black crocodile, 13 feet long, covered in bluish-black scales, looking extremely fierce and imposing. Zhou Jiahu released a giant black tortoise, slightly smaller than Zhou Chun's rock tortoise, with a smooth shell unlike the rock tortoise's ridged shell. This tortoise had a rather peculiar tail, somewhat resembling a pangolin's. After their masters gave them some instructions, the two spirit pets plunged into the pool. Editor's note: the book will be available this Friday if things go smoothly, next Friday if it doesn't. Please be patient for a few more days and continue reading. Thank you so much. Chapter 71: A Regretful Return. It's out, at the edge of the pool, with a soft exclamation from Zhou Chun. Zhou Jia's spirit pet, the azure-scaled crocodile, broke the surface first, its mouth wide open as it gasped for air. Following closely behind, Zhou Jiahu's spirit pet, the whirlpool turtle, paddled across the water and slowly climbed ashore. Zhou Jia and Zhou Jiahu, who had been waiting patiently, immediately approached their spirit pets to communicate, inquiring about the results of their underwater reconnaissance. After a while, once the two had finished communicating with their spirit pets, Zhou Chun impatiently looked at them and asked repeatedly, "How was it? Could you two ants tell us the details? The situation is a bit difficult to explain." According to the azure-scaled crocodile, after venturing deep into that cave, it did indeed enter an underground river with a large flow of water, and it did indeed discover many of the strange fish you mentioned, nephews Hengjin. Moreover, that underground river contained not only those strange fish, but also many ordinary fish and shrimp, as well as other demonic beasts, including powerful demonic beasts that even the azure-scaled crocodile sensed were dangerous. Zhou Jia looked at Zhou Chun and first recounted the information her spirit pet had gathered. Then his gaze turned to Zhou Jiahu. Seeing this, Zhou Jiahu also spoke up. "My whirlpool turtle's reconnaissance is largely the same as what sister he said, except that it mentioned the water quality in the underground river is excellent, which it really likes." After listening to them, Zhou Chun lowered his head to think. After a while, he looked up at the two of them and said, "The azure-scaled crocodile is quite powerful. A beast that can make it sense danger, even if not a second-tier beast, must be a powerful, special first-tier high-grade beast. So, the risks inside are indeed considerable. However, both the azure-scaled crocodile and the whirlpool turtle are, after all, just beasts. The information they gathered is still too vague. My suggestion is that the three of us go down and take a look ourselves. What do you two ants think? Go down and take a look themselves." Hearing Zhou Chun's words, Zhou Jia and Zhou Jiahu exchanged glances, both hesitant. Unlike Zhou Chun, the two of them, having lived long enough, had cultivated a spell called water repelling technique, but precisely because they had lived longer and seen more, they were all too aware of how dangerous the underwater world, teeming with water demons, truly was. How could they not hesitate and worry about venturing into such a place? "Nephews Hengjin, are you sure you really want to go down and take a look? If we encounter any danger down there, we might not even be able to protect ourselves." And then Zhou Jia hesitated for a long time before looking at Zhou Chun and whispering her concerns. Hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately smiled and said, 13th ant, don't worry. Although I don't have underwater spirit pets to protect me like you, I still have ways to ensure my safety. Alright, since you're fine with it, nephews Hengjin, then I have no objections. Zhou Jia nodded, agreeing. Seeing this, Zhou Jiahu, not wanting the two to think she was cowardly, immediately replied, I have no objection either. So the three of them cast a water avoidance spell and sat on the back of the whirlpool turtle, which carried them down into the cave deep within the pool. The azure-scaled crocodile was driven ahead by Zhou Chun to clear the way and drive away the strange fish. Once the whirlpool turtle carried the three of them into the huge cave deep within the pool, a magnificent underwater world came into view. The waters deep within the cave were not pitch black. Many small, bioluminescent fish and shrimp lived there. With the help of the faint light emitted by these fish and shrimp, Zhou Chun and the others could barely make out some things with their naked eyes. However, to truly perceive the world, they needed their divine sense. Under the probing of their divine sense, all sorts of strange and wonderful aquatic creatures in this underground water world were clearly visible. There were strange fish that looked like ordinary small lizards, scaleless, with mouths full of sharp teeth, and tails that shimmered with a blue light. There was also a large shrimp with two very long claws, its eyes as bright as sapphires, emitting a blue glow. And then there were strange fish that resembled eels, with a long, narrow dorsal fin on their backs, swimming very quickly in the water. However, these aquatic animals were only strange in appearance, not any kind of monsters. The aura emanating from the whirlpool turtle kept them at bay, all fleeing far away. After traveling through the winding cave for nearly half an hour, the whirlpool turtle carried Zhou Chun and the others into an underground river. Compared to the relatively calm water in the cave, the current in this underground river was much more turbulent. Even a behemoth like the whirlpool turtle had to struggle to avoid being swept away by the current. Should we go up or down? Zhou Chun, who was urging the azure-scaled crocodile to lead the way, gestured to Zhou Chun, asking. Seeing this, Zhou Chun hesitated for a moment, then pointed upstream. He left a marker at the confluence of the cave and the underground river to avoid forgetting the route on the way back. After traveling upstream for about half an hour, the azure-scaled crocodile leading the way encountered a formidable opponent. In the underground river, which was several dozen feet wide, a strange beast resembling a cleaner, covered in bone armor, was fiercely fighting the azure-scaled crocodile. Both beasts fought with a tough style, unleashing spells and biting at each other. But the azure-scaled crocodile had a master. At this moment, the whirlpool turtle, carrying Zhou Chun and the other two, arrived outside the battlefield. Zhou Chun, on the turtle's back, immediately waved her hand and launched a golden hairpin magic weapon at the strange beast. Zhou Chun and Zhou Chun, who also did not stand idly by, each summoning their own magic weapons to attack the strange beast. With the three of them working together, the strange beast had no chance of escape and was cleaved in two by Zhou Chun's moonblade meteor wheel, its head split open and killed in the water. Since none of the three recognized the beast, Zhou Chun, thinking its corpse might have some use, cut it into several pieces and put them into the three storage bags. Then they continued upstream to explore the area. After traveling upstream for another quarter of an hour, Zhou Chun suddenly had a change of expression, as if she had made a discovery. She pointed to a certain spot, gesturing for the whirlpool turtle to go in that direction. Zhou Chun and Zhou Chun, who quickly understood what she had found. Ahead, they saw another cave entrance similar to the one they had entered through. Seeing this, Zhou Chun immediately decided to enter the cave to investigate. However, they hadn't gone far when they encountered a large group of catfish-like strange fish. A dozen or so of these fish simultaneously attacked the azure-scale crocodile, clearing the way, preventing it from going deeper into the cave. This piqued the curiosity of the three behind them even more, so they immediately joined the battle, killing and scattering the group of strange fish before continuing deeper into the water. However, not long after, the strange fish that had escaped earlier returned with dozens of their kind, including 3 or 4 that exuded the aura of a high-grade first-tier demonic beast. Retreat. Zhou Chun ordered a retreat without hesitation. The three quickly switched to the faster and more agile azure-scaled crocodile, using the massive size of the whirlpool turtle to cover their retreat, and swiftly retreated towards the underground river. After a rather chaotic escape, the three finally made it back to the underground riverbed. However, the poor whirlpool turtle had been severely injured by the onslaught, and Zhou Jiawei had to temporarily put it back into her spirit beast pouch. Without the whirlpool turtle as a reliable mount, and with all three having expended considerable mana, they could only regretfully end their journey into the underground river. Gurgle. Gurgle. Suddenly, a large number of bubbles rose from the calm pool, and then the azure-scaled crocodile's mouth, filled with sharp teeth, emerged. On the crocodile's back, Zhou Chun and his two companions, after spending an hour in the dark underground water world, finally saw the light of day again and gasped for fresh air. After taking a few deep breaths, Zhou Jia looked at Zhou Chun and said, "Nephews Hengchen, let's end this trip here." Given the complexity of that underground river, without a foundation establishment cultivator accompanying us, we key refining cultivators simply couldn't have stayed there for long. The three of them, even working together, had been driven back by that group of strange fish, demonstrating the danger within the underground river. Moreover, there was nowhere to meditate and rest within a 200-mile radius, making even attrition warfare difficult. Therefore, in Zhou Chu's view, this mission was impossible without a foundation establishment cultivator. Zhou Chun could use the purification jar to solve the problem of meditation and rest, but he lacked a water-based spirit pet, and his cultivation was only at the 9th level of key refining, making it impossible for him to explore the underground river alone. Therefore, although he still felt somewhat unwilling and regretful, he rationally agreed to Zhou Chu's suggestion and promised to return to his family to report the results of their mission. Let's do as Ant 13 says and go back to report what we've gained to the clan leader. Chapter 72 The Wonderful Use of Mucus, Murder and Silencing. 9 Peaks Ridge. Meanwhile, Zhou Chun and his companions returned to their clan and reported the results of their underground river exploration to clan chief Zhou Daoai. Zhou Daoai was quite interested in their account and inquired in detail about their journey. He even examined the strange fish demon corpse they had brought back. As Zhou Chun had expected, even Zhou Daoai couldn't recognize the strange fish demon's origin. This was actually quite normal, as demonic beasts like these, inhabiting underground rivers, were rarely discovered by cultivators. Even if some cultivators happened to discover such beasts, they might not bother to record them. After ascertaining the situation and examining the demonic beast corpses brought back by Zhou Chun and his companions, Zhou Daoai nodded slightly and said, "I understand the situation. As for the underground river, let's put it aside for now. We can explore the details later when the foundation establishment cultivators in the family have more time." He then turned his gaze to Zhou Chun and said, "By the way, Zheng Chun, take the remaining monster fish corpses you have to 100 Medicine Peak and give them to Jiaoyi. He seems to have made some progress using the slime from the monster fish." Hearing this, Zhou Chun was overjoyed and quickly replied, "Yes, this junior will take them to Uncle 14 immediately." He then hurried off to 100 Medicine Peak. Zhou Jiaoyi was the 14th among his peers and was over 70 years old. He was the first among the current alchemists on 100 Medicine Peak to learn alchemy from the late elder Zhou Mingshan, having studied for over 40 years. Unfortunately, his talent for alchemy wasn't particularly outstanding. Although he had studied the longest, he wasn't the most skilled. However, while his talent for alchemy wasn't particularly outstanding, he possessed a remarkable aptitude for poisons. Zhou Daoai had entrusted him with the strange fish corpses Zhou Chun had brought earlier for research. Although less than a month had passed, he had already made some discoveries. When Zhou Chun brought over several more strange fish corpses to inquire about his research findings, he readily shared his findings. The slime on these strange fish, when mixed with a powdered poison I've concocted, greatly enhances the poison's effects. Even a high-grade first-tier demon beast would suffer excruciating pain if touched by this poison. Excruciating pain? Zhou Chun was slightly taken aback by Zhou Jiaoyi's words. After a moment's hesitation, he looked at Zhou Jiaoyi and asked, "Then, Uncle 14, could you give me some of that powder to try?" Unexpectedly, Zhou Jiaoyi flatly refused. "No, I haven't yet concocted an antidote for this powder. If you dare touch it with your own body, I'm afraid you'll be restless for the next half-month." Was the effect really that potent? Zhou Chun was also somewhat intimidated by Zhou Jiaoyi's words. He looked at Zhou Jiaoyi's serious face, thought for a moment, and then asked again, "In your opinion, 14th uncle, can this kind of powder be mass-produced? Can it be sold in the Spirit Beast Pavilion?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Jiaoyi immediately replied, "Although the materials for making the powder are not easy to obtain, with the strength of the family, as long as there is strong support, small-scale production should not be a problem. The problem is whether the acquisition channels for that kind of viscous liquid can be stable, and also the issue of long-term preservation of the viscous liquid, because the powder is only effective for half an hour after being mixed with a viscous liquid. After this period, once it dries, diluting it with water will greatly reduce its efficacy. Moreover, if we want to sell it in the market, we must develop an antidote. Otherwise, if someone gets a hold of this and uses it to ambush Zhou family cultivators, it will be like shooting ourselves in the foot." After he finished speaking, he saw a bright smile appear on Zhou Chun's face. Zhou Chun quickly looked at him intently and said, "Obtaining the mucus isn't a problem, You don't need to worry about that, Uncle 14. As for preserving the mucus, Uncle 14 might try using a double-layered bottle, with water added to the outer layer for protection. I don't know anything about antidotes, but since that strange fish is unaffected by the mucus's toxicity, could we perhaps work on its skin? Zhou Jiaoyi was genuinely surprised. He looked at Zhou Chun with astonishment and blurted out, "Nephews Hengjin, do you also know about poisons? I've never heard of it before." Uncle 14, you misunderstand. I don't know how to make poisons, I just happened to see some related theoretical records in a book. Zhou Chun smiled wryly and waved his hands repeatedly, quickly attributing it to the book. He truly didn't know about poisons, but in his previous life, he had at least taken chemistry and biology classes, so even if he didn't understand the detailed techniques, he could roughly figure out which direction to apply the effort. I see, Zhou Jiaoyi nodded, not pressing him on which book he had read it in, but simply nodded slightly and said, "That's right, that's what I was thinking too, which is why I asked you to provide more materials so I could conduct more experiments and research. Then this junior will await your good news, 14th uncle," Zhou Chun said, then left 100 Herbs Peak with a smile. Although the exploration at the underground river was somewhat unsatisfactory, Zhou Jiaoyi's research results were an unexpected surprise. If Zhou Jiaoyi hadn't exaggerated the effects, then once he developed the antidote, that mixed poison would definitely sell like hotcakes once it went on sale at the Spirit Beast Pavilion. After all, demonic beasts aren't like cultivators. Many demonic beasts, due to their strong fur and scales, don't use protective spells, or if they do, they won't use them immediately. So if the poison Zhou Jiaoyi described was truly that powerful, taking effect upon skin contact, then many cultivators would definitely be willing to buy it. After leaving Baiao Peak, Zhou Chun returned to Baota Peak and discussed the matter with clan chief Zhou Daoai. His main request was to classify the matter as a top secret within the family, forbidding Zhou Jia and Zhou Jiahu, who already knew the source of the slime, from spreading it. As for the other cultivator who knew the slime's origin, Zhou Chun had already decided how to deal with him. After staying with the family for 2 days, he returned to Honggaya Market with good news. "Great! This is truly wonderful. If the poison that 14th brother mentioned can really be sold in our Spirit Beast shop, then we can definitely recover our lost popularity, and perhaps even surpass them." Inside the Spirit Beast shop, Zhou Jiaxing, upon hearing the good news from the family from Zhou Chun, was also overjoyed, his face beaming with happiness. No one was under more pressure than him, the shopkeeper, due to poor business. Now that he knew there was a way to escape the predicament, how could he not be ecstatic? Therefore, when Zhou Chun said he needed to go out again to resolve the potential leak, he agreed without hesitation. After leaving the market, Zhou Chun quickly went to the home of the rogue cultivator Luo Guangshan. Luo Guangshan had just taken 3 new concubines and was indulging in nightly revelry, trying to conceive. He never imagined disaster would strike. When he saw Zhou Chun appear in his house, Luo Guangshan, who had come out angry because his plans had been interrupted, suddenly felt his legs go weak and almost collapsed in fright. "Oh, it's fellow Taoist Zhou. Fellow Taoist, what brings you here so late at night?" Barely managing to avoid making a fool of himself, Luo Guangshan stared at Zhou Chun with a taut face and a humble tone. He didn't even bother to ask how Zhou Chun knew his interests. At this moment, his mind was in complete chaos. What was the greatest fear for a rogue cultivator? Undoubtedly, it was having his residence discovered by other cultivators. After all, rogue cultivators' residences were generally not protected by any formations. Especially for rogue cultivators like Luo Guangshan who indulge in worldly pleasures, once their residences are discovered by other cultivators, it would be incredibly easy for them to murder them. Now that Zhou Chun has suddenly come to his door late at night, the words "murder" to silence him are stuck in Luo Guangshan's mind. Faced with Luo Guangshan's question, Zhou Chun calmly looked at him and said, "I apologize for disturbing you so late at night, fellow Taoist Luo." Without waiting for Luo Guangshan's response, he continued, "As the saying goes, let's not beat around the bush. If I said I came all this way overnight just to chat with you, you wouldn't believe me, so let me be frank." With that, Zhou Chun raised his hand, holding up 2 fingers, and said, "I'm giving you 2 choices. 1, come live with me at the Zhou family home for a few years, where we'll provide you with an excellent cultivation environment. 2, fight me and kill me here." "I choose the first one." Luo Guangshan made his choice almost immediately after Zhou Chun finished speaking, and at the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid Zhou Chun wouldn't even give him a choice. As for killing Zhou Chun, that was a joke. He had heard Liu Qingshan talk about Zhou Chun's exploits. Even 2 or 3 of him tied together wouldn't be enough for Zhou Chun to kill. A wise choice. Zhou Chun nodded slightly, then looked at Luo Guangshan and said, "Then I'll give fellow Taoist Luo half a night. Tomorrow morning, please accompany me to the Zhou family at 9 Peaks Ridge." "Yes, I understand," Luo Guangshan replied, immediately gathering his concubines and children to arrange his affairs. He was certainly reluctant to part with them, but he knew he had no choice. He was grateful for Zhou Chun's kindness in this situation. Having spent so many years in the cultivation world, he knew its cruelty all too well. Murder to cover up secrets was commonplace in the cultivation world. He himself had even participated in such things. The night passed quickly, and the next day. As soon as dawn broke, Zhou Chun and Luo Guangshan, having made the arrangements, rode together to the Zhou family at 9 Peaks Ridge. "I shouldn't be speaking up, but I really want to complain. When did the ordinary protagonist trope become so ruthless, resorting to any means to achieve their goals, including harming the innocent? Although Han Leomo is called Old Demon, we all know he has his own bottom line and conscience. Unless that line is crossed, he would never intentionally harm the innocent. In fact, when Yu discovered the use of the little green bottle, he didn't silence her. Here, Luo Guangshan could have silenced her, or he could have chosen not to. The reasons will be explained in the next chapter. Whether some people agree with those reasons is their business. The protagonist in my heart is that kind of person. Call him a saint if you want. This is specifically aimed at those who have been calling me a saint since the second chapter. It has nothing to do with the majority of readers. Readers who are focused on reading can simply ignore these comments. Chapter 73 Touch of Despair. The Zhou family of Jilfengling is now a well-known cultivation family in Lanzhou. Because many independent cultivators originally lived around Jilfengling, now 200 to 300 of them come to the Zhou family to cultivate every day. Therefore, Luo Guangshan's placement there was completely inconspicuous. In fact, Luo Guangshan was truly grateful to Zhou Chun. Zhou Daoi's initial opinion was to simply kill him to silence him, a simple and convenient solution. It was Zhou Chun's strong recommendation that changed the patriarch Zhou Daoi's decision, instead bringing Luo Guangshan to the Zhou family for imprisonment. In Zhou Chun's view, as long as his 14th uncle, Zhou Jiaoi, quickly developed the antidote and put the poison on the market, within 3 to 5 years, other cultivators would only recognize the Ling Shouzhai brand when buying related medicines, thus recovering the lost popularity. And once the value of the poison was demonstrated, the strange fish in the underground river would naturally attract the Zhou family's attention, leading to greater investment in its development. Even if the Zhou family were to release Luo Guangshan and reveal the secret of the slime to outsiders after they occupy the area, would the spirit beast manor really attack the Zhou family just for a prescription for an inedible poison? Therefore, there's absolutely no need to kill someone to cover up a secret that won't matter much in a few years. In short, Zhou Chun believes that killing someone to cover up a secret isn't unacceptable, but it should only be used as a last resort when there are absolutely no other options. If there's a better solution, even if it's more troublesome, the seemingly simple method of keeping a secret should never be used lightly. The Zhou family isn't even a dominant force in Lanzhou, let alone in the entire Jingguo cultivation world. It's best to avoid killing someone to cover up a secret if possible. Otherwise, if the secret is leaked and exploited by someone with ulterior motives, the resulting trouble will be many times greater than the current effort to settle Luo Guangshan. Zhou Chun's long-term vision in this matter greatly impressed Zhou Daoi. He probably didn't think killing a minor cultivator to cover up a secret would cause any trouble for the Zhou family. However, he greatly admired Zhou Chun's mindset and vision, which considered the long-term development of the family. This was something that most Zhou family cultivators lacked. Most cultivators were extremely selfish, and this selfishness often prevented them from seeing only immediate gains and not long-term benefits. This wasn't because they weren't intelligent, but rather due to the environment of the cultivation world. A rogue cultivator, living a precarious life with no guarantee of safety, could only survive better and longer in the cruel cultivation world by being extremely selfish. Even many lower-level family and sect cultivators were like this. However, while an individual could be extremely selfish, a family patriarch could not, and a sect leader even less so. If such an extremely selfish person were to become a family patriarch or sect leader, it would be a disaster for the family and sect. Zhou was chosen as the Zhou family patriarch because of his fairness, integrity, thoroughness, and foresight in considering long-term goals. Since the Zhou family established itself in Jilfang Ridge, facing various internal and external pressures, Zhou understood one thing even more clearly. A patriarch of a cultivation family, besides being fair, impartial, and meticulous in his work, must also possess a long-term vision, able to consider not only immediate gains but also long-term benefits. Unfortunately, he hadn't seen this ability in any of the other Zhou family cultivators besides Zhou Chun. It was precisely because of this that he valued Zhou Chun, this junior, even more. He would usually agree to Zhou Chun's suggestions as long as he didn't foresee any serious consequences. He needed to cultivate Zhou Chun's confidence, to encourage him to offer suggestions, and to be more enthusiastic about building and developing the family. In fact, Zhou approach did have an effect. At least after Zhou Chun's suggestions were repeatedly adopted by Patriarch Zhou, and after feeling the Patriarch's trust and care, his sense of belonging to the Zhou family increased significantly, and he wholeheartedly wanted the Zhou family to become better. Time flew by, and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 months, Zhou Chun made 2 more trips to the underground river, delivering over 10 strange fish carcasses to his 14th uncle, Zhou, for research. After numerous experiments, Zhou finally concocted an antidote for the poison he named Touch of Despair. Touch of Despair, as its name suggests, instills despair upon contact. This sticky ointment, once it touches the skin, causes intense tingling and itching in both humans and monsters within a dozen breaths, making one wish to tear out and discard the flesh from that spot. Without the antidote, this tingling and itching effect lasts for a very long time, offering little relief regardless of washing. Experiments have confirmed that any monster exposed to this poison experiences a significant drop in combat power. The tingling and itching greatly distracts it, making it impossible for it to concentrate on fighting. After witnessing the effects of Touch of Despair firsthand, Zhou Chun immediately obtained 30 portions of the poison and 10 portions of the antidote from Zhou and brought them back to the market, instructing him to continue mass-producing the poison using available materials. Then, he quickly launched this new product and enthusiastically recommended it to the cultivators who came to shop. The result was as he expected. Every cultivator who had used Touch of Despair praised the poison highly, with a 100% repurchase rate. In addition, Zhou Chun specifically spent spirit coins to hire some independent cultivators to advertise it throughout the market. Within 2 months, Touch of Despair became famous. A large number of cultivators came to buy it, directly selling out the poison in one go. This also significantly increased sales of other animal-repelling and insect-repelling medicines in the store. This was Zhou Chun's purpose in developing this new product. He knew very well that the prices of similar products in both the Spirit Beast shop and the Spirit Beast Pavilion were similar. The reason why the Spirit Beast shop's turnover dropped sharply after the Spirit Beast Pavilion opened was entirely because the Spirit Beast Pavilion attracted customers with its special products. As a customer, since the prices of similar products in both stores were similar, if you had a need, you would naturally buy it from whichever store you visited. Since shopping at the Spirit Beast Pavilion offered the chance to find special products not available at the Spirit Beast shop, it was natural to prioritize that option. Now, with the appearance of the Touch of Despair, a large influx of customers to the Spirit Beast shop had naturally changed the situation. Meanwhile, upon learning of the shop's increased revenue due to the Touch of Despair, Zhou quickly decided to support Zhou in expanding production. Elder Zhou personally led Zhou to the underground river, capturing over 20 strange fish and bringing them back to the Zhou family. They were kept in several ponds within the family estate to see if they could be successfully bred in captivity. Zhou was also frequently dispatched to the underground river to capture the strange fish and obtain their slime. While Zhou Sheng and Zhou Chun were overjoyed by the significant increase in their shop's revenue, the manager of their rival, the Spirit Beast Pavilion, was furious and alarmed by a sharp drop in his shop's income. Uncle Master you are wise. This month, our shop's income has decreased by almost 20% compared to last month. You probably know the reason. It's all because the Spirit Beast Pavilion launched new products, which led to a significant decrease in the number of customers, and this is just the beginning. If we can't find a way to change this situation, or increase the amount of special spiritual items like spirit honey and spirit milk, the shop's income will probably decline even further. Inside the Spirit Beast Pavilion, Facing Yu Guang, a Foundation establishment cultivator who came to collect the shop's revenue for the month, the shopkeeper Lu Yansheng also complained bitterly with a worried expression. I have indeed heard about the new product from the Spirit Beast Pavilion. Zhou Jiaoyi is quite capable, managing to develop such a miraculous medicine on his own after Zhou Mingshen's death. However, increasing the amount of spirit honey and spirit milk you mentioned is simply impossible. In fact, the amount of these substances will only decrease in the future. After all, these are important resources that our sect uses to exchange for certain special resources with other forces. Using them to exchange for spirit coins is a complete waste of their value. Seeing the increased bitterness on Lu Yansheng's face, Yu Guang immediately changed the subject, continuing, but junior nephew Lu, you don't need to worry too much. Zhou Jiaoyi's mediocre skills are no match for senior brother Du. It won't be long before senior brother Du can analyze and find the formula for his poison powder and then imitate it. Hearing this, the bitterness on Lu Yansheng's face indeed dissipated considerably, and he said happily, then junior nephew, I'm relieved. If we can also sell that poison, we will definitely be able to bring our customers back. Seeing this, Yu Guang nodded with satisfaction and said, so, junior nephew Lu, you can continue to manage the shop with peace of mind. The sect will never forget your contributions. Chapter 74 Betraying one's own family and murdering one's aunt and relatives. The booming sales of the poison Touch of Despair not only delighted Zhou Jiasheng and Zhou Chun, but also greatly pleased Zhou Jiahu, who benefited from it. Because the source of the slime needed to be kept absolutely secret, and Zhou Jiang, as the peak master of Baozi Peak, was a high-profile figure, the task of frequently venturing into the underground river to capture poisonous thorn catfish and collect the slime fell to her. Poisonous thorn catfish was the name Zhou Chun had given to that strange fish-like monster, and currently only those in the know were aware of it. Each time Zhou Jiahu went to collect the slime, she received substantial family merit rewards. How could she not hope that Touch of Despair would continue to sell so well? Precisely because she understood the importance of secrecy, Zhou Jiahu was extremely cautious whenever she left the family. For example, when she and Zhou Chun first went to the underground river, they rode the family's domesticated great horned goats. But now she chose to ride ordinary horses. The reason for this was naturally that the great horned goats were too conspicuous and easily spotted and followed. With ordinary horses, she would abandon them halfway and find new ones to replace them. She changed horses twice along the way, and before reaching the mountain range where the underground river was located, she deliberately detoured to a large river, rode the whirlpool turtle, and submerged into the riverbed. She swam underwater for dozens of miles before returning to shore. Even after reaching the shore, Zhou Jiawei remained vigilant. With a flick of her sleeve, 5 fist-sized brown birds flew out. She used ventriloquism to command the birds, and they hid in the treetops along the path she had walked, keeping watch behind her. This was her last line of defense. If she still found nothing amiss, she would head straight for the underground river. However, to her surprise, she had only traveled less than 10 miles when one of the brown birds flew towards her in a panic, chirping and screeching as a warning. Someone was following her. Zhou Jiahu's expression changed drastically. She hurriedly reached into her storage pouch, took out a blue brocade handkerchief, threw it forward, and then stepped onto it. Riding her flying artifact into the air, Zhou Jiahu quickly noticed something unusual about a grove of trees behind her and swiftly flew towards it. At the same time, the pursuer, realizing his presence had been discovered, also took to the air, rapidly fleeing on a silver ruler. His speed was clearly far greater than Zhou Jiahu's, indicating that both his cultivation and his flying artifact were superior. But with such cultivation and such an artifact, why would he flee upon seeing her? A question flashed through Zhou Jiahu's mind, and then, as if struck by a sudden realization, her expression changed drastically as she focused intently on the man's back. After staring at his back for a while, recalling the people she had encountered before leaving her family, a figure gradually overlapped with that figure. The thought of that man's identity instantly filled her with overwhelming rage, causing her to roar uncontrollably. Zhou Zhenkang, you stop right there. As if frozen in place, the figure fleeing at breakneck speed suddenly slowed, halting midair. The figure then veered in midair, revealing a wolf-head mask. The mask was lifted, revealing a sharply defined, cold face. Seeing that unmistakably familiar face, Zhou Jiahu's anger flared even more intensely. Her face contorted with grief and indignation as she glared at his face and roared, Zhou Zhenkang, are you still a member of the Zhou family? What are you trying to do by secretly following me all this way? Facing her furious questioning, Zhou Zhangkang remained expressionless and calmly replied, "You already know why I followed you, Ant 19, he then sighed softly, "but experience truly matters. I was so careful, yet I still couldn't hide it from you. Why? Why did you do this? The family treated you so well. Why did you betray the family?" Zhou Jiahu continued her angry accusations, still unable to accept this incredibly cruel reality. And her questions seemed to have struck a nerve with Zhou Zhangkang. His previously calm face twitched slightly, then contorted as he roared at Zhou Jiahu, "I want to know why too. Why can't I even join the Kinglian temple? Don't I even have the right to choose my own path? Why must I be trapped in this stagnant pool of the Zhou family, just because of that? Is that why you betrayed the family?" The grief and indignation on Zhou Jiahu's face gradually faded, replaced by utter disappointment. She looked at Zhou Zhangkang with utter despair, shaking her head and sighing, far from it, far from Zhangchun's level, remembering how Zhou Chun clearly had the ability to join the Kinglian temple, yet still chose to stay and serve the family. Zhou Jiahu suddenly felt utterly disgusted by Zhou Zhangkang, utterly repulsive. She even felt a pang of resentment towards the clan leader Zhou Daoyi and the supreme elder Zhou Ming, unable to understand how these two usually wise men could have misjudged such a selfish and self-serving individual as Zhou Zhangkang. Was this a case of even the wisest making a mistake? Zhou Jiahu's sudden change in expression and words caused Zhou Zhangkang to frown deeply. He immediately frowned and said coldly, "Zhangchun? You mean that guy who works as a shop assistant in the market? What is he? Does he even deserve to be compared to me?" It was clear from his words that even though Zhou Chun had made a name for himself within the family in recent years, his status rising steadily, he still didn't take him seriously, and didn't consider Zhou Chun, his cousin, a person of importance. Or rather, he had never respected any of his clansmen of the same generation. But Zhou Jiahu, now filled with utter disgust for him, sneered without restraint, "I really shouldn't compare Zhangchun to you, because a traitor like you doesn't deserve it at all." She practically roared the words traitor, and with Zhou Zhangkang's arrogance, how could he accept such humiliation? He immediately looked at her coldly and said in a chilling voice, "Enough. Shut up." How could Zhou Jiawei shut up? Seeing his anger and embarrassment, she felt extremely pleased and couldn't help but sneer repeatedly. "What? You dare to do something so treacherous, but you don't dare to admit it? You won't let anyone talk about it, you slut. I'll tell you to shut up," Zhou Zhangkang roared, no longer using the title 19th Ant. Moreover, with his roar, he reached into his storage bag at his waist and summoned a crimson flying sword that shot towards Zhou Jiawei. "You dare to lay a hand on me?" Zhou Jiawei exclaimed in shock. Hurriedly summoning a black tortoise-shell magic artifact to block the crimson flying sword, then looked at Zhou Zhangkang with disbelief. Zhou Zhangkang, however, roared angrily, "You old hag, today I will kill you." He seemed even angrier than Zhou Jiawei. He reached into his storage pouch and quickly produced several magical artifacts, some for protection, others for attack. Being wealthy, he didn't hesitate to unleash a barrage of high-grade, first-tier magical talismans at Zhou Jiawei. It was only because Zhou Jiawei had lived several decades longer and accumulated considerable wealth that she didn't immediately succumb to his fierce onslaught. However, facing his relentless attack, Zhou Jiawei quickly fell into a disadvantageous position and was forced to descend towards the ground. She thought that summoning the whirlpool turtle after landing would help her recover some of her losses. She forgot that Zhou Zhangkang had also tamed spirit pets, 2 high-grade, first-tier crimson flame wolves. As a result, after landing, her disadvantage became even more pronounced, and she had no chance to escape. "Zhou Zhangkang, you murdered your aunt and betrayed your family. You'll get your retribution sooner or later. The clan leader and the others will see through your wolfish ambitions and avenge me." In the mountains, Zhou Jiahu gripped a long sword, piercing her heart tightly, blood trickling from her mouth as she stared intently at Zhou Zhangkang's face, uttering her final curse. Then her head lolled to the side, and she breathed her last, collapsing into a pool of blood. Looking at Zhou Jiahu's lifeless body on the ground, remembering her last words, Zhou Zhangkang felt both fear and rage. After his expression shifted between anger and despair, he suddenly spat and cursed, "Bah! That old hag is still causing trouble even in death. Don't blame me then." He quickly gathered up Zhou Jiahu's belongings, then coldly gave an order to the 2 crimson flame wolves. Instantly, the 2 crimson flame wolves, their eyes gleaming green, pounced on Zhou Jiahu's corpse, tearing and gnawing at it. After cruelly devouring Zhou Jiawei's body, including her clothes, by the two crimson flame wolves, Zhou Zhangcan carefully erased the traces on the ground. Finally, with a cold smile, he dug out a small black insect resembling a mole cricket from deep within the soil and burned it to ashes. Author's note on Chapter 75's launch. Q. Given a job with a monthly after-tax salary of 5,000 yuan, 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, free meals, accommodation, utilities, and internet, and a 5-day, 8-hour work week with weekends off, or a job as a web novel author with 5,600 yuan pre-tax salary, no meals, accommodation, utilities, or internet, at least 8 hours a day, and no social insurance or housing fund, which would you choose? A. I would choose the latter. Q. Why? A. Because of passion. This isn't fiction, it's something that truly happened to me. Just over a month ago, my former boss, after learning about my recent situation during a phone call, very sincerely offered me this seemingly excellent job, but I still politely declined. He couldn't understand why I was so stubborn if writing novels was profitable, but if not, why? It's like how I couldn't understand why he would smoke even though he knows smoking is harmful. The answer is actually very simple: passion. I entered the workforce early and have done many different kinds of work. I've actually worked in an electronics factory fixing screws, and I also worked as a construction worker for half a month. I've worked in 2 real sweatshops. One required at least 14 hours of work a day, often 16. The other required 13 hours a day, in an environment with noise pollution and heavy physical labor. What kept me going, besides being young and healthy, was the opportunity to read novels during breaks between get-off work and leisure. I loved ordinary people novels back then. Why? Because they gave me a beautiful vision of the future. Those novels with invincible protagonists or extraordinary talents were completely different from me at the time. I was such an ordinary person, I had no hope from the start. But ordinary people novels, an ordinary person with a special ability who gets a cheat code and then climbs the ladder through their own wisdom, it was amazing. There were many such examples in real life back then, many billionaires were living proof. It was truly inspiring. This feeling continues to this day. I still can't stand those invincible novels. I couldn't understand the thinking of mainstream online novel readers. I couldn't understand why they said life was already so hard. Why not read some super powerful, exciting novels to cheer themselves up? When I read those kinds of books, I just felt they were too fake. I didn't find any enjoyment in them, just a feeling of utter unreality. Maybe I was taking it too seriously, trying to find reality in fantasy. Later, I started writing novels, and only then did I realize that this was the work I had always been searching for. My love for writing novels is 100 times greater than any of my previous jobs. I've asked myself many times why this is. One uncertain answer is, because of recognition. Maybe I've never had a good chance of gaining recognition from others growing up. No matter how hard I worked in my previous jobs, I rarely received recognition or praise from others. I was even criticized by colleagues who asked why I was working so hard and if I was trying to show off. But with novels, as long as I write with my heart, I can still gain a lot of recognition from readers, who will offer their support and even give me rewards. So the internet is truly a wonderful thing. It allows someone who isn't good at socializing to gain a lot of recognition online. It's because of this sense of belonging that I've grown to love writing novels more and more. When my former boss asked me why, I told him this. Although he still didn't quite understand, he got the gist of it. So he said, since you really love it so much, then put your heart into it. At least you won't have any regrets when you're old. Right now, this book has exactly 10,000 favorites. If the initial subscription goes smoothly, it'll probably get around 700, similar to the books I cut from the market, King Iron and Fixu. So I know exactly what kind of income this will bring. I'm pretty sure that for the first 6 months after it goes on sale, my pre-tax monthly income will be between 5,000 and 7,000 yuan, provided I maintain a high update rate. What I can look forward to is when the word count reaches 1.5 million. That's when the mortal cultivation genre really shines, and my income should increase significantly. The exact amount depends on the situation then, but I'm really looking forward to it. Right now, my rent, utilities, internet, living expenses, social security, and medical insurance cost me over 4,000 yuan a month. If I add anything else, I basically won't have much money left. Fortunately, I can still save a little money, and I've always been good at saving. So I still have some confidence to continue writing full-time. It will be available for purchase at noon today. I hope readers who have followed this far will do their best to support the first subscription, allowing a middle-aged young person with a dream of literary creation to continue striving for their dream. There will be 5 chapters updated upon release, each over 4,000 words, totaling 20,000 words, equivalent to 10 chapters of 2,000 words each. That's a big update. Now let's talk about the extra chapters that everyone is more concerned about. Currently, only monthly ticket bonuses are available. A minimum of 300 monthly tickets is guaranteed per month. For every additional 300 monthly tickets above 300, 1 extra chapter will be added, with each chapter no less than 4,000 words, with no upper limit. Readers who have followed my previous work, Desert, should know that I have basically fulfilled any promised extra chapters, so don't worry. At most, there might be delays due to writer's block or other unforeseen circumstances. I will never renege on my promise. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.